This young man is Yi Ming, who possesses the greatest divine talent on the continent. At the moment the monster was rampaging through Nation H on the final battlefield of the capital. He severed it with a single strike, saving 3 third-rank individuals who were on the verge of death. At this point, there was no room for negligence. Above them was a mutated form, one that Yi Ming had never encountered before. Yet the divine mechanism archer of the 3rd rank and the heavy mace warrior of the 3rd rank, their minds clouded, charged forward recklessly, ready to risk it all. Before the two could even touch a hair on the beast, they were blasted to death with a single breath from the creature. The spiritual energy 3rd rank assistant, unable to bear the sight of her comrade's tragic end, immediately threw herself into the fray, risking her life. With both hands wide, she continuously spewed flames, but they did nothing. Just as she was about to be obliterated as well, Yi Ming intervened, blocking the monster's attack. This creature, capable of wiping out 2 peak 3rd rank members with one blow, was definitely not a normal 3rd rank mutated form. He called out to the divine mechanism archer, thinking that staying behind would only be a burden, and decided to face it alone. After blocking a deadly strike, Yi Ming's sword snapped in two. This was something the military had speculated countless times, believing it to exist only in legend. A 4th rank mutated form would require every ounce of strength to combat. Yi Ming leaped into the air, determined to deliver the most powerful strike ever, but failed. The sword pierced his heart, and the young man collapsed, completely defeated. Is this really a 4th rank? It seems that humanity still knows nothing about the power of level 4. We were unable to protect the world, and honestly, I'm not reconciled with it. However, at this moment, the familiar news broadcast suddenly rang in Yi Ming's ears. His head pounded painfully, and he woke up dazed, thinking, "Didn't I already die?" The 2 guards, seeing this, moved forward. Someone suggested that he should not be allowed to participate in the test, saying that he had been infected by a virus and had fallen unconscious as a result. But the tests were still underway outside, and if he caused a scene now, it would be the end for him. They began to plot how to deal with Yi Ming. Let's take action. After all, he's just an ordinary person, not a descendant of the Awakened. He's just a small character. If he dies, we'll just blame it on him being infected by the virus. It was then that Yi Ming suddenly realized he had been reborn 3 years ago, on the very day he had participated in the aptitude test. The young man understood the situation, so it turns out that he hadn't passed the test before because someone had sabotaged him. This time, how could he let them succeed as they did before? Without hesitation, Yi Ming grabbed the gun from the man in front of him and dealt with each of them one by one. In his previous life, he had missed the test and had to struggle to survive by scavenging corpses. After wandering for 3 years, the military finally discovered his god-level aptitude. But by then, the aged nation's war zone had fallen, and there was barely any time or resources for him to grow. Yi Ming had only used 7 victories to reach level 3, and he was still far from reaching the highest level. Yet, he had already been forced to go to the battlefield and fight against level 4 mutated beings. He deeply regretted not being able to save his mother and his sister, Xiaoan. But now things were different. There was still time. As long as he could pass the test and become the strongest, he could save the important people around him and put an end to this apocalyptic era. Just at that moment, the system notification for the Apocalyptic Sword God was triggered. The one bound was Yi Ming. The mission details. 30 minutes from now, the bound person must touch the crystal to test it and activate the system's function. If he fails to touch the crystal by the 31st minute, the system will disappear. Mission notification. Complete the mission to unlock and activate the system. Any sword skill will receive a 100-fold enhancement, transforming into a forbidden swordsman. This was completely different from the apocalyptic systems that awakened people usually had, systems that were tied to their past lives. Yi Ming was unsure whether this was due to his golden finger or if it was a result of his reincarnation. After thinking for a moment, he decided that as long as he could become stronger, it didn't matter what kind of strange system it was. He had to act fast, begin the test, and find out who was behind all of this. The countdown began, 31 minutes. At that moment, a group of people ran out to block Yi Ming's way, warning that an infected person was on the run, advising him to stay still and put his hands on his head. Yi Ming stood still, assessing the situation. The leader was a low-level awakened, and the others were ordinary people. The best course of action now was to use the leader as leverage. He would make and lead him outside. Yi Ning had snatched the captain's gun, that immediately took him hostage, forbidding him to move. "Take me to the testing square. 3 seconds to think. Over 3 seconds and I'll fire." Everyone looked at Yi Ning as if he were a lunatic who'd stepped on a nail. The captain cried out in panic. "What are you doing? A normal person coming to take the test. Maybe there's been a misunderstanding. Let's talk this through." Yi Ning still arrogantly pressed the gun to his head, determined to force him to lead the way. The captain broke into a cold sweat again. "Kid, you better hope you can awaken. But even if you become an awakened, escaping death won't be easy." Elsewhere, at the testing square, every face was as taut as a drawn bowstring. A century ago, in 2042, disaster descended upon the world. A global population of tens of billions was reduced to less than 1/10. It was also then that the first awakened appeared, and the Allied forces rescued Nation H. Today was the important day to test whether people had talent. Success meant becoming an awakened in the combat system protecting a region. Failure meant leaving to live an ordinary life. The man holding the mic was Liu Tian, the representative military commissioner of the Tian Feng safe zone. Now they would begin with the descendant of an awakened. While people stood in line waiting their turn, a soldier rushed in to announce an infected person had taken a hostage and entered the testing area. Everyone seemed confused, until Yi Ning entered, leading the hostage. Liu Tian suggested that he lower his weapon and surrender, otherwise, he would be dealt with on the spot. The soldiers immediately withdrew their weapons. Yi Ning had that look of someone who thought, "Now that I'm here, what is there to fear?" He bluntly declared, "I'm not infected, nor do I wish to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I'm here to participate in the inspection." Liu Tian, still panicked, shouted angrily and suggested that the soldiers immediately suppress him. Yi Ning then dropped his gun and read aloud clearly, "According to Clause 137 of the Safe Zone, awakened individuals are entitled to privileges. According to the regulations, disobeying military orders is punishable by death. But as long as one contributes enough, the penalty can be revoked." The captain, now out of control, angrily charged at him, landing a punch squarely on Yi Ning's face, sending him sprawling. Not stopping there, he continued to sit on top of him, warning, "What kind of time is this for you to be talking about regulations?" Liu Tian shouted loudly, demanding Yi Ning's execution. At the moment the sword was about to strike, a helicopter, what they called the spiritual energy fighter jet, came flying in at supersonic speed. From the helicopter, the highest-ranking officer of the Tianfeng military district, a level 3 awakened, Grand Commander Xiao Hai, jumped down. The powerful energy emanating from this man pressed down on everything, creating a heavy sense of oppression. "The inspection hasn't even started. Why is the Grand Commander here?" Xiao Hai's face was serious, his tone stern as he spoke. "Right now, the military district has many high-level awakened individuals. If he dares to wager his life, then let's give him a chance. If the awakening fails, we'll execute him on the spot." Yi Ning, who loved to be in the spotlight, grinned foolishly like an idiot. "All right, let's go ahead and arrange for me to take the test now." The people in line began to disperse, genuinely making way for Yi Ning to go ahead with the test. Others looked at him with disdain. Ordinary people dreaming of becoming awakened. How laughable. He was already a low level, but kept claiming he had talent. It was truly disgusting. Yi Ning didn't care about what they said. Let them talk. He stood proudly in the middle for the test. In his past life, he was framed and missed the opportunity. One wrong step, and a lifetime of regret would follow. This time, he was determined to make it right. Yi Ning extended his hand, determined to seize his fate with his own hands. In an instant, an overwhelming energy radiated from Yi Ning, and those watching were dumbfounded. Once again, Yi Ning experienced this feeling, the spiritual energy entering his body. Was he really about to try it? The system's announcement rang out, checking his talent. Current talent level is D. Checking talent. Current level is C. Checking talent. Current level is B. The system kept making these announcements. Liu Tian stood frozen, unable to believe what was happening. The level was continuously rising. Could this kid possibly have a high-level talent? The talent has now reached level A, and spiritual energy flooded into the internal organs, making the young man feel amazing. He declared, "Crystal, check it," and infuse even more spiritual energy. The energy surged stronger and stronger, with no sign of stopping. Liu Tian's eyes widened, his mouth agape. A normal person like him had an A-level talent. Such a chance was something one in tens of thousands might have. Xiao Hai observed intently, somewhat surprised. The final result had not yet been revealed. Couldn't it be that his talent was even higher? Indeed, it was true. His level was still rising. Yi Ning knelt, astonished. The talent test process had now reached level. Xiao Hai's mouth dropped open. This isn't right. Crystal had not yet declared the end of the test, meaning the test was still ongoing. Yi Ning turned out to be S-level talent, a seed of a third-tier awakened human. This crucial moment could not be missed. Xiao Hai immediately gave urgent orders. The underground armored division began preparing, standing guard against any potential mutation attacks. The spiritual energy fighter jets took to the skies for aerial patrols around the room, ensuring no accidents. All roads leading to this place, except for military routes, were sealed off. The airspace above was locked down. Yi Ning was still undergoing transformation, letting out wild, agonizing screams. Aircraft thundered overhead as they carried out their mission. Finally, the test process concluded. Xiao Hai was so shocked that he dropped the tablet he had been holding. He turned out to be a pure-blood SS level. If the S level is considered a reserve military force for those awakening to the third tier, then the SS level, as expected, is bound to become a third-tier individual. It seems Tian Feng is about to undergo a major change. Xiao Hai was so excited that he couldn't stop smiling with joy, looking very thrilled. Good, finally, Tian Feng's safe zone has produced a talent. The people waiting for their awakenings below couldn't help but admire. Heavens, being praised by the Grand Commander like that, it must be a once-in-a-thousand-year dream. How enviable. This flip of attitude even made the young man standing beside comment again. The change was indeed shocking. Just earlier, you called him disgusting and pathetic, saying not to be jealous. Who knows, he might become our superior one day. While everyone else was still in stunned silence, Yi Ning felt a bit disappointed. His innate talent was clearly SSS level, the highest theoretical human tier. Yet the crystal inheritance test only showed an SS level. Never mind, the influence of SS level is still strong enough. The most important thing now was the mission from the Sword God system. The Sword God system had finished downloading. The binding effect on Ning was activated, currently increasing skill power by 10,000%. After learning any sword-related skill, it would unconditionally upgrade the skill to SSS level. Every 48 hours, you could use the skill once without any consumption or class-level restrictions. Yi Ning sighed in relief as he finally completed his task. But after taking a closer look, he was shocked. Wait a minute, in my previous life, even with the strength of the country, there could only be 2 S-level individuals and 1 A-level skilled person. Now, the Divine Sword system can freely enhance skills to the SSS level. Yi Ning's current task is to learn swordsmanship, and the mission reward will increase by 4 points of free attributes, with the condition that no information about the system may be disclosed. Those who violate this rule will be eliminated. Yi Ning was determined to figure out a way to get his hands on the skill book. Xiao Hai walked over, excited and eager to strike up a conversation. Yi Ning, congratulations on unlocking your talent level. Come on, tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Uncle here will make it happen. He was full of enthusiasm, but Yi Ning continued to stare in one direction, his eyes blank, still lost in his thoughts, carefully analyzing the system's task. He was so absorbed that Xiao Hai had to step in and call out, but received no response. It seemed that Yi Ning, having just awakened, was still adjusting. Haha, no worries, kid. Back in my day, Uncle Xiao also stared blankly for quite a while, just like you. Let's go. No more zooming out. Once we get to my office, we'll talk. As soon as they returned to the private room, Yi Ning was greeted warmly, a stark contrast to before, when he was wrongly accused of delaying the check. I've already sent people to control all the related departments. We'll investigate thoroughly and give you a clear answer. After that, Uncle Xiao decided that Yi Ning would be the first one chosen for the seed plan. Just let the higher-ups review it briefly, and someone from the third level will come to guide you professionally. The materials and equipment will also be provided for you. Now, tell me about the situation related to your talent, and Uncle Xiao will plan things out for you. Yi Ning remained silent, thinking to himself, I can't tell anyone about the divine sword system. I'll just tell him about my original talent. He then spoke up. My system is a psychic system, which allows me to manipulate objects with mental force. Xiao Hai stroked his chin, seeming to concentrate. Ah, a psychic system. That's quite rare. You might need an expert from the capital to give you some advice. By the way, what kind of reward do you want? Commander Xiao, if possible, I'd like a skill book on sword techniques. Xiao Hai immediately agreed, even thinking that this request was too easy. He instructed someone to bring the highest level book available. After some effort, the person finally delivered the book. Commander Xiao, this is the highest level skill book in our supply reserves. Xiao Hai didn't hesitate and immediately handed it over to Yi Ning. Thank you, Commander Xiao. If there's nothing else, I'd like to return now. Going back home quickly to share the good news with your family. I understand. Xiao Hai immediately ordered a few elite soldiers to follow Yi Ning and ensure his safety 24/7. They were to guarantee his security and report immediately if any unusual situation arose. Regarding the matter of Yi Ning almost losing his qualification to take the exam, her report must be submitted within 24 hours. No matter who is involved, just arrest them and deal with it later. After the order was given, Yi Ning was treated like precious gold or silver, with no detail overlooked in the arrangements for his safety. He felt that they were being a bit excessive, so he told them to stay stationed there while he would go home on his own. As soon as he appeared, people immediately started whispering and gossiping. Look, isn't that Yi Ning? Has he become a big shot now? He's even riding a military vehicle back. Lower your voice. With so many bodyguards around him, he's clearly not someone simple. Upon arriving home, Yi Ning saw his little sister, Xiaoan, carrying the garbage out. Xiaoan was his younger sister. Yi Ning froze for a moment, recalling the terrifying memories. Xiaoan, in the past life, I couldn't protect you. I'm really sorry. This life, I will definitely make sure you don't suffer any harm. In that instant, the young man rushed over and hugged his sister tightly. She smiled as she stroked his back. All right. It's been a whole year since we last met. Weren't you at a military training camp? When did you get out? Yi Ning was still overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he said, I just took the exam. Then, why are you crying? It's nothing. I'm just so happy to see you. Xiaoan, innocently holding her brother's hand, said, Let's go home now. After you left, Mom has been worried about you. Look at this. Today, I was really lucky to find a few spare parts, and on the way, I could swap them for some bread. Now you can eat your fill today. The little girl was so innocent and understanding that it almost broke his heart. Yi Ning smiled and announced, You silly thing. Today we can eat well. Xiaoan was excited. Really? Is there meat today? Of course, as much as you want. Just earlier, I managed to cook a feast for Mom and you. Our family has never eaten so well before. The mother, with concern, asked, How's the progress with the awakening training test? A lot of the neighbors have been asking. Yi Ning excitedly told his mother, I passed the test. I've become an awakened one. His mother was so moved that she almost cried, and Xiaoan too. You really are your sister's pride, aren't you? By the way, does this mean that now that I've become awakened, we can eat like this every day? Yi Ning's heart ached, but he nodded, trying to hide it. After his mother and sister fell asleep, he quietly opened the door to the kitchen and activated the system. Learning skill books. Notification. Mission completed. Received 4 free attribute points. Obtained C-rank skill. Raid, a rare type skill. You have successfully upgraded your skill, and the raid sword skill has evolved into SSS rank. Sword Flow Storm. A sphere of powerful energy appeared in Yi Ning's hand. ***, Sword Flow Storm skill ***. After consuming 4,500 points of spiritual energy, it summons a torrent of sword energy, delivering a devastating attack to the target area within an extremely short time. The skill comes with attributes such as super speed, armor piercing, destruction, cutting, and splitting. One thing to note is that the destructive power of this skill has increased by 10,000 times compared to its current level, so it must be used with caution. Yi Ning still couldn't believe his eyes. He had truly upgraded a C-rank skill to SSS rank, no matter how grand the situations were in his past life. He had never encountered something so unbelievable. Yi Ming read it over carefully again. Using it once required 4,500 points of spiritual energy. Without equipment support, using Sword Flow Storm even once would be impossible. In theory, this skill could only be used at mid-level 3. Fortunately, Yi Ming's innate talent allowed him to use any skill once every 48 hours. Otherwise, even if his spiritual energy was fully drained, he still wouldn't be able to use it at all. But the trouble was that the Sword God system did not permit any information about it to be disclosed. He couldn't explain the origin of this power and skill to anyone else. This also meant that until he leveled up to level 2, he had to avoid using Sword Flow Storm in front of others. The young man sighed. Now is a critical moment. The Grand Commander has announced the C plan. It's better not to cause him any trouble, but in his past life, he had never had access to high-tier sword techniques. He really wanted to try it out right now to see what it was like. As soon as he picked it up, he suddenly remembered. That's right. Wasn't it the military zone that had this? In Face Lin's descent, because of the appearance of spiritual energy, various types of random dungeons began to appear everywhere. Over time, with the completion of explorations and training, the materials related to these dungeons gradually became well known to humans, especially the military, which had spent a massive amount of human and material resources to research and develop training dungeons used for real combat training. Compared to naturally formed dungeons, training dungeons allowed one to leave at any time if their life was in danger, ensuring maximum safety. Because of this, Yi Ming decided to go out to the training dungeon to test his skills. This was the Safe Zone Training Dungeon, Tianfeng. Yi Ming went to request to open a single-level dungeon for him. Any type would do. The dungeon assistant stared at Yi Ming with wide eyes, thinking to himself, "This is Yi Ming, the one with the SS-level mental talent just discovered." The Grand Commander had instructed that a dungeon could be opened for him. The assistant seemed concerned and asked Yi Ming once more, "You're going in alone. You should have someone accompany you. With your current strength, it's too dangerous to enter a dungeon by yourself. I'm just going in to test a few things. I'll be out soon. There's no need to worry." And so, he entered the training dungeon, where he appeared in a low-difficulty dangerous city. This was a simulation of a world that had recently collapsed. The weapon assigned to Yi Ming for the dungeon was a dagger. He reached into the virtual space and took it out, exactly as he wanted. The weaker the weapon, the more convenient it was for testing skills. Just then, he noticed some unusual movements. The first monster appeared and immediately charged at him. Yi Ming took his first steps, jumping to dodge its attack. "You're coming to hand me points, huh?" He drove the knife straight into its bulging eye. In an instant, the monster collapsed. Having just dealt with one, he wasn't satisfied yet. His hands hadn't even gotten dirty. The young man decided to move quickly and began hunting. The door led to an emergency exit, and outside, a few red glows flickered. As he opened the door, a multi-eyed monster was waiting, charging at him immediately. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to devour him alive. Yi Ming focused directly on it, but to his surprise, there was still another one. He closed in, and saliva even splattered on his face, as one of its claws slashed at him. Though his physical constitution wasn't particularly strong, his previous combat experience made dealing with these zombies relatively easy. It seemed that to properly test his skills, he needed to face the mutated boss leader of the area. First, he decided to leave the building via the stairs, then pass through the street leading to the boss area on the right side of the square. As soon as he opened the door, he was shocked to find that the zombies had already evolved to mid-level rank 1. The difficulty of the dungeon had increased. Yi Ming didn't want to waste time on them. As soon as they sensed the presence of humans, they started howling loudly, opening their mouths wide and chasing after them in a frenzy. Yi Ming made a swift arc with his knife, then ran. "I need to find the boss as quickly as possible. I have to leave this place fast." The number of zombies that noticed him steadily increased exponentially. Unfortunately, no matter how many zombies he killed, it didn't increase his spiritual energy experience points. Yi Ming still decided to head straight for the boss area. "First, I need to shake off these guys, then I'll deal with it," he said as he used his jumping skill to leap onto a car roof, making his way toward the boss zone. The young man became highly alert as the system notification rang. Level 1 peak mutant, a practitioner, is attacking. The creature moved so fast that Yi Ming couldn't react in time. The Quartz Reaper boss in the instance dungeon was a level 1 peak mutant. Yi Ning immediately used his jump skill to leap away, narrowly avoiding its attack. Logically, to deal with a level 1 peak mutant, at least 3 awakened individuals of the same level would be needed. If it weren't for testing his skills, Yi Ning would currently be at level 0. No matter how strong his innate talent was, facing off directly against a level 1 peak mutant was impossible. On top of that, there were countless regular zombies swarming around the Corpse Reaper. Even a small squad of Tier 1 combatants would struggle to escape. Yi Ning still decided to charge forward. If the skill isn't as strong as I imagined, then even if it's a disaster, I'll at least be able to escape from the dungeon. He activated his skill and prepared to strike. Using the power of Sword Flow Storm, a loud explosion echoed, and rocks shattered in the thick, hazy smoke. The young man squinted hard to see. This was a move that had truly wiped everything out. If he hadn't checked, he wouldn't have been able to imagine the destructive power of Sword Flow Storm. This power, even if it was slightly weaker than that of a second-tier mutated body at peak level, could still destroy in an instant. And right now, he was only at the 0 level. After eliminating a first-tier mutated body at its peak, Yi Ning immediately received 5 points of spiritual energy experience, with a 50% reduction for the artificial dungeon. All experience in the artificial dungeon came from the spiritual energy stones provided by the combat zone, and the item drop rate was lower than in normal dungeons. In his past life, he had never heard of anyone receiving equipment in a test dungeon. But now, there was actual gear. What Yi Ning got was a white-colored piece of equipment called flexible gloves. It added 1 point to agility and increased hand speed and shooting speed by 15%. In this regard, even a second-tier awakened individual might not have a full set of white-tier equipment. Receiving one now was a decent start. The test results weren't in, and he was lucky enough to receive equipment. Staying here any longer would serve no purpose. Yi Ning quickly logged out of the dungeon. As soon as he returned, the young man calmly handed the technical badge back. The people from the technical department were quick to send someone over, probably because they'd seen the zombies get frightened and scatter in a panic. Just now, who was the white-haired man running over in such a hurry? Did he send a first-tier squad into the dungeon? Didn't we already say, a solo dungeon can't accommodate that many people? Maintaining a dungeon is difficult. How many times have I told you this? Why can't you remember? The young man from the technical department still didn't understand what was going on. But I didn't send any squad into the solo dungeon. No one? The white-haired man frowned. Really no squad at all. Then why did the first-tier mutated entity of the solo dungeon disappear, and even the only piece of equipment dropped as well? Could it be that some second-tier awakened person was just bored and decided to enter the solo dungeon? The technical department guy was sweating, his face contorting a grimace. Just now, only Yi Ning entered the dungeon. He said he was going to do some checks or something. Could he really have gone in alone to take on the dungeon boss? On his way back, Yi Ning saw that everyone was sprawled out everywhere. Gun sales here. 15 kilograms of flour per gun, and I'll throw in 2 bullets. The mantis at 1 credit point is half a kilo, selling right here. Yi Ning thought that although he could easily handle the first-tier mutated peak, the situation was still grim. This didn't even include the disaster a year later. The Tianfeng safe zone would be attacked by a large number of third-tier mutated entities, with dead bodies scattered everywhere. It was also just 10 days later that in the Tianfeng city area, a zombie riot would form, setting fire to the Tianfeng safe zone. Yi Ning couldn't help but worry, as the danger to Xiaoan and his mother had yet to be resolved. Certainly, we must increase our strength even faster. At the capital's safe zone base, the Central Military Command Group was holding another meeting. The urgent intelligence from the Tianfeng safe zone has detected an SS-level gifted individual. Has everyone seen this? An SS-level gifted individual, and moreover, pure blood. This is a prime asset. Recently, there have been many fatalities among third-level individuals. Having such a talent join us would be very beneficial. Yeah, we need to speed up the training process, and corresponding resources should be provided quickly. Or, perhaps we should directly send him to the capital military district for the commander-in-chief to personally guide him. Are you suggesting that he will break through from 3rd level to 4th level in that seemingly insurmountable gap? Until now, none of our high-level awakeners, whether the 4 grand commanders, the dozen or so 3rd level peak individuals in the military, or even our commander-in-chief, have been able to reach the 4th level, because we never had the proper resources to train from the very beginning. Everyone considered it, and they all agreed in unison. Starting with resources was a reasonable suggestion and worth trying. Yi Ning, the SS-level gifted individual chosen for the plan, will be a top-tier seed. Immediately transfer him to the capital military district. While everyone was in agreement, one person objected. This opposition has raised concerns among the group. What does it mean to oppose such a talent? Are you from the 4th Military District, preparing to stage your traditional cultural debate again? What's going on? The man wearing glasses sharply refuted. It seems like you haven't fully read the final part of the urgent intelligence. He is someone who has awakened the will attribute of the spiritual system. Over the past 70 years, there has never been a 3rd-level spiritual system. The physical potential of someone awakened in the spiritual system is very weak, and they generally need support. Without another awakened person to protect them, fighting alone would be a burden. The task of advancing from level 1 to level 2 is essentially a gamble. To reach peak level 2 and break through to level 3, as you all know, the success rate is 0. After hearing this, the president turned 180 degrees and downgraded Yi Ning's importance. Valuable resources cannot be wasted. The next day, Xiao Hai received the notification result. Yi Ning's fire seed plan had been cancelled by someone else, and his importance level had been reduced. The spiritual system could not become level 3, and his potential was only rated as level A, or even lower. The training value was minimal. The close combat soldier asked, "So, are we going to treat him the same way we had planned before?" It seems the face-turning event has begun. The higher-ups have decided that Yi Ning has no potential. If that's the case, then they will revoke the benefits Yi Ning had been given and redirect the people who were sent to protect him. As for the investigation into the incident that prevented Yi Ning from taking the test due to suspicions of a suicide, which caused the trail to be broken, should I continue investigating it? Xiao Hai sighed softly. He had agreed to investigate before, because he had seen potential in Yi Ning. But now that there's no potential, what is there left to investigate? Right after that, they drove the cart to deliver the message. Yi Ning, the result of the capital expert's opinion is out. Your potential is only level 2, and the safe zone has already cancelled your benefits. You don't need to participate in the seed plan anymore. I have informed you of everything that needed to be said. Goodbye. Yi Ning was stunned. How could my potential only be level 2? He knew full well that his talent had reached SSS level. Even if it was assessed as SS level, that alone should have been enough to prove his potential. After thinking for a while, he figured it out. During this time, the Tian and safe zone had been under attack by large numbers of mutated creatures, and those awakened with psychic abilities were still considered useless. The reason the awakened could not reach level 4 was because their willpower attribute wasn't enough, and the addition of psychic abilities had yet to be understood by anyone. Everything had turned out differently than expected. He hadn't anticipated such an unexpected event in his life, causing them to fail to recognize his true importance. Do I have to go to the capital and proclaim that I have SSS level talent, and only then will awakening my psychic powers be the key to breaking through to level 4? After thinking for a while, the young man decided to give up. After all, who would believe baseless claims? The best thing to do now was to find a way to quickly recover his strength to level 3. Once that was done, everything would be revealed. With the Sword God system and Sword Flow Storm, those two things alone had already made his start much better than his previous life. At this point, he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. He immediately set off to begin hunting mutated creatures. This is a wilderness forest, and as soon as I arrived, I was approached by two young men. "Hey, you with the gun, do you want to join our team? We're a primary level first-tier mutated beast hunting squad, and if we succeed, we'll share 1 credit point with you. Follow us, and we'll guarantee your safety." Yi Ning flatly refused. A team, huh? The experience with first-tier mutated beasts wasn't that great. With so many people, how much experience could they really share? "Go by yourself, I don't need it. You little brat, you've surprised me. Seeing you alone, we wanted to help you, and yet you don't know how to appreciate it. Don't think that just because you've awakened, you don't know what the real world is like. We're offering you a kind invitation, and this attitude of yours. Do you have a death wish?" After hearing enough, Yi Ning, feeling a headache, said, "Shut up and leave." The moment their eyes met, the bold one immediately stepped back. They all flinched, The cold glare felt like a wild beast was locking onto them. Couldn't it be that someone who had survived numerous life-and-death situations had this kind of gaze? This young man indeed had a somewhat sinister aura. Yi Ning ignored them and walked straight in. He stopped at Lanshi Forest, one of the most dangerous areas outside the Tian Feng safe zone. If he remembered correctly, the deepest part of this forest was home to 2 first-tier mutated beasts, one of which was at peak level 1. Anyone who had awakened to a level below first tier needed to eliminate 3 first-tier mutated beasts. In the test instance, he had already taken down a peak-level first-tier monster. Although the experience gained was halved, it was still equivalent to a normal first-tier level. With 2 more monsters in the Lanshi Forest to deal with, he could level up. Not long ago, he encountered a monster. He resolutely chose not to use his violent wind sword, and instead fired his gun. Not only did he need experience for spiritual energy, but he also needed to enhance his physical capabilities. The monsters were rushing toward him from somewhere. Yi Ning confirmed that the awakened human body's neurological qualities were the weakest. He had to change the high-up's perception. Not just him, but all the third-tier awakened individuals with abilities needed to find a way to awaken their spirits. If they didn't do so, and waited until reaching the 4th tier, it would already be too late. They had to think of a way to make the high-ups realize the importance of the spiritual system. At the moment Yi Ning fired his gun, swallows flew in all directions. The group of people from earlier was also in confusion. Did you hear that? It's the sound of gunfire. Could it be from that young man from earlier? The sound came from the direction of the tree demon, seemingly not far away. Everyone, hurry and run. Don't let the spiritual energy orb be lost and fall into the hands of that brat. Meanwhile, Yi Ning was dodging each attack and sweeping through the monsters. The first-tier peak-level mutated tree demon was desperately attacking him. It wasn't just one. There were 2 attacking at once, its large mouth waiting for battle. But Yi Ning was rather confused. As he looked around, he couldn't find the other monster. Right now, he could only see and sense one before him. But upon closer inspection, it didn't seem quite right. Its tentacles plunged straight into the ground at an incredibly fast speed. Yi Ning ran swiftly, dodging every attack, but when he looked around, it had vanished. In reality, it had leaped up right above his head. It threw the chain fiercely, and to his surprise, its massive, heavy body was able to jump like that. Moreover, the second one had yet to appear, and Yi Ning suspected it wanted to take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack. The monster was becoming increasingly enraged. By this point, there was no time to avoid the attacks, and no time to think of a solution, so all he could do was brace himself. He swung the gun forcefully at its body, and suddenly noticed a strange object resembling an eye in the middle of its form. Yi Ning had been attacked. His wrist was torn open, and he realized that he hadn't been mistaken earlier. The second-rank intermediate mutated suppression squad was highly skilled, but to his surprise, facing off against 2 first-rank monsters had resulted in heavy casualties, with 2 team members sacrificing their lives. If the second one hadn't been hiding so well, they wouldn't have been injured this badly. In his past life, the tree demon here and its disruptor were both eliminated by an elite squad of the military. The words they had spoken back then had led him to a misunderstanding. In truth, there had always been one hiding deep within, and the answer had been right in front of him. The disruptor was on the tree demon itself, and its body began to swell. Yi Ning now understood the issue. The howling of the disruptor was enhancing the tree demon, but it seemed that the buff it provided didn't last for long. Moreover, when using the buff, the tree demon deliberately took a step back. At that moment, there was still no change. It remained exactly like the previous attack. If I'm not mistaken, it would soon jump up beside Yi Ning again. Sure enough, it went as expected. Yi Ning immediately leaped onto its tentacle. Your biggest weakness is the disturbance, you bastard. At this point, it was the young man's time to shine. He jumped high, stabbing his sword directly into the center of the disturbance. The tree demon screamed loudly, and green slime oozed out. In Yi Ning's hand was the disturbance. When not on the tree demon, the disturbance was incredibly weak. He was certain he could crush it with one hand. Seeing this, the tree demon became even more frantic, struggling and launching attacks filled with defiance. Now it's its turn. Yi Ning drew his sword, and with a few slashes, he was able to tear the tentacle into 100 pieces. To his surprise, there was no shield from the disturbance. The tree demon completely lacked the power of first-stage peak mutant. The young man resolutely moved forward again. The more it screamed, the more he enjoyed turning it into a deformed monster. Now, the tree demon was completely defenseless. The once majestic tentacles that flailed fiercely were all chopped off. Yi Ning spoke gently but firmly. "Come on, stop struggling. Farewell, my dear." Then, with one strike, he drove his sword straight into the center of its face. Green liquid poured out, and the entire body exploded. The system notification popped up. "You have successfully eliminated the first-stage peak mutant disturbance. Received experience. Defeated the mutated tree demon at its peak stage. Gained spiritual energy experience. You obtained the white shell material from the tree demon, as well as a set of white dry wood armor. Additionally, you received a white giant claw material and a spiritual energy fruit." Yi Ning felt a sense of accomplishment. Although there were side effects, in regular combat, it could still be considered a rare and useful item. However, the truly rare item was the spiritual energy fruit. After consumption, the fruit would permanently increase physical attributes by 1 point and boost life regeneration speed by 20%. Yi Ning decided to use it immediately. For an awakened individual, increasing 1 level in physical attributes was equivalent to just 4 points, and having already defeated 2 bosses, gaining 1 more point could be considered a decent reward. The 3 members of the team, still stumbling around, looked dumbfounded as the pressure from the boss's spiritual energy faded. Could it be that the gunshocks were from a second-level awakened individual? But apart from that useless brat from earlier and us, no one else is here. I had a feeling that Kit was involved in some dark arts. Surely he didn't do this, right? This is too hard to believe. Half an hour later, inside the safe zone of Tianfeng's inner city, at the mutated material purchasing point, Yi Ning brought over the items he had gathered. Upon seeing a large bag, the shopkeeper eagerly greeted him. "Do you want to sell all of these materials? How much are you expecting to sell them for?" Although Yi Ning could have directly sold them through the system's trading channel, at his current stage, he couldn't afford to waste any resources. Money must be spent on the blade, so offline transactions are the most suitable. Really? After considering, the shop manager announced cheerfully, "Hello. The 4 material components of the stage's peak-level mutation can be used to craft a suit of armor and offensive equipment. Their value fluctuates around 697 credit points. It seems this is your first time here. We'll raise the new customer discount to 700 credit points. Is that acceptable?" Yi Ning, replaying apocalyptic scenes in his head, figured 700 credit points could buy more than 200 kilograms of meat or hire 7 to 8 mercenaries willing to risk their lives. It was still considered a rather high price. Yi Ning had no reason to refuse. He agreed at once and told the owner to charge him. "Okay, the credit points have been transferred. Please check and confirm you've received them. We also sell equipment materials, firearms, and we could even customize to special requests. Sir, do you need anything else? Do you have skill books? What about sword techniques?" The owner hesitated. They did have sword skill books, but the grades were a little low. In fact, not only their guild but the entire Tianfeng safe zone was the same. Sword skill books were only available at low levels. An employee promptly took out 3 volumes and asked whether Yi Ning wanted them. He picked them up and skimmed through. One was a paid-tier skill. Together with the sword skill itself, the skill's effect consumes a portion of physical and mental energy, then unleashes an attack that channels power forward, dealing 1.2 times strength attribute damage. The second book is a level D skill, Quick Draw Slash, along with a swordsmanship skill that consumes a certain amount of stamina, increases attack speed, and deals 1.2 times damage with agility attributes in the first strike. The third book is a level D skill, Continuous Slash, combined with a swordsmanship skill that consumes high amounts of both stamina and spirit. When attacking, it delivers 3 rapid slashes, each dealing 0.6 times damage with strength attributes, and has a chance to inflict bleeding. These are the 3 lowest tier books, so they can be considered weak. Although the power of the skill after being modified by the Divine Sword system is no cause for concern, the effects of the skill after the modification still heavily depend on the original skill, as you can't just choose randomly. For instance, although Sword Rush Red Stream has terrifying power, its release has a slight delay, and due to its large coverage area, it lacks flexibility. If he encounters a high-level agility variant in the future, Once the sword rush red stream is dodged, the opponent could potentially strike during the cooldown period of Yi Ning's skill. The boss, still grinning and coaxing, spoke. Did this esteemed guest not manage to obtain any books? Actually, if you're not in a hurry, I can have the skill books transferred from another safe area. You just need to pay the processing fee, and we can get you a level C skill. If you're not particular about the type, we might even have a level B one. Without thinking much, Yi Ning immediately made his decision. No need to go that far. I'll take the quick draw slash book. In fact, he was very curious to see how much the skill's speed-up effect would enhance his abilities. The boss thought to himself at this moment, it's possible to have the strength to sell the peak-level mutant materials, but to be so focused on basic skills. Could it be that having money makes one want to do things recklessly? Never mind anyway, the goods are sold, so there's no need to think too much. He then put on a smiling, cheerful face, drew his sword, deducted 600 credit points, and packaged the skill book for his esteemed customer. Selling this book was like striking gold for them. Yi Ning hesitated as she walked back, thinking to herself that she still had 100 credit points left. She should buy some delicious food for Xiao An. As soon as she got home, her little sister was in shock, not understanding why her brother had brought so much food. The confident young man explained, I've awakened. Didn't I tell you last time? From now on, we'll only eat good food. Yi Ning even bought a few more snacks. In the apocalypse, ensuring survival was already no easy task. Snacks were a super luxury item. As soon as Xiaowen saw them, she screamed in delight. I heard that only officials' families have snacks. No one around here has ever seen snacks before. He patted his sister's head, comforting her. Eat up, Xiaowen. In the future, you'll have plenty of things like this. He promised and reassured her. After eating for about 2 hours, the little girl went to bed. Today, their mother had to work overtime, so she would come home late. Now, no one was around to disturb him. He could finally study the skill book. He opened it, and soon successfully learned the D-grade skill book, Divine Sword Draw. The current skill position was 2/4. The uprated skill was Quick Draw Slash at SSS grade. Yi Ning tightly shut his eyes, feeling the effect of this skill. Consuming 4,000 points of spiritual energy, it triggered a single slash. At the same time, the strike would have its agility increased by 600% for 1 second. The attack, accompanied by a devastating sword aura, could cause limb-shattering effects on the first target without following any set pattern, and had a certain chance of triggering a special instant kill effect. I didn't expect it to increase agility by 600%. Even though it's only for 1 second, it can compensate for the skill's slow attack speed. I really did make the right choice. Next, it was time to find a place to test the sword technique. He suddenly remembered something, opened a drawer, and took out a black mask. Poison. I remember now. If I want to compare speed, only that place is suitable. 2 hours later, on the outskirts of Yuan Tianfeng City, thick clouds covered the sky, making everything appear hazy and indistinct. Monsters crawled everywhere. It was here, in the Jin Yuan residential area. It seemed that whether in his previous life or this one, the Jin Yuan district had always been an area that no one dared to explore. Yi Ning reminisced about the past. In his previous life, he had accidentally discovered that within this residential area there was a second-rank mutated creature, one that had reached near maximal speed and agility. It also wore a highly valuable blue piece of equipment. By carelessly looking down, he had found himself caught in its sticky fluid. It lurked from behind, and Yi Ning turned around to see it charging towards him. Its sucking hole spread wide, seemingly intending to swallow his head whole. Yi Ning swiftly drew his sword, making a few basic strikes that caused it to collapse with a loud thud. Thankfully, it was just a zombie. Had it been a climber, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Fighting it in this swamp would have been like entering hell mode. So he immediately decided to move to another location. In an instant, Yi Ning found himself inside a vacant warehouse. As soon as he stepped in, monsters were lurking everywhere. In his past life, when he fought them, he was already at second rank, fully equipped in blue armor. Yet he still sustained heavy injuries. Now, with his current physical condition, just a moment's delay might result in being torn to shreds by a climber. If he remembered correctly, a climber should be nearby. Turning his head, the young man spotted a ventilation fan. He wasn't sure if this existed in his previous life, but he decided to make use of the iron steps. Perhaps he hadn't noticed it before, but it seemed like something he could use to set a trap. Yi Ning bent it, pointing it outward to create sharp spikes. It seemed he planned to lure the monsters over, and then impale them with this. From the puddle below, a high-level monster stirred and appeared. It saw Yi Ning and immediately charged toward him with incredible speed. He quickly dodged its attack, sending it crashing headfirst into the wall. He needed to eliminate it quickly. If another climber showed up, it would be game over. The elite monster screamed in agony. That was fast. The trap actually works. Something was moving very quickly behind the building. The most unwelcome thing had appeared. The system announcement. Second rank mutant. Intermediate level. Climber has appeared. At this point, I'm dead. The young man hadn't expected that this 1-on-2 situation would still occur. Standing between two large monsters, Yi Ning was completely panicked. Even the climber seemed faster than it was in the previous life. Because of the principle of shadows under the light, the distance to the climber was too close, making its next attack easier to avoid. The spots where the elite monster focused its attack were not so easy to predict. There's no time to think too much now. I must dodge the attacks from the climber. Avoiding one meant the other would rush in. Depending on the situation, he could only defend. Yi Ning was disappointed after just getting excited a moment ago. Setting up that trap was really unnecessary. Now I've been hurt even worse. Damn, a taste of your own medicine. Although he had come to test his skills, the situation now was dangerous. Using Sword Flow Storm would make things much safer. But using Sword Flow Storm to wipe them out now didn't seem feasible. The climber was too fast, and Sword Flow Storm wouldn't hit it. Plus, he had to simultaneously avoid the attacks from both mutated creatures. His physical abilities were not enough to handle that. So he can only use Heavenly Rift Flowing Light. But drawing the sword for slashing Iron Streaming Light was a single target attack. Yi Ning reluctantly sheathed his sword again. The two monsters simultaneously hatched their eggs and charged forward at the same time. The young man suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, he recalled that the skill description mentioned that the Heavenly Rift Flowing Light attack came with its own sword energy. Although he wasn't sure how long the sword energy was, to be on the safe side, he decided to calculate based on the shortest length he knew. If his guess was correct, the sword energy would combine the length of his arm and the sword's body. Given the sword energy's length, even though Heavenly Rift Flowing Light was a single target skill, it would still be enough to attack both monsters at once. Yi Ning decisively activated the sword draw and Heavenly Rift Flowing Light, launching a simultaneous attack. The impact was so strong that energy radiated everywhere. The monster's body parts fell off, making it clear what had happened. Yi Ning stood in the middle, slashing at the two monsters with a single effect-based attack. Not only did the skill description indicate that it could cause the first target to suffer dismemberment in an irregular pattern, but the sword energy also triggered a splash effect. Had he known this earlier, he wouldn't have risked attacking both monsters at once. But after thinking it over, he felt something wasn't quite right. That line of thought didn't seem entirely correct, after all. The attack effect wasn't guaranteed to activate. The skill still needed to be studied more carefully. The system kept sending notifications. You have surpassed the level to defeat the climbing beast, second rank mutant, intermediate, and gained a massive amount of spiritual energy experience points. You have defeated Hadyin Ren, first rank high-level mutant, and received spiritual energy experience points along with white mutant materials and climbing foot. You also received blue mutant materials. Jin Chi Kor received the sharp wind claw equipment in blue. Although he had taken a risk earlier, the result was well worth it. At the Tianfeng Military District's guard post, they detected a large wave of energy fluctuations spreading across the area. What is this? An abnormal energy fluctuation we've never seen before. We must issue an immediate warning. As the alarm rang out, all the staff scrambled in a flurry. What's going on? Why did the alarm suddenly go off? We've detected unusual energy fluctuations in the outskirts. Could it be that someone with third rank awakening has made a move in the outskirts? We don't have any records of a third rank awakened from our Tianfeng military district going out today. Could it be that some high-ranking official from another military district is visiting, or some special operation from another country? Hurry, send someone to investigate the scene. 20 minutes later, they had tracked the source of the disturbance. This kind of battle trace is the first time we've seen it. I don't remember any third rank awakened in our district recently who uses this kind of technique. Wait, hold on, check this out. Based on the remaining energy, it shows that the spiritual energy used in this person's technique is at least over 4,000. After expending 4,000 spiritual energy, without being paralyzed on the spot and still being able to act, it must be a high-ranking, third-rank individual who did this. Upon further inspection, the examiner was taken aback. This is an urgent matter, beyond our authority. We need to report this immediately to the Grand Commander. After finishing everything, Yi Ning leisurely walked back and forth in the Tianfeng safety zone. He seemed very excited, as he could teleport and explode at will. It truly lived up to the reputation of being an elite piece of equipment worth 60,000 credit points in his past life. He hoped that he could sell it for a good price in this life as well. At this late hour, all the offline stores had already closed. Yi Ning decided to try selling it online. As soon as he hit the send button, a second later, someone asked if the price was too high. "Hello, I'm interested in this sharp wind claw. Can you sell it to me at a discount?" Yi Ning firmly replied, 60,000 credit points, no bargaining. The person eagerly responded, "Hey buddy, can I exchange some other resources like skill equipment or consumables to cover part of the credit points?" Seeing that Yi Ning didn't reply immediately, the person grew anxious about not being able to purchase the item. "Are you still there, boss? Can you sell it to me for 30,000? Please." Yi Ning was actually enjoying this. Seeing so many people wanting to buy it, he no longer worried about whether he could sell it. He began to negotiate. "Add me as a friend, and we can discuss the details. I'll make sure the price satisfies you. If you really want it, the credit points shouldn't be lower than 30,000. Other items, including white equipment, are fine, but we only need sword skills. If you have any spiritual energy, that would be even better." The guy on the other side of the screen seemed very eager. "I am determined to acquire this top-tier equipment. Even if I have to smash pots to sell scrap metal or sell off all my property, I will get it no matter what." He immediately gave orders to his subordinates. "All right, go and inventory all the equipment in the tribe, especially those related to the swordsman profession." "Understood." "Yes, Chief, we'll get it done." After half an hour of searching, they brought back some results. "Chief, here are the items we could find." Thinking for a moment, the leader still felt it wasn't enough. "I still feel like it's not enough. We need to put some money down to secure these items. Now, you all go and gather money quickly." After waiting for a while, Yi Ning's credit points were transferred. The young man seemed very satisfied. "Heh, does this person really like equipment? In my previous life, until the end, my mother and Xiaoan lived in constant fear, without a single day of peace. Now that rebirth has resources, if they still have to suffer, then rebirth won't mean anything. I must let my mother and Xiaoan live their best lives." The leader messaged back, "Boss, the remaining items are being gathered, and they will definitely be delivered tomorrow." The next morning, at Tianfeng Real Estate Company, people were gathered in large numbers. As soon as they arrived, the staff greeted them warmly. "Hello, may I ask what type of house you're looking to buy? Have you seen any options before?" Yi Ning, leading his little sister who was bewildered by the luxury, replied, "I want to buy the best house available, as quickly as possible, because I need it urgently. Is there any unit with a room available right now?" The female staff member showed contempt, thinking to herself, "A low-level awakened person dares to come here to look at houses. You can't even afford a single brick here." She replied, "The best type of house requires 40,000 credit points. It's very expensive. You can go over there and check out items worth 2,000 credit points. I still have other customers to attend to." Yi Ning confidently declared, "I don't need that, 40,000 credit points is fine. Just transfer the money directly." The female staff member challenged, "If you have the money, then transfer it straight away and move in on the same day. How about that? Can you do it?" She said this out loud, but inwardly she was already disgusted. What a joke. This guy reeks of poverty, coming here to waste my time. If he doesn't have the money, he should leave already and stop wasting my time. Yi Ning turned on his device and called out to her, "Wait a little longer." The phone notification showed a balance of 13,000 credit points. It was insufficient to complete the transaction. The staff member became even more annoyed. "Hey, buddy, you don't have the money, so you come here to mess with me. A few minutes of your time are really worth something, huh? Just wait a little, and you'll have a few more thousand credit points." Xiaowen looked confused, looking genuinely pitiful. Just as she finished speaking, A new message came through. The person on the other end negotiated with Yi Ning. Boss, time is a bit tight, but I've managed to gather 39,137.5 credit points, plus some equipment and a spiritual energy item. Do you think we can go ahead with the transaction? The equipment sent included a tactical armor made of white mutated leather, 2 white shoulder pads, a white armed guard, a tactical combat pair of pants, a white ring, and 6 white spiritual energy orbs. Yi Ning immediately accepted the transaction. The ding-ding notification sound came just as the female employee's face lit up with excitement. 39,375 gold credit points have been transferred to your account. She began to play the role of flatterer, eagerly turning to show the phone, acting unusually enthusiastic. Big boss, truly a person of great talent, so young yet already so wealthy. I'm honestly dizzy with admiration. Yi Ming's expression was perplexed, and he asked, "Can the transfer be done? If not, I can find someone else." The female employee quickly responded, "Boss, I can do it. Really, I can do anything you ask. My esteemed elder brother, I'm honored to serve you and will make sure you are fully satisfied." After the successful transfer, Yi Ning and his younger sister were led to a luxurious grand house. Xiaoan still couldn't believe her eyes. "Brother, are we really going to live here?" "Yeah, from now on, Xiaoan won't have to scavenge in the dumps anymore. Take the key, and later, go pick up Mom and bring her here. You said you'll handle things yourself, and you're going out for a bit, right?" As night fell, the young man climbed to the rooftop of a building. The resources obtained from eliminating the climber were now almost depleted. It must be replenished quickly. The high-level mutated beings around Tanfeng have been cleared out by the military, and only a few leveling points will automatically respawn, which can only be used to train low-level awakened individuals. At this moment, the only option is Sea Academy, which is an instance outside the Tianfeng safety zone, the only place where a spiritual energy explosion can occur. In the instance, second-rank mutations can also happen, and according to the level clear evaluations, there are special rewards to be earned. Currently, no one has achieved the highest evaluation in the instance, meaning the special rewards are still available. With my SSS level skills, I'm sure I can handle Sea Academy. The young man flipped several times before jumping down. Do you want to enter the Sea Academy C-level instance? The current rank limit for the instance is 2nd rank. Yi Ning immediately confirmed. The system notified him that his connection would be successfully established. There were currently 14 people in the instance. 1 minute later, the Sea Academy instance was activated. The current setting was normal, with no supernatural events or special occurrences. The enemies in the instance were mutated zombies and a few humans. The instance was set to take place 3 days after the apocalypse began, when the people had already turned into zombies and taken over the academy. Once the basic mission is completed, one can exit the instance. Yi Ming found himself in a classroom with several others. He was still focused on the system announcement board. Current basic mission: survive in the academy for 12 hours. During this time, you cannot leave the academy. The reward for the mission is a random white equipment and 4 points of spiritual energy experience. You may choose any of the following missions. Eliminate the headless female zombie. Difficulty level. Proposed difficulty. Eliminate the mutated butcher. Difficulty level C. Eliminate all zombies in the academy. Difficulty level C. A young man with blonde hair named Gao Yun was standing behind Freak. Gao Yun: has anyone ever cleared this corpse dungeon before? Freak: I've done it once. If no one else has, I can nominate myself to be the team leader for everyone. The bald man behind them supported this idea. Bald man: I've heard that the academy's difficulty is quite high. If you have experience, then lead the team. Gao Yun seemed dangerous. Gao Yun: the difficulty of this dungeon is considered to be high among second-ranked dungeons. If the coordination is off, we could easily be wiped out. After speaking for a while, Gao Yun noticed Yi Ning had his back turned, seemingly uninterested. Gao Yun had no choice but to call out. Gao Yun: hey, you level 0 kid, coming to a dungeon like this is just asking for a quick death, right? You've got the wrong dungeon, kid. Didn't anyone tell you this is a second-ranked dungeon? Yi Ning didn't respond verbally but just gave a quick glance behind him, which made Gao Yun feel a chill. Gao Yun: Damn, this level 0 kid actually looks a bit off. Why's he here? We don't have time to babysit. If you can't handle it, then get lost. Don't slow us down. Forget it. Just follow us and gain some experience points. After all, everyone needs opportunities to improve. But listen up, the basic reward for the dungeon is just a white tier item. I'm sure everyone is here because of the high difficulty quest. So you all need to remember my warning carefully. Never accept a quest on your own, understood? Last time, not understanding these things led to 2 bosses coming at once. As a result, most of the team went down. And it was only thanks to the 2 second rank peak teammates that we barely managed to clear the level. At that time, I was so scared I couldn't get anything out of it. I don't even dare to think back on that past. Yi Ning remained focused on the system screen. At this rate, her attributes were still a bit lacking, and it seemed that the spiritual energy couldn't be used too sparingly. From what I know, many people who awaken as second rank have a total attribute score of less than 18. But now, my strength is already at 17. My stats are almost the same as those of someone who awakened with second rank special abilities. With these points, plus 2 SSS level skills, I can definitely sweep through C Academy. Now Yi Ning was full of power and confidence. Gao Yun solemnly instructed everyone. The protective barrier is about to disappear. Everyone, start with the female test quest. This boss is an intermediate second rank. With 14 of us working together, we shouldn't face too many casualties. Captain, anyway, we will all listen to your command. The only seductive girl in the group began using feminine tactics to manipulate the mood. Captain, if anything dangerous happens later, please make sure to help us, she added. The group immediately started their journey, and the protective barrier around the academy vanished. Before they could do anything, they saw Yi Ning charging ahead. Their expressions were a mix of confusion. What's going on? Isn't that a low-level NPC ahead? Why is he charging in by himself? Is he crazy? Does he want to meet his end early? What should we do now? Will his actions affect us? Gao Yun raised his hand and shouted, "It's just a low-level NPC. Ignore him. Everyone follow me. Keep the formation. Stay focused, and let's move out together." The space became more desolate and cold. Yi Ning was running up the stairs, and just as he was about to reach the top, he heard a scream for help. "Big brother, save us. We've been trapped here. Can you lead us out?" They looked like people, but Yi Ning had already seen through their true forms. He casually ran past them, even kicking each one. "In the past life, my teammates thought you were NPCs from a branch mission, so they stopped to rescue you. But in the end, you ambushed and killed them, tearing them apart mercilessly. That scene, I can still remember it clearly, even with my eyes closed. In the dungeon, the butcher is the easiest to drop the best equipment. I will go to the rooftop to find it first, then lead the hidden boss, and afterward, use Sword Flow Storm to take care of everything. On the other hand, the team is still sneaking around. This junkyard area is the respawn point of the Headless Woman corpse. Before taking action, try to minimize fighting with other small monsters. The whole group moves slowly behind Gao Yun and follows his complete command. At the beginning, the more monsters you kill in the dungeon, the crazier they will become later on. Directly fighting the boss actually has the least difficulty. After handling the first boss, the dungeon monsters will collectively go berserk. At that point, we should hide and wait for the effect to wear off. Once the berserk state passes, we can continue moving in. The black-haired girl followed behind, flattering. With the captain here, we're definitely going to pass the dungeon easily. The young man behind her shouted at her to be quiet. "Shut up, look over there, isn't that the boss?" System announcement. Headless Woman corpse with mutated second rank intermediate attack is approaching. It was on top of the wrecked car. With a demonic face and holding a skull, the Headless Woman corpse glared at Gao Yun, who was lurking with his shield, looking more pathetic than ever. He stepped forward, stammering, "I'm the defense type. I can hold the monsters off. Everyone, attack quickly." The group had nothing more cumbersome. The archer-type player took the lead to start the attack, and the bald man nervously shouted. The captain shifted slightly to the right to avoid being hit by the magical attack and getting injured. After the shield temporarily suppressed the female ghost's magical power, Gao Yun believed he had found a good opportunity. He jumped up, ready to counterattack, but in an instant, the female ghost disappeared from sight. After about 3 seconds of her disappearance, the tip of a bow and arrow appeared out of nowhere. Captain, what's happening? Why is the boss here with us? Gao Yun hesitated and stuttered. Sorry, I couldn't hold it back earlier. Zhao Yun once again tried to activate the shield. Now it's fine. Everyone continue the attack as we did before. Meanwhile, Yi Ning was standing alone, observing in deep thought. The mutated butcher should definitely be here, but why couldn't she see it? Let me check what the task is. Wait a minute, the task to eliminate the butcher is gone. The task wasn't assigned to me, so who took it? On the other side, the team was staring blankly, confused as to how the second boss appeared. It turned out that Gao Yun had secretly accepted the task without asking anyone's opinion. He quietly thought to himself, as someone awakened with a natural defensive class, he was unable to deal much damage when fighting monsters. When it came to completing tasks, it was difficult to prioritize good equipment. But if the boss was left with only a sliver of health and all the teammates were wiped out, the one surviving player would be the one to finish the task. Even if the evaluation for clearing the dungeon wasn't high, they would still receive good equipment. Gao Yun immediately pretended as if he knew nothing, even turning the blame back. Who took on the mission? Could it be that the rank 0 person who just ran off earlier? What a joke! Is he trying to sabotage us or something? Gao Yun, I will definitely not let that schemer have his way. He pretended to rush toward the monster, holding up his shield as if it were real. Let me hold the monster off. Everyone don't worry about anything. Just attack as fast and hard as you can. The group, seeing Gao Yun recklessly charging forward, were once again psychologically manipulated. Captain, is there anyone better than you in this world? Yi Ning, observing from above, had heard everything. He was boiling with anger, wanting to blame me. Then he'll swallow up all the equipment. The plan is not bad. Too bad you chosen the wrong target. There were 2 hidden bosses in this instance. He decided to accept the C-rank mission to eliminate the mutated dry skeleton and also took on the B-rank mission to kill the Shy High leader. The 2 monsters were instantly summoned. Yi Ning wasn't afraid and drew out his weapon. Don't just stand there. Come play with me. The monsters charged together, just as Yi Ning flipped and leaped downward, exactly according to his plan. It seemed they had all been caught in a frenzied state. Very good. Gao Yun, confused, looked up. Isn't that the rank 0 guy? Yi Ning landed right next to him. Gao Yun's face immediately turned pale. Why? Why is he here? At that moment, the 2 monsters also landed. Gao Yun froze, seeing that he seemed stunned. Yi Ning even patted his shoulder to comfort him. Didn't you like playing? Let's all take on those 4 bosses together for some fun. Gao Yun was furious, realizing that Yi Ning had taken all the quests. Yi Ning passed by, whispering in his ear, I owe you an apology for putting this injustice on you. Gao Yun was fuming, originally planning to fight against the Awakened ones. The final 3 hours to deal with the boss were completely ruined by this shameless guy. He didn't know what else to do but run desperately to save himself. Everyone, run, head to Tan Tai. The others saw the captain running and followed suit. Yi Ning felt a bit smug, thinking that it was fine. Everyone gathering at the lecture hall would make cleanup easier. As they ran inside, one of the young men in the team went mad, venting all his anger on Yi Ning. You're the one who caused all this trouble, and I won't let you get away with it. As this person attacked, Yi Ning dodged effortlessly, avoiding the strike. What's going on? I'm a level 2 killer. He's just a level 0. He shouldn't be able to dodge this. Yi Ning finally spoke up. Your teammate was slaughtered by the butcher, right? That mission wasn't assigned to me. Everyone looked utterly dumbfounded. What? What did you say? They turned and began accusing Gao Yun. You deliberately let that disabled girl out to harm Zhang Dao, didn't you? You were planning to use us as cannon fodder. So you're going to take all the experience points by yourself? Gao Yun stammered, not knowing how to explain. Now is not the time for infighting. That brat has taken all the follow-up missions. The mutated forms will catch up here very quickly. We must hold this place if we want any chance of surviving. Hold this place my ass. 4 dual-realm mutated beings have been enhanced. We simply can't defend this, let alone escort the Coffin Lord. Those are dual-realm peak level. One of the group, seeing them making too much noise, anxiously shouted, Stop arguing. This building can't be destroyed unless it's level 3. The disabled schoolgirl and 3 others, all fairly large, could only climb up from the outside. Let's split into 2 teams. Intercept every ranged attack from the three-headed mutated creature. The rest block the disabled girl coming from the main gate and hold off the zombies. If any of us get out alive, I'll make sure to cut off Gao Yun's head, and that no boundary guys. Monsters swarmed up. This one sounded like its neck was pretty tough. Yi Ning, thinking he could hold out until then, said, "All squads, coordinate and activate attacks together. Radioactive flame burst, freezing tentacle strike, and concentrated firepower. Trigger a massive explosion." In no time, 4 bosses have climbed up. Couldn't have expected them to be this fast. They started to panic and attack with full force. Our power basically can't stop them. We're done for this time. We're almost out of strength. Gao Yun was also facing several monsters at once. They were here, so he had no choice but to fight. Everything was already over. After most of them had gathered, Yi Ning began his usual game of inviting others. "If you want to live, jump down with me." Everyone was confused when they saw the young man crouching down. What's going on? Is he giving up already? What a madman! What a useless fool! Yi Ning flipped a few times, and with a loud explosion, the entire area was shaken. They looked up, and an overwhelming energy pressure filled the air. Did that explosion come from the limit breaker? How is that even possible? At this point, if we're going to risk it, we might as well go all in. They rushed forward, taking one last gamble, and jumped after Yi Ning. Now, only Gao Yun remained, standing still. If he jumped down, it would probably be even worse for him. I'm a defensive type. Maybe staying here will give me a better chance. Yi Ning smirked in satisfaction. "Gao Yun, if you don't jump, you're done for." He then activated Sword Flow Storm, causing the entire rooftop to explode. Gao Yun tried to defend with his shield, but it seemed like it was too much to handle. The group was in mid-jump, but they still couldn't believe the explosion had come from the limit breaker. White smoke billowed everywhere. With such immense explosive power, the boss was wiped out in an instant. Gao Yun was vaporized as well. At this point, the group understood why Yi Ning had dared to show up and entertain them. His strength was at least formidable enough to make it through. Once everything was dealt with, Yi Ning appeared, looking incredibly cool, his body completely unharmed. "Is everyone all right?" A representative stood and bowed, apologizing. "Lord, we were blind to our own actions and spoke out of turn with you before." He hesitated to explain. "What I said before about the useless dog rank wasn't meant to refer to you." "All right, it's not important. Next, you all go and take care of the remaining zombies here. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" They all lowered their heads in unison and followed Yi Ning's instructions. As soon as he left, they began to praise him. Handsome, young, strong, and healthy. This young man might have been shaped by Yi Ning himself. On a different note, Yi Ning remained focused. He had heard in his previous life that the female corpse's head carried a hidden blue item. As soon as he stopped, he spotted a half-skull that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The battlefield had clearly been ravaged, making the search difficult. Suddenly, the young man saw a flash of light. He approached to investigate, and eventually he found it. "You have received a blue item, Cursed Skull. The item has 2 effects, mental control and mental probing. You must place it on your forehead to activate its power." Indeed, this skull was highly useful for the spiritual system. The spiritual system had always been underrated, mostly because it couldn't form concrete special moves like other awakened systems, and it also lacked a clear damage output. Now that I have this orb, the rise of the mental system is also within reach. Yes. As Ning placed it on his head, the object emitted a powerful energy that caused his entire body to ache, tormenting him from front to back. Right now, his body was brimming with mental control over objects. He decided to test it by targeting a huge stone falling down. After a second of focus, the young man was able to shatter it into pieces. He tried to regain his composure and called for an attack. Cracked, smoky holes were created. Yi Ning replied, "The power isn't bad. Once I level up, I'm sure it'll be stronger. Now let me test the mental probe." He placed both hands on his forehead to see what was happening with the group. The entire situation of each person appeared in Yi Ning's mind, including their positions and the distances between them. It seems the maximum range of the probe was 29 meters, but for the current situation, it was sufficient. Just as he finished speaking, the system notification appeared. All the zombies in Sea Academy had been completely wiped out. All missions were completed. The option to exit the instance was activated. Upon exit, rewards would be calculated based on performance within the instance. For Yi Ning, his instance completion rate reached 100%, and his instance rank was SSS. The random lottery rewards included a blue equipment piece +1, a white equipment piece +6, any attribute points +3, a B-level skill book, and the rare headless female butcher's bloody cleaver for defeating a boss beyond his level. The withered bone monarch corpse received an additional 2 attribute points as a reward. It seemed quite generous. Upon returning, he could upload the white tier equipment online to sell. Yi Ning's current level had also increased to peak 1. He would need to quickly accept a promotion mission to complete his level up. The young man eagerly checked what blue tier equipment he had drawn. When he opened it, the blue item he received was Thunder Boots, an equipment with agility attributes. It increased movement speed by 20% and jump height by 20%. As for the effect, once equipped, it would cause paralysis. This effect did not consume any skills. The Thunder Walk equipment, when activated, would boost agility by 10 points for 2 seconds and perform an impact attack. 10 agility for attack, doesn't that count as an agility type item? The young man decided not to sell it but instead equipped the Thunder Boots and went to accept the promotion task. Soon after, he arrived at the Tianfeng Mission Center at night and asked the staff to let him accept the promotion mission. The maidservant yawned widely, level not promoted, level 1 star. After reading the mission details, the young man decided to accept all 4 second rank tasks. The female staff member was stunned, thinking she had heard wrong. What did you say? Accept all 4 missions? Are you crazy, or am I dreaming? After double-checking Yi Ning's information, the maidservant then smiled foolishly. Indeed, level 0. Haha, so you're dreaming. Even if we ignore that, receiving 4 missions at once is something wrong with your head. Except for those who have awakened dual systems, everyone else takes on 1 mission at a time. Don't you know that the punishment for failing a mission is very severe? Yi Ning replied calmly. Failing a single mission will result in a 50% reduction in my primary attribute. Failing all of them, and I'll become a cripple, or even die. But I can indeed bear the consequences. Yi Ning was determined and spread his hand to assess his capabilities. After checking, the results showed that he was at peak 1st rank. Now, can you accept the mission for me? The outer city staff was awake and had no reason to refuse. At this moment, a man walked over. Oh, isn't this Yi Ning, the SS-level genius? This man was Huang Xiao, the captain of the Tianfeng Safety District's detective unit. It's this late, and someone of your level still comes here to take on missions? Why risk it? No matter how much you roll around in the system, what kind of storm can the spiritual system cause? The female staff hesitated and tried to explain. Sir, actually Yi Ning. Before she could finish, a group of people was summoned from behind. Report to the captain. All personnel are assembled. We suspect we found traces of a 3rd-rank awakener fighting at Sea Academy. The higher-ups have ordered us to investigate immediately. Everyone, be quick. Let's go. Yi Ning stood there, only smiling faintly, never expecting that the news of his actions would reach their ears so quickly. The Zumaphore has now become heavenly paradise. Commander, shouldn't we notify the Tianfeng safe zone? I've noticed that Tianfeng has been sending troops everywhere these past few days, as if they are looking for something. Could it be us they're after? The man in iron armor, wielding a huge blade, is the commander of the Zhenjiang zone, an awakened 3rd rank named Hong Zhang. Hong Zhang proudly boasted, my son, Hong Xing, has just been selected for the fire team plan. It's no big deal for me to get blue-grade equipment for him. Moreover, not long ago, in the Tianfeng zone, Yi Ning, who is an SS level, was rejected by his superiors, leaving him extremely depressed. Wouldn't talking about this now just remind them of their pain? Yes, Commander, you're absolutely right. Hong Zhang turned away, his attitude even more arrogant. Is your intelligence accurate? Is it true that there's really only a 2nd-rank peak creature here, almost ready to break through to 3rd rank? I don't want to travel all the way from Zhenjiang to this far-off Tianfeng only to find out it's all for nothing. One of his subordinates, speaking confidently, responded, Commander, don't worry. The intelligence is definitely accurate. That corpse tiger will certainly drop blue-grade equipment. The group immediately got to work. Meanwhile, Yi Ning stood high, overlooking the entire area. A system task appeared before him, a mission for strength advancement. Destroy a first-rank peak mutated corpse dog, mission for agility advancement. Obtain the feathers of a mutated second-rank wind eagle. Progression mission for the physique system. Form a team to eliminate the mutated second-rank blood bear. Progression mission for the will system. Survive a primary supernatural event for 24 hours. Among the progression missions, 2 take place in Heavenly Paradise. Yi Ning thought he might be able to deal with them together. He activated his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings and suddenly discovered another squad of ability users attempting to steal the monster. Among them, he detected that Hong Jiang was a 3rd rank awakened. For some unknown reason, the man cast a sharp glance upward, startling the young man so much that he hastily withdrew his spiritual sense. That scared the hell out of me. Almost got discovered by him. Yi Ning grew anxious. Now it's tricky to handle. If they really steal a mission, it'll definitely be judged as a failure for me. No way. I need to act fast. Immediately after, he leaped down. At that same moment, the corpse dog and blood bear appeared, surrounding the squad of ability users. Chaos broke out as they rushed to slay the monsters, quickly splitting into groups to draw the creatures away from their leader, fighting flexibly to buy time. A young man and a girl named Aru volunteered to handle the corpse dog, while the others focused on the blood bear. Aru teased boldly, "Hey puppy, come here. Big sis has a bone for you." Suddenly, Hong Jiang froze, sensing an overwhelming aura. Corpse Tiger seemed to have arrived. The moment he turned around, the beast was already looming behind him. Yet Hong Jiang remained perfectly calm, even showing a hint of excitement. "Just in time," he said with a grin. "One man, one sword. Let's see if I can solo this corpse tiger." Yi Ning was crouching behind the bushes, and it seemed likely that this 3rd-rank person had come for the blue equipment on the corpse tiger. I must complete the mission. As for the blue gear, even though I really crave it, ambushing and stealing from monsters is morally wrong, and I don't need to clash with a 3rd rank over this. If he can't defeat the corpse tiger, that's another matter. Right now, the monsters weren't aligned in a straight line, and the distance between them was more than 100 meters. Main only had one use of heavenly rift flowing light, and with such a great distance, there could be unexpected complications. I must seize the right opportunity to use it. The corpse tiger was in a state of fury, growling and charging forward, while Hong Jiang continuously activated the wind slash. From the situation, Yi Ning determined that this monster was definitely ripe for the taking. He focused on them and activated Heavenly Rift Flowing Light. A massive surge of power immediately overwhelmed the group, leaving them confused and unsure of what was happening. Is this an intermediate 3rd rank or an advanced 3rd rank? Hong Jiang, who had just been in a panic, turned around and saw the corpse tiger disintegrating. The team of ability users was furious. Who dares to steal my kill? Hong Jiang, however, quickly regained his composure, realizing that this person's power was far above his own. It was not the right time to confront him directly. Instead, he decided to seek out the leader of Tianfeng Chaohai to discuss matters first. In another development, after stealing the monster, Yi Ning skipped out, her face as joyful as during the new year. The system announced, "You have surpassed the level to kill the corpse dog, blood bear, and corpse tiger," earning 3 attribute points. Additionally, she received mutated materials: dog teeth, bear paws, and tiger eyes. She also obtained the item and the white blood of transformation. Furthermore, she received the white giant bear helmet and the blue vengeful tiger glove. As soon as her feet hit the ground, Yi Ning requested to view the information of the vengeful tiger glove. Vengeful tiger glove, auxiliary weapon. Equipment attributes: increases strength by 3 points, agility by 2 points, and attack speed by 30%. Using the gloves will deal spiritual damage to the target once, causing a temporary stun effect, and has a chance to cause a fear effect. The cooldown time is 24 hours. Equipment evaluation: this is a glove filled with resentment, causing those who face it to endure the fear of the tiger beast. After reading this, Yi Ning understood. No wonder that 3rd rank leader had been interested. She immediately put the gloves on without hesitation. At the Tianfeng investigation room, Wang Xiao, the team leader of the Tianfeng Safety District Investigation Squad, was yawning, unable to find any leads. After spending the whole night reviewing the investigation of the student Shai Hai, it still felt like the rotten corpse forest from before. with no trace of the mysterious third-rank individual. He wasn't even sure if it was the same person. At that moment, a staff member ran in urgently. "Captain, the reconnaissance team has just detected 2 third-rank energy fluctuations at Heavenly Paradise." "What? Again? 2 people? Has our Tian Feng provoked a third-rank stronghold?" Huang Xiao couldn't hesitate any longer and immediately began investigating. "Quickly, tell everyone to stop resting and gather immediately. If we don't get to the bottom of this, the commander will strip our skins off when he returns." At that moment, Hong Jiang came to Xiao Hai, causing a scene. "Xiao Hai, get out here now." "What's going on? Isn't this leader Hong from the Zhenjiang district? Our leader Xiao has already gone to the front line for work. What's the matter that's got you so angry?" Hong Jiang looked at Huang Xiao, his face full of confusion. "Who are you? Am I supposed to talk to you?" "I'm Huang Xiao, captain of Tian Feng's investigation squad, a trusted officer of Leader Xiao. Leader Xiao isn't here, but if you don't mind, you can speak to me first and see if I can resolve it." Hong Jiang immediately started getting arrogant. "This morning, I was eliminating the corpse tiger at Heavenly Paradise, originally planning to get some gear for my son. But just as I was about to succeed, one of your third-rank people from your area snatched it away." Huang Xiao was taken aback. It seemed that Hong Jiang was one of the 2 third-rank individuals from earlier. Hong Jiang continued to vent his frustration. "I'm telling you, your Tian Feng's third-rank people have no martial ethics, daring to steal monsters. Do you understand?" "Haha, Leader Hong is just joking. Everyone knows that our Tian Feng only has 1 third rank, and that's Xiao Tong." Hong Jiang immediately became even more irritable. "I knew talking to you would be useless. I'm going to the front line to find Xiao Hai and demand justice. Let's go." Huang Xiao felt a little anxious, not expecting the situation to have escalated this much. It seemed like he had to report this to Leader Xiao first. After receiving the information, Xiao Hai was also shocked. "What did you say? Xian Feng has a third-rank mystic interfering, and can even steal monsters from Hong Jiang. There is even one person hiding multiple third-rank entities at Tian Feng. This is a major hidden threat. This time, investigate thoroughly for me. Now is not the time to panic and cause widespread fear." "Yes, Commander, I will immediately send people to investigate around the city and gather any clues related to the equipment obtained." Yi Ming was still leisurely eating his cake at the Youth Study Center, with only 2 more tasks left. The Wind Eagle's wings and the ethereal dungeon might be enough to advance to 2nd rank. The wings of the Wind Eagle weren't difficult to purchase online. While Wind Eagles were rare, they were essentially low-grade materials, and anyone lucky enough could pick them up. They didn't have much value and were better off being sold. Yi Ming's request for the Wind Eagle's wings had been accepted by the system. As soon as the request went live, someone contacted him. "Hello, are you looking to buy? Name your price. This item wasn't easy to get." Yi Ming chewed his cake, but remained quite alert, sensing that this person wasn't being entirely honest. However, the situation was urgent, and there was no need for unnecessary talk. Yi Ming immediately set a price. "Oh, how about I offer 800 credit points? How does that sound?" On the other side of the screen, the man was extremely excited about the deal. 800 credit points. That's an amount that someone of my rank, see 1st rank, couldn't earn in an entire year. To be clear, the person on the other side is a spendthrift. If I don't take him down now, it'd be a waste. Right after that, this person raised the price to 900, no, 1,000 points. Then he'd sell. This feather, I actually risked my life to get it. Yes. Ming was already fed up with the bragging and immediately retorted as soon as he swallowed the last bite of his snack. "What's this? What's this? If I'm not mistaken, you're also just a C 1st rank, right? What do you have to risk your life with against Wind Eagle? Clearly, you don't even know where you picked this up from, do you? Seeing that I was straightforward with my offer, you became greedy, wanting to rip me off. You do know what the market value of Wind Eagle is, don't you? I originally needed it urgently, but not anymore. If you can't sell it, then go ahead and keep it for yourself." After hearing a whole lecture, the other party had no choice but to bow down. "Fine, stop talking. Cough, cough, just give me the 800 as you originally said." Yi Ming, though still making the transaction, was still furious. Human nature really is bottomless in its greed. You're determined to teach him a lesson. Huh, Well, I've changed my mind now. I only pay 400. If you don't sell, someone else will. Reluctantly, the other party cried and complained but still accepted. All right, take it. After the transaction was completed, all that was left was the mysterious dungeon in the Youth Education Center. I heard this dungeon isn't like the other combat dungeons. In history, no one has ever received an SSS rank. This is because this place doesn't test combat abilities, but rather tests mental willpower. Right now, Yi Ning will enter the Youth Learning Center, using this opportunity to test his mental resilience and see how strong it can get. As soon as he entered, the sky changed. The young man was stunned when he discovered that besides him, there were others who were also challenging this instance at the same time. However, their conditions did not seem very good. The girl named Wang. He was suffering from a severe headache. The man, Fang Yuan, had collapsed and was silent. The young man, Liang Tengfei, was exhausted, tall and sturdy. This strange instance was indeed eerie, with even the teleportation being different from other instances. The mature-looking, white-haired man wearing glasses spoke up. Everyone, I am Li Jibing, a level 1 peak mentality specialist. You all are also awakened mentalists, right? Liang Tengfei jumped in surprise. Big brother, why ask? Who else would choose a mission for upgrading like this, if not a mentalist? The girl, Wang Yi, also nodded. That's right. Our combat ability as mentalists is weak, and we usually can't defeat the mutated beings out there or even other awakened teams, so we often get looked down on. Li Jibing smiled gently. All right, you all. Even though we can't fight, I believe that in this mental test instance, we will definitely pass smoothly. By the way, I've had experience in other strange instances before. This time, I'll be leading the team. What do you think? The remaining people grew excited. Uncle Lai has experience. That's great news. Seeing that Yi Ning stayed silent, Li Jibing asked, Young man in the back, why aren't you saying anything? Got any thoughts? Li Ning only smiled faintly. I have no objections, just a bit pressed for time. Can we start the mission already? Mission activated. Find the ghost hidden in Fenghua High School and seal it. Mission reminder. By following the clues, you can deduce which one is the ghost. Be careful not to believe its words. Once the sealing talisman is activated, if it doesn't hit the ghost, the mission will be considered a failure. The moment the word ghost was mentioned, everyone in the group turned pale. Li Jibing tried to calm them down. Don't worry, everyone. When they say ghost, it's not really what you think. They were once human beings who lost consciousness and were transformed by spiritual energy. In essence, they're just will-based aberrations. Still, ghosts are troublesome. They can block physical attacks and even manipulate human will. Following the mission reminder, Li Jibing continued. First, we'll head to the teaching building to look for clues. If you encounter the ghost, don't engage recklessly. Run and call for help immediately. I've got a special move that can handle them. We'll split into 3 teams to search the classrooms, the records room, and the teacher's office. The girls are physically weaker, so they'll come with me. Tang Fei and Fang Yuan will form one team, and Yi Ning will go alone. If anyone finds anything, report it in the group chat right away. Don't hide any information. Just like that, Yi Ning went alone to the records room, shining his flashlight on a piece of paper that had fallen to the floor. The room was almost completely empty, with only that scrap of newspaper left behind. On it was written, suspected that homeroom teacher Tao Gusheng assaulted Wang Fang. Wang Fang acted rashly. At that very moment, a ghost suddenly descended from above, lunging to bite Yi Ming's head, but missed. He instantly froze it in place. A female ghost? Could it be Wang Fang? He activated his full willpower, manifesting it into form. The energy immediately struck the female ghost, and she fled in terror. She ran. Could it have just been a spiritual probe? Just then, the group chat started buzzing with updates. Message from Wang Yi, Uncle Lai, and I found part of a report stating that a year ago, a fire broke out in the teacher's dormitory area, leading to a tragic incident involving several teachers. Message from Liang Tengfei. I found a compensation contract demanding the school pay for emotional damages. The only signature on it was from Wang Fang's family. Message from Fang Yuan. I discovered that after the fire, the school records mentioned Taoist priests being hired to draw sealing talismans. Message from Yi Ning. A case of sexual harassment against a female student occurred at the school a year ago. The victim, Wang Fang, is believed to have taken her own life. The suspect was her homeroom teacher, Tao Guosheng. Lai Jibing nodded thoughtfully. The clues seem pretty clear now. Wang Fang was assaulted by Tao Guosheng. The family's request for compensation was unsuccessful. After Wang Fang died, she turned into a vengeful spirit and started a fire to take revenge on the teacher. Later, a Taoist priest sealed her away. Now, the talisman's power has weakened. Our task is to find the talisman and reseal her. Wang Yi said, "This is my analysis. You all gather at the teacher's dormitory, room 2011, where the fire occurred. I suspect the talisman is sealed there." Yi Ning had a different thought. He felt this deduction was too simple and straightforward. But how could they pinpoint room 2011? Liang Tengfei immediately gave the order to assemble, confirming that the ghost was indeed Wang Fang. At that moment, something followed them, lurking behind with its long, messy hair. "Thai brother, it looks like something's following us." Tengfei shouted. "It's Wang Fang! Run!" They screamed as they ran, trying to save their lives. Meanwhile, Yi Ning, Uncle Lai, and Wang. He had arrived at the teacher's dormitory building. The other two had not yet arrived. "I'll wait outside while you two go in and find the talisman," Yi Ning said. "The iron door is stuck, so I'll try to open it with my willpower." Yi Ning watched them struggle, unwilling to waste any more time. He walked straight up and kicked the door open. Uncle Lai and Wang, he were stunned for a few seconds. This power, is he really from the mind control system? They wondered. Yi Ning didn't want to show off. He only did this to save time. After inspecting for a while, Wang, he suddenly called out, "Uncle Lai, we found the talisman." Yi Ning, still holding the flashlight, shone it a bit longer on the human-shaped markings on the wall. "Wang He, did any of the clues you found earlier mention the teachers being burned alive in that room?" "No. Why are you asking this?" At that moment, Tang Fei's group rushed in urgently. "Help my friend!" The female ghost was chasing them. Just a moment ago, Fang Yuan had been possessed, and he lunged at Tang Fei, biting straight into his neck. Lai Jibing urgently said, "The ghost is on Fang Yuan now. I'll try to hold it off. Both of you quickly activate the talisman and prepare to seal it." Before Huang, he could do anything, Yi Ning raised the talisman to his mouth and activated it. Lai Jibing activated his willpower chains, struggling to hold the ghost back. It was writhing violently, as if he couldn't hold on much longer. "Hurry up! I can't hold it for long. Quickly seal it now." Yi Ning's expression was serious, and without hesitation, he charged forward. Surprisingly, he slammed the talisman into Lai Jibing's back, declaring, "I'm here, Master Tao Guosheng." Lai Jibing froze, drenched in cold sweat, not expecting to be exposed so easily. Finally, everything was done. Yi Ning had completed the quest. The system displayed the progress as 100%, awarding him an SSS rank and a special item, the Wrath Pearl, which boosted his spiritual energy recovery speed by 20%, increased mental resistance to attacks by 25%. When attacked by a spiritual entity, it can block a single fatal damage. After blocking the damage, the item will disappear. The Wrath Orb condensed from resentment is very likely to become Yi Ning's second life. The young man seems quite pleased with this reward. "This is a good item. Next time there's a spiritual event, it might just save my life." This is the mission center of the Tianfeng safe zone. It's already midnight, and Yi Ning returned to submit his task, leaving the staff in shock. "Didn't you just accept 4 second rank promotion missions last night? Have you finished them already?" That quickly. After checking the system, the female staff member was even more stunned to find that all 4 missions had been completed. Yi Ning's face was as tense as a bowstring. "Can you hurry up? Is it a problem?" The maidservant accelerated, continuously pressing the keys. Section 1. Strength System Promotion Mission completed. Receive +1 strength and additional credit points. Section 2. Agility System Promotion Mission completed. Receive +1 agility and additional credit points. Section 3. Constitution System Promotion Mission completed. Receive +1 constitution and additional credit points. Section 4. Willpower System Promotion Mission completed. Receive +1 willpower and additional credit points. The total credit points earned from the 4 missions were 7,300 points. Yi Ning let out a sigh of relief. He had reached second rank in less than a week. The system of divine swordsmanship indeed allows for much faster progress compared to the previous life. After lingering for a while, the staff immediately made a call to report to their superior. Regarding personal information, Yi Ning currently has Strength 19, Agility 18, Physique 15, and Willpower 35. Without considering the added points from equipment attributes, his basic stats are not bad compared to a second rank. However, in order to cultivate the B-grade swordsmanship skill book he purchased last time, he still lacks 25 points in attributes. Before his attribute points reach 20, a single spiritual energy would be enough to increase 1 point. After reaching 20, however, more is required. In total, he would need at least 30 spiritual energies, each worth 6,000 points. So he would need at least 210,000 credit points. Currently, he still lacks a lot of credit points. The relatively good dungeons in the Tianfeng area have all been cleared, and now only the Death Factory near Zhenjiang remains. If his memory serves correctly, there is a piece of supreme blue equipment there, which should sell for quite a bit of money. Without hesitation, the young man immediately hopped onto his motorcycle and sped off. Just then, a red vortex swirled in the sky, enveloping the entire area, seemingly a sign of impending chaos. Although the massive zombie outbreak in his previous life didn't begin until a year later, the Tianfeng safe zone had already suffered a heavy blow from a zombie tide prior to that. If his memory serves, everything would happen next week. Yi Ning had good intentions and quickly informed Xiao Hai so that he could prepare in advance. Just then, Xiao Hai's helicopter zoomed by. He had also received Yi Ning's message. Over the next week, the Tianfeng safe zone would face 3 major riots. Please make preparations immediately to ensure there are no casualties. Xiao Hai was startled for only 3 seconds. After that, he thought that Yi Ning, since not receiving SS-level treatment, was just trying to draw attention. He dismissed the warning with contempt, firmly choosing to ignore it. He still considered her strength to be too weak, and nothing about the situation seemed right. Since the last great battle 40 years ago between humanity and the zombie tide, the apocalypse had been relatively peaceful. The zombies were confined to the cities where they had originally emerged, making riots highly unlikely. Instead of wasting resources preventing such incidents, the immediate priority should be finding Tianfeng's hidden third rank. In the Tianfeng safe zone, in the conference hall, Xiao Hai rushed in after receiving the report. Huang Xiao, you're saying you found important traces of the mysterious third rank? Is that true? Yes, sir. We've identified the most suspicious person as Yi Ning. Xiao Hai was taken aback upon hearing this. How could that be? Huang Xiao continued to explain. We also initially doubted this possibility, but after investigation, the materials Yi Ning has been selling recently match the timeline of when the third rank made their move. In addition, we have also discovered that some time ago, he bought a mysterious house, one that is not something an ordinary person could afford. At this moment, Xiao Hai began to find it somewhat believable. Could it be that the third-rank person was actually Yi Ning? How could that be possible? After all, Tian, a representative of the military safe zone, also believed that Yi Ning had only been awakened for a week. Even if someone had SS-level talent, they couldn't possibly level up that quickly. Zhang Lin, the son of General Zhang, was also an SS-level awakener, possessing dual abilities in strength and agility, with abundant resources. Yet he had only just reached first rank. Liu Tian decisively confirmed, based on my guess, it is very likely that a third-rank person is secretly helping Yi Ning. Xiao Hai thought for a while and then felt it made sense. It could be true. Although the military did not think highly of Yi Ning, that third-rank person would certainly see things differently. Actually, SS-level awakeners are extremely rare. Even if someone were secretly trying to nurture him, it wouldn't be impossible. If that's the case, we don't need to worry too much. All we need to do is find that third rank and figure out how to get their help. Just then, Huang Xiao received an update from the mission center. Leader Xiao, there's news. Yi Ning has just completed 4 missions to level up to second rank. At this, everyone was stunned and in shock. What? Again, Yi Ning? 4 missions to level up to second rank? This is impossible. Xiao Hai once again started thinking in a sideways manner, drifting to another case. Wait a minute, old Liu. Based on your recent deduction, there must be a third-rank person who took Yi Ning on a mission. After striking, they let Yi Ning claim the credit, just recently promoting her to second rank. Doesn't that prove Yi Ning is not a third rank herself? Huang Xiao, send 2 people to Yi Ning's house to keep an eye on who's really behind her. Also, send more people with me to check out the nearby cities that have experienced outbreaks, to prevent any riots. Xiao Hai suddenly started believing in the zombie tide rumors. If Yi Ming had a third rank backing her, then the news about the impending riots could very well have been spread by that third rank. It's better to take precautions now to avoid future disasters. Huang Xiao immediately accepted the mission, and Xiao Hai didn't forget to remind him. Buy that bastard a blue-level piece of equipment on your way back, so he doesn't cause any trouble. This was the area where the Heavenly Kang safe zone met the Zhenjiang safe zone, a death factory zone. After some waiting, Sword Flow Storm finally respawned, and now they could enter the dungeon. Yi Ming quickly entered the death factory. The lowest level had 15 second-rank players present. The death factory was a combat-based dungeon without any assigned tasks. The dungeon had a total of 7 rounds, and surviving each round would grant corresponding rewards. After each round, there would be 3 minutes for voting on whether to continue or stop the dungeon. If more than 70% agreed, they would all withdraw, automatically exit when all 7 rounds are completed. The first round will begin in 5 minutes. Right now, all the players are preparing themselves. Yi Ming glanced around and confirmed that those who entered this time were no pushovers. Not only were the teams of equal strength, but a third rank awakened, Lin Lan, had also appeared. This third rank gave off an unsettling feeling, a kind of ominous premonition. Another young man stepped forward and declared, "Gentlemen, I am John Lin, an advanced second rank. As we all know, the war dungeon requires unity in order to survive through multiple rounds. Initially, I planned to nominate myself as team leader, but there is a third rank expert here." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lan, for some reason, became enraged. She charged forward and struck Zhang Lin squarely in the face with a palm, causing him to cough up blood. This third-rank woman was incredibly fast, even making Yi Ming a little wary. But she didn't stop there. Lin Lan stepped forward and blatantly stomped on Zhang Lin's head, warning, "If you move again, I'll deal with you." Everyone was puzzled about what Zhang Lin had done to provoke such anger from the third-rank woman. Zhang Lin commanded his subordinates, "Keep these people under control for me. Anyone who causes trouble will be dealt with. If you want peace, gather together and don't make a scene." Everyone here was a big shot, but they were still intimidated by Lin Lan. The young man holding the shield was none other than second-rank Peak Song Zhang. The one with the messy hair was second-rank Peak Lin Teng. It seemed like we've run into the legendary farming team. What should we do now? We are only second-rank Pete. There's no way we can handle a third rank. Yi Ming said nothing, standing still in thought. The herding team, he had heard, specialized in trapping pseudo-awakened, using them as forward shields to take the hits, then finishing them off and hunting the large beasts. If the awakened and the mutants were prey to one another, then the herding group was simply cannibalism. Song Jiang decided to speak up. Zhang Lin certainly hasn't. The best thing now is for us to hold a group vote and escape this dungeon immediately, since we have the numerical advantage. Before he could finish, Lin Lan clamped a foot to the ground with a light stomp that shut Song Jiang up. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are Team Blood Wolf, and I am Captain Lin Lan. This operation is under my command. Your lives are in my hands now, but I can guarantee that if you survive through the 6th round and hand over all rewards and credit points, I will give you a way out." Yi Ming felt as if he had seen through her mind and her nature. There was reason to believe her. Letting others live was an extraordinary thing for people like them. It was a pity Heavenly Rift. Flowing Light was still on cooldown. Otherwise 2 strikes would have been enough to wipe them out. Now there was only the Sword Flow Storm, which, though powerful, lacked a precise strategy. He also had no blue life-preserving gear on him. If he could not kill them all in a single blow, this time he might lose his life. The best course now was to stay hidden, advance as far as one can, and be content with that. Yi Ming decided to remain silent, quietly following his own plan. Lin Lan stood with her arms crossed, striking a confident pose. "The first round is about to begin. Everyone, quickly report your strengths so I can group you accordingly." One by one, they introduced themselves. "I'm Song Jiang, second rank Pete, physical type, specializing in close combat. Lin Tang, second rank peak, agility type, specializing in ranged attacks. Jiang Tao, second rank advanced, strength type, specializing in close combat. When it was Yi Ning's turn, he calmly introduced himself. I'm Yi Ning, second rank junior, willpower type, specializing in ranged attacks. Upon hearing this, Lin Lan approached and stroked his face as if to tease him. Willpower type in this instance, that's truly rare and kind of cute. But unfortunately, what a waste. You're just a useless trash. Yi Ning smirked and replied, Fine, for the first few rounds, you better treat me like trash. Let's go with that. System announcement. The first round begins. The number of zombie enemies is 100 with 2 first-rank mutated creatures. She suggested that second-rank peak individuals form a group and prepare for battle. Everyone must fight with full strength. If anyone is caught intentionally conserving spiritual energy, I, Lin Lan, will personally smash their skull, she warned. Song Jiang clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, these guys are deliberately avoiding the fight and just want to wear us down. There are zombies ahead, and breeders behind. Is there any way for us to survive this? Lin Tang jumped onto the nearby platform to get a better view. Right now, there's no way out. We can only survive a few more rounds at most. Speak up. The team below is holding their weapons in defense, but the situation is clearly dire. The vicious lizard monsters with sharp teeth are charging to attack. He drew his bow and focused his strength to fend off the monsters. Song Jiang, let's each take one of the lizardmen, while the others handle the zombies. Song Jiang raised his hammer, ready to strike with relish. Come here and taste the power of my hammer. The others behind him focused their energy to support. Xiao Bei unleashed his ultimate ice skill, sending shards of ice slicing through the air. The ice cut through the monsters, but it seemed to only injure them slightly. Help! He urgently turned to Yi Ning. Indeed, the failure of his willpower system was evident. One strike could only kill a single zombie. Lin Lan stood atop the battle observation platform, expressing disdain. Yi Lin is really a joke. How did he even dare to come here? It's like watching some kind of farce. If the Awakened Ones hadn't grouped together into a team, he would have been dead by the first round. And this is just the first round. Let's see what he can do next. System announcement. Round 1 mission complete. The Lecker monsters lay scattered across the ground after being defeated. Half an hour later, the system announced again. Round 3 mission complete. In 3 minutes, round 4 will begin. Yi Ning's group was inspecting the battlefield. Song Jiang, infuriated, swore. Damn it. The difficulty was rising day by day, and he feared that in the next round, a second-tier peak variant might appear. Lin Lan and the others still haven't made a move. Lin Tang frowned, frustration evident in his voice. She won't act. It's going to be hard for us to even get a chance against her. The moment Lin Lan's name was mentioned, she appeared before them, her expression brimming with arrogance. This is only the 3rd round, and you're already struggling like this. With her arms crossed, she looked down on them, fully aware that no one dared to challenge her. I can't tell if you second-tier people are pretending or truly this useless. Let me be clear, I won't make a move until the 6th round, and if you want to survive that long, you better stop holding back. She then turned her attention to Yi, her tone laced with mockery. You're still alive. Not only that, you don't even have a scratch. He gave an awkward smile. Just luck, that's all. Xiao Ba, unable to hold back, snapped immediately. Luck my ass. Wasn't it thanks to us? Other than hiding and firing those long-range attacks that barely did anything, what else can you do? But Song Jiang, carefully observing the situation, wasn't so sure. Something's off. That kid's definitely hiding some real power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to 2nd tier. His trump card probably only works once or twice, but that's still impressive. If we play this right, we might even be able to turn things around. Just then, the system's cold voice echoed through the air. The 4th round is about to begin. Enemies. 400 2nd-tier peak zombies, 1 2nd-tier mutated, 2 1st-tier mutated, 6. A horde of zombies was released. Song Jiang immediately stepped forward to face the enemy and ordered, Lin Tang, let's focus on the peak-level 2nd-tier corpse king first. The other 2 2nd-tier ones will be held off by the senior group. Whoever has the time, Deal with that female demon. The rest, handle the first-tier zombies. The giant tentacle of the Corpse King swept across, nearly striking Song Jiang. Behind him, Lin Tang provided cover, shouting and firing an arrow at the monster. Song brother, be careful. A zombie suddenly lunged forward, aiming at the one who was drawing his bow. It swiped across his face, catching him off guard and taking him down immediately. Zhang Tao rushed forward, brandishing his spear and stabbing straight at the wrapped-up corpse, a deadly strike. But the poison oozing from its body caused him immense pain. Seeing this, Xiao Ba panicked and shouted, "Zhang Tao, get out of the way!" He quickly threw ice at the zombie attacking his teammate. Xiao Ba attempted to close the distance with incredible speed, but still couldn't land a hit. The situation turned chaotic. Wang Yan had been killed, Zhang Tao was gravely wounded, and the other group members remained stationary. This time, it seemed unlikely anyone would make it out alive. Yi Ning quickly assessed the situation, knowing this was a critical moment. If casualties continued to rise, the group would be wiped out before reaching the 6th round. And if that happened, he wouldn't be able to unleash his ultimate move. Clenching his teeth, Yi Ning gathered his strength, activating his secret technique right in front of the giant monster. Its legs crackled with bright electrical sparks. He only thought for 2 seconds before deciding it was time to act. Without hesitation, Yi Ning dashed toward Xiao Ba, grabbed him, and pulled him along forcefully. "Get out of the way now." Xiao Ba stood dazed. "Is that you?" Then Yi Ning produced a light from his hand that formed into his spirit-controlled sword. He sent the strike decisively toward the zombies. Yi Ning's move shifted into a chasing blow, causing the zombies to panic and scatter. One stroke pierced through the heart of that ugly zombie. Xiao Ba trembled. With a single move, the level 2 mutation had been killed. Could he be that useless guy from earlier? He then stammered out a thank you. Yi Ning's face darkened. "No need. Just watch your language from now on." Yi Ning manipulated several strands of purple power that danced in the air, stabbing into the savage zombies. Don't get distracted. There were still quite a few zombies carrying that mutation. Xiao Ba immediately understood. "It's fine. I'll go clear out the level 1 mutated creatures at the rear." Lin Lan found the display entertaining. "Not bad. This kid really has a trick that saves his skin. His speed, those shoes on his feet, could they be blue-grade equipment? No wonder he dared come here." Her subordinates began to grow cautious. "Little one, shall we finish him off now?" Lin Lan smiled seductively. "Don't be hasty. We're short on manpower at the moment, so leave him for the next harvest. Spirit control is probably his limit, just a very weak will system. It would only take us a few seconds to kill him. But have those 2 peak level 2s shadow him more closely for me. They're definitely hiding their own intentions." Half an hour later, the system reappeared. The 4th round has ended. The 5th round will begin in 3 minutes. At the feet of Song Jiang and Lin Tang lay the corpse of the Corpse King, sprawled out in a heap. Song Jiang began to assess the casualties so far. "In this round, we've lost 1 melee fighter, 1 ranged attacker, and another melee fighter is severely wounded. I still have 2 uses of my ultimate left. I hope we can survive until the 6th round." Lin Tang gritted his teeth in frustration. "Same here. No matter what, I have to hold on until the 6th round. As long as Lin Lan makes her move, we'll strike when she's unprepared and team up to take her down." Song Jiang now had a very different view of Yi Ning. "Did you see what that kid did earlier? Normally, after using a skill, it takes time to recharge. But he almost shot them out continuously." Lin Tang agreed with him. "Right, he's very unique. But I hope he has more tricks up his sleeve. In the next round, to avoid disrupting the plan, we have to make sure he reaches the 6th round as well." The system flashed red, signaling the start of the 5th round. 500 level 2x2 mutated zombies, level 2x3, and level 1x8 mutated creatures. A horde of hideous mutated corpses appeared, some with 2 massive heads, others with vampire-like tentacles, giant 8-meter-long centipedes, and many other new species. A gigantic spider dropped down to attack first. Xiao Ba was caught by the centipede. "Yi Lin, be careful." He didn't have time to react. Damn it, it's the many-legged creature. Yi Ning dodged the attacks of the centipede while simultaneously planning to save his teammate. Sure enough, without using a big move, it was still too difficult to deal with such a massive mutated creature. It had been half an hour, and they still hadn't found its weak point. A panicked scream echoed everywhere. Help! Someone! Focus the firepower here. With so many monsters like this, there's no way we can concentrate firepower. Damn it, those damned herders. These bastards aren't planning to let us survive until the 6th round. Over on this side, Song Jiang was also dealing with the two-head demon and the blood-sucking bat. He was discussing with Lin Tang. Lin Tang, we have to use the big move, or we won't be able to fight back at all. He then shot his ice arrows towards the bat, shouting, "Ice arrow!" Song Jiang rushed forward, targeting the head of the two-headed monster. "You're dead now, battle water spirit energy." Lin Lan grinned cruelly. "With such weak power, you still want to keep your spiritual energy? You're just a bunch of insane babblers." The spider suddenly attacked Yi Ming from behind. It slammed its body onto the ground, causing cracks to spread across the surface. Song Jiang's face turned pale. "We're too late. It's over." Lin Tang's face was just as grim. "That kid, is he dead?" Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Yi Ming flew out, tearing through the massive monsters. The two others were left in stunned silence. "This is Lin Lan," she said, eyes wide with surprise. "Does this kid really have another hidden card?" Lin Tang's arrows struck the giant spider monster squarely in the head. "Corpse spider, take one of my arrows." He and Song Jiang, hammer and shield in hand, surged forward together. "Hurry, let's finish the corpse spider together. Yi Lin still has a chance." Yi Ming, meanwhile, was still engaged with the giant centipede. He launched a violet strike, racing along the creature's length to locate a weak point, then hurl a purple blade toward the area just behind its head. Found the weak spot. Yi Ming followed with a spiraling punch to finish it off. The violet technique wrapped around the centipede and flung it high into the air, shattering it. Lin Tang stood frozen, astonished. A counter kill had just leveled up. She's a low-level female fiend. Previously, she had other fire users at her side, but this time, the situation was different. Song Jiang's expression reflected the same disbelief. Lin Lan stared at him like a predator eyeing prey. Level 2 beginner wearing 2 sets of green clothes. Looks like a plump sheep. She gave a cold command. "Next combat round, begin the harvest. Don't kill that brat called Yi Lin yet. Crush his arms and legs. Keep him alive so I can torment him slowly." The underlings answered in unison. "Yes, boss." Song Jiang's face darkened as the others began to stir. "In the next round only we and Yi Lin will remain," Lin Lan said. "They will certainly join the fight. When that happens, we'll take the chance to kill Lin Tang together. If we can't kill him, we must at least grievously wound him. Yi Lin will be our opening." The mission notification appeared, and the 6th round of the attack began. Tier 3, 3-star, Tier 2 monsters. This time, the number of mutated monsters had tripled, and they were even fiercer. On Lin Lan's side, the zombies had already attacked, so she charged ahead, taking the lead. "This is the last round. Give it all you've got quickly." "Ah, I can cut zombies like cutting paper with one hand. As long as you can handle it, I promise I'll only take the money, not kill anyone." Lin Lan punched and kicked the gigantic zombie relentlessly, as if she were striking a punching bag in a training room. The zombie, holding a sword, with bloodshot eyes, swung its weapon. It struck a blow right at her side, forcing her to dodge quickly. Lin Lan, furious, swung her leg up, preparing to bring the creature down. A single strike split the zombie in half. Behind her, another hideous zombie appeared. But it seemed Lin Lan had anticipated this. Just as the creature was about to sink its teeth into her, she cast a red protective shield around herself, an illusory defensive barrier. Meanwhile, Yi Ming, who was dealing with the giant scorpion, couldn't help but be impressed. Agility system, acceleration skills, burst skills, and super defense. She was now far stronger than before. You thought this through carefully. Besides these skills, she must have some hidden trump card. We can't act recklessly this round. Lin Tang, while shooting arrows, discussed the battle strategy. We need to stop the Blood Butcher. They were waiting for Lin Lan to finish her task. Once she did, those lunatics would surely come to steal our chance to attack. Song Jiang was doing his best to strike at the wild boar monster. He replied clearly, "That's our opportunity to counterattack her with our ultimate move." Lin Lan took down another monster, but her fighting style looked almost playful. As soon as she finished on one side, She immediately dashed toward Lin Tang and Song Jiang. He glanced over just as the plan was about to unfold. She's coming. Get ready to charge up your power. But unexpectedly, Lin Lan's target turned out to be that enormous wild boar. You deal with the monster. I'll finish her off. Song Jiang frowned tightly. Understood. At once, Lin Tang launched a blue missile toward Lin Lan. Right then, Ling Yan and Song Jiang also raised their shields, coordinating their dual attacks to strike her simultaneously. Yi Ning sensed that things were going terribly wrong. This was bad. Now that they were making a move, Lin Lan had to have been prepared. A deafening explosion tore through the air. Lin Tang's eyes widened in alarm. Brother Song, the boar's down, but Song Jiang's been taken out too, and his shield shattered into pieces. Lin Lan braced herself with one hand and sneered. Fools! Did you really think I didn't have a defense? But Yi Ning, who was slicing through the scorpion's tail, had already seen through the trick. Just moments ago, Lin Lan and Song Jiang had swapped positions. That was a transference of energy. Suddenly, Lin Lan darted straight toward Lin Tang, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Lin Tang, you actually pulled it off. She delivered a crippling punch squarely to his abdomen. Lin Lan cruelly stamped on his right hand until he howled in pain, only able to gape and endure. I'll disable your right hand first, to see what you can possibly use to fight back against me, she said matter-of-factly as she ordered her underlings. Corpse Duelist handed it to me. You handle the battlefield, and begin harvesting the spoils. They immediately obeyed. Yes, boss. One of them quickly grabbed Lin Tang and pressed the tip of a needle up to his eye. Hand over your gear and credit points. I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. He spoke no reason. He simply took hold of his left hand and threatened. You still won't talk. Then finish off the left hand as well. Song Jiang flew into a rage and shouted, If you want to kill me, then kill. Even as a ghost, I won't spare you. Yi Ning suddenly raised his hands in surrender. I surrender. I will give it up. Please don't kill me. Don't torment me. The henchman next to him curled his lip, still a sensible kid. Huh. But too bad. The boss has ordered your limbs smashed. Yi Ning stepped back while advancing and thought, Wait a moment. If they want to cripple me, they'll have to wait until I've finished the transfer. He had already worked out a way to deal with these people. The chance for a counter kill comes in the 7th round. I must find a way to stretch this out until the final round. The system announced the next stage. The 6th round had ended. Everyone voted on whether to advance into the 7th round, the final battle. Yi Ning, in a low voice, issued the killing move toward the man in front of him. His eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. Please proceed to the 7th round, the highest difficulty level. Very few people knew. Simply registering for the highest difficulty level, no vote was required. The dungeon would proceed regardless. The system displayed the voting results. Someone had confirmed to proceed to the next round. The 7th round battle, at the highest difficulty, was about to begin. The first subordinate opened his mouth and stepped into the next round. Didn't the boss say we'd disband after the harvest? The second subordinate was equally confused. What's going on? Wasn't a 70% vote required to make a decision? The third night began, and everyone was sweating nervously. It was said that the 7th round could mutate to level 3, and the boss couldn't handle that. Song Jiang laughed loudly in front of the subordinate beside him. Fate has chosen this for you. Go to hell together. Lin Lan's face twisted with anger. Song Jiang, did you do this? She rushed toward him with the fastest speed. I will kill you. But from beneath the ground, a giant monster, resembling a massive worm with a mouth full of sharp teeth, suddenly emerged. It rose from the earth, blocking her way, and its size was overwhelmingly large. Only a purple skill managed to take down Lin Lan's subordinate from Lin Tang's side, and another skill pierced through a subordinate on Song Jiang's side. Yi Ning, standing above, shouted loudly, Song Jiang, Lin Tang, can you still go on? If you can, you better run as far as possible. Lin Tang, while supporting Song Jiang, ran from the massive worm monster. Yi Lin had undergone a change. He raised his divine sword and pointed it ahead. Lin Lan, you probably don't know yet, right? Yi Ning stood tall, holding the superior sword, looking at them as if they were insects. A third-level mutated being will have intelligence, and will prioritize killing high-level ability users first. As long as you get entangled and can't break free, I'm confident I can defeat everything with a single move. The monster opened its mouth wide. Lin Lan gritted her teeth, turned her head to look back, and changed positions. She dashed forward at full speed. Yi Ning was still observing everything, and indeed, her ability to swap injuries had distance limitations, so she couldn't switch to this side. The monster's mouth was getting closer to Lin Lan. She quickly jumped to avoid the attack, but the monster was faster and struck her. Yi Ning immediately grabbed his knife, and at that moment, he slashed several sword strikes. Sword stream blast. Lin Lan was horrified when she saw this. What is this? This is even scarier than a third-level mutated being 1,000 times over. Could there be another third-level being here besides me? The monster was cut into many pieces. She shuddered at the sight of it. The range of this move is too huge. I can't possibly escape. At this moment, the system also issued a notification. The death arena has been completed. You will be teleported out of the instance in 5 minutes. Yi Ning looked down from above. Song Jiang seemed unable to believe his eyes. He actually managed to eliminate both a third-level awakened and a third-level mutated being. Lin Tang also stood there, mouth agape in shock. Could it be that you're a third-rank intermediate? No, a third-rank advanced. He looked down with a cold gaze. There still seemed to be signs of human life below. Could it be that that woman isn't dead yet? Yi Ning immediately hurled the dagger forward, using spirit sensing and spirit control. Lin Lan was now badly wounded. She saw the dagger approaching. Her eyes stared fixedly at it. Could this killer be the work of Yi Lin? How could that be? He looked at Lin Lan with a cutting glare. Sure enough, she wasn't dead. She must still have a life protection device equipped. Right. Then first, she'll have to take this blade. He said. The dagger nearly touched Lin Lan's forehead, but she seemed to be protected. How could it not pierce through? Lin Lan broke into a sweat as she watched the dagger spin without end. Luckily, she had spent a great deal of money before to buy this single-use, A-rank passive defense device. Yi Ning seized his long sword and charged. It seemed that relying solely on spirit control alone could not pierce through. But now, her condition was very weak. She no longer had the strength to activate it. Then I'll strike personally. She could hardly believe it. That great move just now was really initiated by you. You're the third rank who's been hiding, aren't you? No matter how hard he tried, he still failed. What kind of membrane is this? It can't be pierced at all. Lin Lan felt intense fury. If you want to kill me, then just kill me. Why do you have to take me down in this way? Yi Ning felt rather bewildered as well. Oh, so she actually thinks I was insulting her. Not that I couldn't kill her. He suddenly broke into a triumphant smile. If so, then in other words, she feared humiliation more than death. That made things easy for him. Although this sort of thing was shameless, he would have to act that way to claim his prize. He gently lifted Lin Lan's chin. Oh, you want a truly satisfying death. When you were torturing those awakened ones, did you ever imagine you might end up like this? She snapped angrily. Damn you. What do you think you're doing? Yi Ning still smiled with intent. Already can't stand it. In a moment you'll learn what real humiliation feels like. She ground her teeth. What on earth do you have to do to give me any relief? He promptly made his demand. Simple. The same as you demanded of us. Hand over all your equipment, tools, and credit points. Then I'll give you a quick, clean death. But Lin Lan remained skeptical. How could I possibly trust you? He lightly tapped her thigh. You have no choice but to trust me. She was too terrified. Don't. If I hand them over, and you dare to trick me, you won't die in peace. Right now, the system is also sending a notification that the item with the code A178,391 wants to trade with you. The blue item with the code A178,391 wants to trade with you. The Frost Flame Glove blue item with the code A178,391 wants to trade with you. The Breakthrough Armor blue item with the code A178,391 wants to trade with you. Transfer 13,000 credit points to you. Yi Ning seemed satisfied with this transaction. These items are quite a lot. Indeed, raiding is still the fastest way to get money. Lin Lan has also accepted her fate. Everything has been traded, so just kill me already. But he still coldly said, Is that everything? Your credit points are just over 10,000. How can I trust that? If you don't give everything, guess what I'm going to do next? Yi Ning tightened her grip on Lin Lan's hand. You bastard, that's all I have. Believe it or not, it's up to you. He quickly pinned her down, still daring to act tough. Well then, I won't hold back anymore. Lin Lan didn't resist anymore. Come on, you bastard. If you got the guts, come at me. But at that moment, he became disheartened and left. It seemed that there really wasn't anything left. She was still yelling over there. Why are you giving up? Don't dare anymore. Lin Lan also realized something. Wait, you're not going to kill me, nor are you going to violate me. What exactly do you want me to do? Actually, that big move of yours can only be used once. You're only at level 2. Basically, you can't break my defense, can you? The system provided an update. Prepare for a 10-second countdown to leave the dungeon. 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Lan stood up and mocked. He's so stupid. He actually thinks you're a high schooler. Yi Ning was telling himself. She figured it out. Now there's really nothing I can do to kill her. At that moment, Lin Lan was furious. You're Yi Lin, aren't you? I remember you now. No matter where you go, even if it's to the ends of the earth, I'll find you. She kept shouting, wait until then. I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces and turn you into a pig. But Yi Ning remained silent, just turning to look at her. Do I remember my name as Yi Lin? By the time you figure out who Yi Ning is, we'll see who kills who. The system appeared once again. Exit the instance. Calculating rewards for the player who completed the instance. Yi Ning's completion status. Basic completion level 70.3%. Main task completion 20%. Hardest boss killed. Flesh worm. Total cumulative completion 90.3%. S rank achieved. Experience points and spiritual energy are being calculated with an additional 10% increase for higher level kills. Received equipment. White crying mask. White dreadful soul talisman. Boy's desire. Blue. Items obtained. White rotten acid. White spirit blood. White skin. White worm label and materials from Lin Lan's loot. Selling it was enough for me to buy the true spiritual energy, and all of my attributes have increased by 25 points. Yi Ning was riding a very impressive motorcycle. Tonight, I need to go to Zhenjiang and find a hotel to practice the B-level sword technique. Tomorrow, I will head to the legendary battlefield ruins to obtain some equipment. By the way, I'll also get familiar with the battlefield there. At that moment, a man blocked his motorcycle, asking for help. The man kept pleading with Yi Ning. Help, our vehicle has overturned. Yi Ning got off and observed. Are you sure this vehicle just overturned? At that moment, a group of people armed with weapons arrived to rob them. Yi Ning remained calm. Are you blocking the road to rob? The masked man seemed very annoyed. Don't talk too much. Hand over your credit points, and I'll spare your life. Yi Ning immediately took out a knife and struck in all directions. Truly no need for any more words. Yi Ning was determined to catch the man who was fleeing at that moment. There's one more. Where are you running, you little worm? He threw the knife directly at him. Let's see where you think you're going. Wham! The knife sliced through the man's leg. He immediately fell to the ground. Yi Ning stared in astonishment at the man's leg. There was no blood from the wound. The man slowly stood up. This wasn't a human, nor was he a zombie or a mutant. He was crying nonstop, pleading, Great sir, please spare me. I know where they hide the loot they stole. I'll tell you everything. Yi Ning angrily grabbed his collar. I was truly forced into this. Please, don't kill me. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Tell me now, what exactly are you? Under Yi Ning's interrogation, the man trembled in fear and hurriedly opened his status panel. Please don't kill me. I'll open my personal status panel. You can see for yourself. The system immediately displayed his personal information. Asterisk asterisk identity. Asterisk asterisk Lei Fu Guy. Dungeon NPC. Level 0. Talent. Golden Cent. Asterisk asterisk skilled merchant. Asterisk asterisk. When used by the skill holder, asterisk golden cent asterisk allows the detection of any item within the target's inventory. Asterisk asterisk cunning trader. Asterisk asterisk during transactions automatically raises prices by 10%. The other party cannot detect this until after the exchange and trade are completed. Asterisk asterisk membership fee. Asterisk asterisk during transactions. 5% of the total amount is automatically deducted and kept for personal gain. This effect is immune to any trading rules. Yi Ming still looked doubtful, reading through the information panel while continuing to question him relentlessly. An NPC, huh? How could you possibly escape from a dungeon? Don't tell me you had self-awareness right from the moment you were created. Fu Gu trembled as he replied. Actually, I don't even know why I appeared here. From the moment I became conscious, I was already outside. My lord, could you please spare my life? With that pitiful appearance, he had no intention of letting him go, silently calculating something in his mind. All three of his skills were abnormalities of the system. Simulated emotions could never be learned. If he could make him help with business dealings, he could save quite a bit. After thinking this, Yi Ning took out a roll of white paper. He held it up in front of Fu Gu and sternly ordered him, "Sign this contract and I will spare your life." Fu Gu couldn't help but be shocked by this condition, the servant contract. But in the end, he had no choice but to sign it. The system then sent a notification. Live Fu Gu has signed the contract, beginning the interface for the subordinate. Master Yi Ning, 2nd rank, basic level. Servant Li Fu Gu has no rank, loyalty, 6100s. Yi Ning smiled in satisfaction and said to him, "From now on, you will follow me. We are teammates." Fu Gu couldn't hold back his tears and lamented, "Teammates? This is forced labor. Why am I so unlucky? If it's not a tyrant, then it's a bandit." Seeing his distress, Yi Ning made a suggestion. "Everything that was taken by the local tyrants belongs to you." Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and he joyfully embraced Yi Ning, saying, "Really? Thank you, Master. You are truly the most generous master in the world." Fu Gu's loyalty increased as a result. Servant Lai Fu Gu's loyalty +1. Yi Ning could only smile wryly and reply, "Loyalty is really easy to earn, isn't it? Fu Gu, help me sell all the equipment except for the armor, blood soul, and the broken divine armor. And if you're buying something, make sure it's actually useful. Also get a bigger storage space and find a room for yourself. Normally, you'll stay and help me manage the assets." Even amidst the sprawling city, the sound of Fu Gu's joyous shouting couldn't be drowned out. "Master, this is wonderful. Leave the management to me." In the blink of an eye, they were back home. Yi Ming sat leisurely on the sofa, eating voraciously. Fu Gu, seeing this, couldn't help but complain, "Master, you are the most wasteful person I've ever met. Other people wouldn't even be able to eat this much in their entire lives. Yet you're eating it like it's just rice." Not giving him a chance to continue, Yi Ning reached out and pushed Fu Gu back into his own world, urging him to go manage the books. Finally full, Yi Ning saw a series of stats appear from the system, confirming that he had indeed used his strength. 25 agility, 25 physique, 25. Sighing in satisfaction, he thought to himself that he had finally increased his stats by 25 points. He stood up, opened the system panel, and checked his progress. Sword technique B level, shadow training. The system quickly responded, confirming that he had learned a new sword technique. Shadow training had successfully upgraded to an SS level skill. SS Dimensional Slash. The Dimensional Slash skill creates a crack in space, granting invincibility for 1 second, allowing the user to bypass all defensive measures. After reading through a series of information, Yi Ning smiled in amusement and thought to himself, "Dimensional Slash, huh? Breaking through space and surpassing all defenses is really overpowered. Tomorrow, I'll go to the dungeon, the ruins battlefield, to test it out." In the blink of an eye, tomorrow arrived. The system presented Yi Ning the choice. "Do you want to participate in the ruins battlefield? Difficulty level B." After he agreed, he was transported to a different space. As soon as he arrived, a man introduced himself to him. "Hello, I'm Ken Yang, and this is my sister, Chen Jiao. We are both 2nd rank high-level mages." Chen Jiao didn't appear very friendly. She smirked and said, "I saw the system announcement that there are 2nd rank high-level teammates, so it must be you, right? But you look so young. Could it be that your strength was misjudged?" Hearing this, Chen Yang immediately turned to scold her. "Sis, don't talk nonsense." Yi Ning had been silently evaluating them since he arrived, quietly reminding himself to observe their outfits. They were likely from military families, maybe 2nd or even 3rd generation soldiers. It was best to be cautious around them. After reprimanding his sister, Chen Yong turned to explain. "Don't mind her, my sister's been spoiled by the family since she was young." Yi Ning responded. "You can just call me Yi Lin." Suddenly, the system made an unexpected announcement. "The Ruins battlefield will start the special event in 3 minutes. Please prepare." You asked, voice filled with curiosity. Special event? I only knew that special events, supernatural events, and viral events were considered the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse. This is the first time I've encountered such a special instance of an instance event. Chen Yong reassured you. "My brother, don't worry. Although special events are the result of supernatural forces, from what I know, the battlefield ruins are a relatively safe type of special event. There's no mission restriction. You can leave anytime, as long as you escape the battle. This event is a reenactment of the war that broke out when the apocalypse first began." But when you mentioned the enemy, his face suddenly grew serious. "Our enemies are regular corpses and mutated zombies." As the countdown ended, a group of mutated zombies began to surge forward. The 3 of them quickly took up battle stances. Chen Yong turned to Yi Ning and his sister, saying, "My brother, let's go down and deal with the mutated zombie. Chen Jiao will stay up here." Ignoring his words, Yi Ning decisively jumped into the middle of the zombies, leaving them confused. "Are we really going to act that decisively? Brother, this person is too rude." Without a hint of fear, Yi Ning charged at the largest zombie, swinging his sword with great force. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was down by 2 fatal blows from Yi Ning, ending it right there on the spot. Seeing the massive zombie fall in mere seconds to Yi Ning's strikes, Chen Yong was deeply impressed. "Yi brother, you really are a second-rank high-level fighter, to solve things that quickly. But we, my brothers and I, won't fall behind." He became even more energized, swinging the axe in his hand, clearing out the zombies around him. Chen Yong shouted loudly, "Yi brother, let's try to hold out as long as we can. When we can't hold on any longer, I can still summon the undead soldiers to fight in our place, maximizing our benefits." Hearing this, Yi Ning was surprised. Summon undead soldiers. In my previous life, I only heard rumors that such things were controlled by the military secretly. I didn't expect it to actually be true. But Chen Yong quickly added, "However, this is a major secret of the military." He spoke loudly, warning, "When we get back, don't tell anyone about this." Just then, a zombie suddenly lunged at Chen Yong, trying to grab him. Yi Ning quickly threw a knife toward it, shouting a warning. "Watch out behind you." As soon as Chen Yong turned around, the knife pierced through the zombie's head. He was stunned by Yi Ning's strength. Is this an ability to control nothingness? One strike and you've killed a first-rank, high-level zombie. After clearing out all the zombies, the system displayed a new message. The initiation battle has ended. A large-scale continuous battle will begin in 3 minutes. Chen Yong walked over to him, took out a pack of cigarettes, and offered them as a token of gratitude for earlier. "Yi brother, do you smoke? These are provided by the Special Military District. Thank you so much. You just saved my life." Yi Ning smiled politely and declined. "I don't smoke, thank you." "I heard this is really rare in the apocalypse," Chen Yong said, narrowing his eyes as he assessed him. "Seems like your background isn't that simple, huh?" At this point, he waved his hand and laughed loudly, taking the opportunity to boast. "Actually, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the Huobai War Zone, and my father is the security commander of Zone 191. Both of them have already reached 3rd rank. I'm also building up my own forces. I think, Yi brother, you've been going solo like this, because you haven't joined any team yet, right?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Ning responded curtly, "Sorry, I'm used to working alone." His firm reply left Chen Yong so stunned that he almost dropped his cigarette. "You can't just give up that easily," he hurriedly continued, trying to persuade him with more enticing words. "My brother, listen to me. If you agree to be my deputy, from the start, you'll receive official treatment, 3,000 credit points per month, and I'll throw in an extra 1,000 for you." Seeing that Yi Ning remained silent, Chen Yong upped the offer. "Not only that, I can help you register for a free blue-tier weapon. Your family members can join the military as well." Noticing her brother was going too far, Chen Jiao quickly intervened. "Brother, you're going overboard. He's strong, sure, but not to the point of needing all that." Without saying another word, Yi Ning let out a soft sigh, turned around, and walked away, shouting loudly to remind them, "I'm not interested in this matter. The large-scale evening funeral is about to start, so let's prepare for the fight first." But in his heart, he thought to himself, "You still want to trick me? By the time I reach high school, I'll get even more than what you have." Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of regret as Yi Ning left, sighing. The conditions just now, for a second rank, were truly a heavenly treatment that countless people would beg for, but Yi Ning rejected it outright. Chen Jiao, on the other hand, angrily cursed Yi Ning for being so unreasonable. Who does he think he is? Don't even mention second rank high level, even second rank peak. Our family can surpass that easily. Before long, half an hour had passed, and the main battle officially began. On Chen Yong's side, the mutated creature relentlessly unleashed crushing blows, making it impossible for him to resist, so he had no choice but to call for help. "Yi brother, I can't hold them off here any longer. Let's summon the soldiers and retreat." As Yi Ning sliced off the head of one creature, he replied, "Wait a little longer. Bring the monster closer to me." When he saw that Chen Yang had finished, Yi Ning shouted loudly, "All right, you head up to the wall first." Without hesitation, Yi Ning plunged directly into the gathering of zombies. His sword gleamed brilliantly as he cleaved down on the mutated creatures below. Each strike split their bodies in two, and not a single one could escape. Chen Yang and Chen Jiao, standing from afar, couldn't help but be stunned by the overwhelming power. They could only gasp in astonishment. Is he really a third rank? Impossible. A normal third rank wouldn't be able to kill several mutated zombies in one strike. Moreover, there's also the second rank peak. No wonder he didn't even care about our invitation. This move is much more powerful than what my father and grandfather could do. After finishing off the enemies, Yi Ning gently landed next to the two brothers and said, "Now you can summon the soldiers." Chen Jiao was still in shock, asking with a puzzled expression, "Why? You're so powerful. There's no need to do it yet. We're not a turning point." Chen Yang reached out to stop his younger brother. "If Yi Excellency says so, then let's do it first." Saying that, he raised the axe in his hand and loudly chanted the incantation to summon Morans. In an instant, the soldiers quickly appeared. One of them shouted, "Prepare for battle. Protect the defense line. The 1st Artillery Regiment is ready to fire. Kill it." The heroic soldiers immediately charged into battle with the mutated beings, quickly turning the area below into a fiery battlefield. Seeing this, Chen Yang said, "Light Excellency, from here on, we just need to watch." However, these soldiers can only hold out for a while. After killing one wave of zombies, they will disappear. Yi Ning turned to leave, preparing to head deeper into the city. He said to the two brothers, "You two stay here." He then walked further into the city, a desolate place filled only with ruins. Yi Ning stopped and began to activate his searching ability, calculating silently in his mind. "Just now, when I killed that second rank peak creature, I didn't see any legendary quality equipment drop. I'm guessing it'll only appear after I summon my troops. According to my intuition, it must be somewhere in this area." His eyes suddenly gleamed with light. The result had finally appeared. Yi Ning glanced toward that direction and said loudly, "Found it." As expected, it's right there. He quickly moved forward. A glowing green orb and an old tattered journal awaited him. The orb suddenly spoke in a mechanical tone. "Special mission activated. Last wish. Objective: discover the cause of the battlefield's destruction and resolve it. Upon completion, you will receive a special reward." Yi Ning picked up the weathered journal, examined it for a while, and murmured thoughtfully, "A special mission called Last Wish. Huh. It must be related to this journal." But in the days that followed, a tragedy struck. On the 25th of that month, the first zombie tide began. I never imagined things would escalate so quickly. A Yan is dead, and we couldn't even find his body. Amid the faded ink of the old journal, only a time-worn photograph remained. The author continued to write beneath it in his final moments. I asked them if they had any last words. They were usually just a bunch of mischievous kids who loved to joke around. Yet in the end, they said only one thing to me. On the last page of the diary, between the layers of protective paper, a line of writing appeared. "Morans is going home," which was also the author's final words. After reading the will, Yi Ning stared at the jade bracelet in his hand, muttering to himself, "The oath of the will." As he spoke, He tightly clenched the bracelet. On the side of the Chen brothers, they were observing the fight below while discussing Yi Ning's identity. Brother, is it possible that Yi Ning isn't even a level 3? Could he have some kind of equipment that only allows him to use his ultimate move once? It's possible, but we can't verify that. Once we anger a level 3, no one will know if we'll die here. Hearing her brother's words, Chen Jiao frowned and angrily replied, how dared he? With Grandpa around, no one in the entire Hubei district would let him get away with it. Seeing his sister's temper flare, Chen Yong advised, Sister, you really need to change your approach. If not, sooner or later, you'll regret it. Don't even talk about whether he'll attack us or not. If he really is a level 3, we should figure out how to bring him into our faction. I'm sure Grandpa and Dad will approve of this. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning returned. Chen Yong hesitated and asked, Yi Excellency, are we ready to go? While speaking, he pointed down below to update Yi Ning on the situation. These soldiers won't last much longer. Once the level 3 mutant appears, they'll stay for a while longer, then disappear. So we need to leave before they vanish. Otherwise, if a level 3 mutant targets us, it will be a huge hassle. However, Yi Ning didn't seem to find this very reassuring. He asked sternly, do you know what happened to the battlefield ruins? What happened to these soldiers in the end? Chen Yong was slightly surprised by the question, but still replied, at that time, my father hadn't been born yet, but I heard from my grandfather that the battle was a disastrous failure, and no one survived. However, thanks to their support, the safe zone behind the front lines was evacuated. My grandfather was one of the lucky ones who survived in the safe zone. Yi Ning continued to press. If it was such a disastrous defeat, how did the zombie tide finally subside? This time, Chen Yong hesitated a little. The details about that aren't clear. But there's a legend that the zombie tide seemed to just disappear on its own. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning finally seemed to piece things together. Disappear on its own. So that's how it was. So that's how it happened. Noticing Yi Ming's strange attitude, the two brothers couldn't help but be puzzled. Yi Ming, are you okay? Yeah, why all of a sudden asking about such old stories? Yi Ning didn't respond, only continuing to ask them. Do you know what the term Morans means? Chen Yong replied honestly. The meaning? This phrase is a secret word passed down within our group. I honestly don't know what its specific meaning is. His younger sister added, all we know is that whenever we shout this phrase, the soldiers will appear to fight on our behalf. She then raised her voice and reminded him, this is a military secret. My brother thinks highly of you, so he told you about it. It's best if you don't reveal it outside. Chen Yong quickly said, calm down, little sister. Don't interrupt them, his sister said to him. Yi Ning turned to ask, how many times can you use this method? Hearing this, he was startled and replied, several hundred times, but we usually use it when we want to replace equipment. However, each person can only use it once. After that, if someone else shouts, it won't be effective anymore. After hearing this, Yi Ning's expression became serious, and he continued asking, several hundred times. Then have you helped these soldiers eliminate the final mutated creatures? Chen Yong calmly replied, no, because usually only level 2 creatures are found here, and we've never seen a level 3 before. You're the first level 3 person to come here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning suddenly jumped down. Before the two siblings could react, he rushed towards the group of zombies, his mind constantly speculating. Could this be the origin of the battlefield ruins? Chen Jiao furrowed her brows and shouted, brother, what's he going to do now? Why aren't we leaving? In his mind, the last will and testament from earlier kept replaying, connecting everything together. Clearly, it was the obsession that had turned them into soldiers and transformed this battlefield into a unique event. But with his battle instincts, Yi Ning quickly reacted, swinging the sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, with just a few strikes, the head of the enemy was severed from his body. He remained calm, his thoughts constantly revolving around the soldiers, that soldier. It was because they knew that once the third-level mutant here was killed, their secret language would no longer work. And without it, they could no longer help their descendants gain benefits. Thunder rumbled and shook the sky, the rain pouring down like a waterfall, making the place even more gloomy. Yi Ning dashed through the puddles, feeling an immense anger as he realized the conspiracy behind the deception and exploitation. In an instant, his body shot up, gripping the weapon in his hand without hesitation. He charged at the enemy in front of him, as though unleashing all his hatred onto them after learning the truth. The phrase Moran seemed to hold all the hopes of the fallen ancestors. Yet the military had shamelessly used it as the most dishonorable card, employing it hundreds, even thousands of times. With a single strike, the zombie's body was cleaved in half. His gaze became unwavering, silently vowing to himself that today, even if it meant death, he would bring them home. Chen Zhou couldn't help but feel terrified by his appearance. She anxiously said, "Brother, has he gone insane? Is he really trying to fight the ultimate third-level mutant?" Ken Yang also found Yi Ning's behavior strange from the very beginning. He silently speculated, "This is odd. If he wants to fight the ultimate third-level mutant, why summon the soldier spirit so early? There's no need to have the soldiers fight the monsters anymore, right? Does he not want to conserve his stamina?" She quickly grabbed her brother's sleeve, trying to persuade Chen Yang. "Brother, the third-level mutant is about to appear. Even if Yi Lin is level 3, he still won't be able to kill it. We should leave now." Seeing that his sister made a reasonable point, Chen Yang still didn't want to give up on someone like Yi Ning. Truly, leaving now was the safest option, but once they left, it would be hard to establish a connection with Yi Ning. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yang turned to his sister and said, "Let's wait a bit longer. It'll only take 10 seconds to run away from here. If he really can't hold his ground, we can still escape from up here in time." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the building they were standing in began to tilt to one side. Chen Jiao screamed in panic. "This is..." From afar, through the thick fog, a gigantic figure slowly emerged. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble even more. The two of them began to recognize what it was and shouted in unison. Has it arrived? The monster cared for nothing, ready to crush anything that stood in its way. Its massive body was grotesque in size, and its long arms were covered in sharp, protruding spines. Each step it took was slow, as if burdened. As it moved, thick plumes of smoke poured from its mouth. The closer it got, the two brothers finally realized, terrified, and screamed out loud. "Is this the third-level mutant? Its size is monstrous." The creature rampaged through everything around it, heading straight toward Yi Ning. Upon closer inspection, his body seemed like a grain of sand in its eyes. For a moment, Yi Ning felt a wave of fear, but it quickly vanished. With a confident voice, he spoke. "Now I only have one more chance to use Dimensional Slash." He took a deep breath, muttering to himself as he considered how to defeat it. However, he wasn't sure how effective Dimensional Slash would be, so he knew he couldn't attack hastily. After some time of contemplation, Yi Ning let out a quiet sigh of relief, and finally made up his mind. Slowly, he raised his sword and lowered his body into a fighting stance, ready to strike when the creature came closer. It would be safer that way. Standing there without an ounce of fear, he closed the gap little by little, minus 70 meters, 59 meters, and finally 40 meters. The creature had arrived. There was no mercy in its actions. It swung its monstrous arm, covered in sharp spikes, in a straight line toward him like a living mace. Yet Yi Ning stood firm, showing no intention of dodging. His eyes shone brightly. "Prepare to strike back. This is the moment." In the blink of an eye, when did that massive towering figure get split in half by Yi Ning's sword? Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Yi Ning gently descended as though nothing had happened, his gaze still fixed on monster, never losing his vigilance. He spoke, "All things still, everything seems to freeze." The figure of Yi Ning stood alone on the rooftop of a building, surrounded by the ruins of destruction, facing the enormous, dangerous zombie. Is this the primordial space? My timeline is completely different from everyone else's. Yi Ning furrowed his brow, his cold, sharp gaze fixed ahead. Not only that, but he also noticed the skeletons piercing through the creature's body, and immediately realized he could see through it. Yi Ning subtly shifted, his legs radiating an increasingly powerful energy. He could choose any part of the primordial space to materialize it. Without hesitation, he instantly launched himself straight toward the creature's body, planning in his mind, and knowing he could pass through it without any obstruction. Suddenly, a burst of bright green energy erupted from Yi Ning's shoes. In this moment, he was invincible. At that very instant, he swung the hilt of his sword and thrust it directly into the zombie, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Yi Ning then continued to move at incredible speed, piercing through its head. That fatal blow shattered the zombie's head, causing an uproar across the sky. It then collapsed with a loud crash, sending dust and debris scattering everywhere. Chen Yong's eyes widened in shock. That's a third-level mutation. A mutation strong enough to destroy the safety zone. How can it be killed so easily? Chen Jiao gaped, stunned. The move was too fast. I didn't see anything. It's already dead. Suddenly, she covered her mouth, furrowed her brows, and whispered, "Brother, I was wrong. He really is a third-level mutant, even stronger than the third levels of Grandpa and Dad." Sweat dripped down his forehead as he agreed. "That's right. We've seen third-level fights in the military zone many times since we were kids, but we've never seen anything at this level. Could Yi Lin be a high-tier third rank? If so, wouldn't he be a national treasure?" Moments later, the system updated. "The event has ended. In 10 seconds, you will be leaving this place. After 10 seconds, the battlefield remnants will disappear forever." The ethereal soldiers froze for a moment upon hearing this announcement, all of them confused. The battlefield remnants are disappearing. What's going on? At the same time, both Chen Yong and Chen Jiao hurried over when they saw Yi Ning just landing on the rooftop. They called out loudly, "Yi Lin." He raised his hand, showing a blue jade necklace, while Yi Ning shouted, "Morans." The sound immediately drew the attention of the ethereal soldiers. They quickly lined up, stood at attention, raised their hands in salute, and said in unison, "Thank you." Chen Yong, standing behind, couldn't help but feel perplexed. "Yi Lin, why are you still using this tone right now?" At that moment, he silently cut her off and said, "This place is about to disappear." Just then, the system sent a notification and issued an order to leave the dungeon. The completion report for the dungeon. Yi Ning, dungeon completion level. Basic completion 70%, additional completion 30%, total accumulated completion 100%. Rating, SSS, equipment received. Items obtained, materials acquired. Though the news of leveling up reached him, Yi Ning remained seated quietly among the wreckage after the battle. He muttered to himself, "I really have reached high-level tier 2 now. I should be happy. But why does my heart feel so empty? Apart from freeing the seniors, what more can I do for them?" Soon after, the system sent another update. This event has disappeared, and several memorial tasks have been updated. You can choose to continue the task, which is to return home with the soldiers from this special event, or you may stop the task and claim your special reward now. Please note, after continuing the task, the rewards may change, and the skills could evolve unpredictably. Please choose carefully. As he read the information, Yi Ning smiled faintly, feeling a sense of relief. This works too. Even without this task, it's something I wanted to do anyway. Eventually, Chen Yong and Chen Jiao found him in a quiet corner. He chuckled and said, "Yi Lin, you're really something. Since we entered the instance from different directions, I was actually worried I wouldn't be able to find you." As he stepped closer, Chen Yong delivered the news. "I've already transferred all the loot from this round to you. These are the things you rightfully deserve." Upon hearing that, Yi Ning replied calmly, "Oh, thanks." Immediately after, both of them extended an invitation. "My brother and I would like to invite Yi Lin Zhenjiang to join us for lunch. Would you be willing to consider this?" He gently declined and at the same time asked, "Forget lunch for now. There's something else I'd like to do first. Could you help me with that?" He happily agreed. "It's my honor." "Please, Yi Lin, feel free to ask." Yi Ning made his request clear. "Please help me look into the hometowns of the soldiers on this battlefield. I want to visit those places myself." Without hesitation, Chen Yong reached out to the person who could help. "From the sub-officer, please assist me in checking the hometowns of the warriors from the tribe on the battlefield of the ruins. Send me the information as soon as possible." The person acknowledged. "Yes, Mr. Chen. I will get back to you shortly." "Yi Lin, I've found the location. It's about 300 kilometers from Zhenjiang. I'll have a helicopter take you there." He immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much." As Yi Ning boarded the helicopter, Chen Jiao quietly watched, unable to suppress his regret. "Brother, are you really just going to let him go like this? The battlefield ruins. If they disappear, what should we do? How are we going to explain it when we return? You must know how much the military values the battlefield ruins, right? This summoning quota was earned by my grandfather, after all." She furrowed her brow, glancing at Chen Yong beside her, then scolded, "If you give him all the spoils this time, then how could you still plan to help him hide it?" He continued to look ahead, answering slowly, "Little sister, although this is indeed a serious matter, what you said isn't wrong. Not only am I helping him conceal what happened on the battlefield, but I also cannot deny that it's my responsibility." A moment later, the helicopter began to take off. Chen Zhou still couldn't stop questioning, and even mentioned that they shouldn't talk about the spoils this time. Even if we give him 10,000 points or 100,000 points, what does it matter? Then she hesitated. "Big brother, I know he's very capable, but right now, he hasn't shown any intention of getting close to us, has he? Is it really worth it for us to act this way?" However, Chen Yang gave a faint smile and replied with a hint of meaning in his voice, "It's worth it. Let me tell you this. As for what's happening this time, we won't be able to avoid it. After all, as long as it's a political opponent, no matter what, they'll always blame us. Rather than being passive, we should take the initiative to use this opportunity to build a relationship with Yi Lin." He tilted his head and looked at Chen Zhou, questioning him. Another thing was that Yi Lin had asked his father to help save that information. What does this mean? It proves that he is still not aligned with any faction while being in the military. The helicopter continued flying at high speed, leaving behind bright streaks and powerful swirling air currents, while the words of Chen Yang echoed. Although he didn't say much, it was clear that he was absolutely someone who valued emotions deeply. If we want to get along well with this type of person, we need to treat him sincerely. Inside the helicopter, Yi Ning glanced at the sky through the window, lightly grasping the blue jade necklace and whispering, "Unseen elders, I wonder if you're still out there. No, if you are, then fly with me back home." At the Wenshan clan, a small town nestled between valleys surrounded by towering mountains and a jade-green river, a gentle voice rose. "Do you still remember the soldiers who left here 6 years ago? The soldiers who participated in the defense of Zhenjiang?" A pair of rough hands held up an old photograph of soldiers laughing together. It was the elderly farmer, his hair gray, leaning on a cane, his brow furrowing as he tried to recall the past. "This is Yan, and here is Maoran Sai." Yi Ning stood up and nodded in confirmation. "That's right, they've all gone home. They've all gone home." Not long after, Xiao Chen happily led another elderly man to deliver the news. "Yi Lin, after checking everything, only 5 families still know about what happened 60 years ago, and the elders are still alive to this day. Moreover, following your instructions, a large quantity of supplies has been distributed to the villagers for them to use in improving their lives." Then he turned to introduce him to the tablet that he had mentioned earlier. "I have brought the village chief here." He smiled and thanked him. "You've worked hard." The village chief sincerely replied, "Please, Yi Lin, don't be so polite. This is something Mr. Chen entrusted to me. Everything is following your arrangements." After Xiao Chen left, Yi Ming pointed into the distance and inquired, "Village chief, I will send an additional 4,000 credit points to you, so you can lead the people to build a monument to the martyrs there. Do you think that will be enough?" Upon hearing that figure, he quickly waved his hand. 4,000 credit points. This amount is more than enough. We won't even use it all." Yi Ming softly suggested. Then the rest should be distributed to the children in the village. Although he couldn't persuade Yi Ming to change his mind, the village chief was still moved, holding his hand and gratefully saying, "Sir, on behalf of everyone, I thank you. I will definitely remember each of their names." Yi Ming bowed his head in response. "Village chief, please don't say that." Back in the present, from the helicopter cabin, he continued to gaze at the distant sky and quietly whispered, "Senior ancestors, you can now rest in peace." Suddenly, the system displayed the results. The mission and the will had been completed. Reward: 100 fame points, and the completion of the blue necklace. All attributes increased by 1. The effect of the equipment's health and mana regeneration is increased by 33%, and the skill Unyielding Faith is activated for 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, 15 points of willpower attribute can be quickly restored. The evaluation of the necklace obtained shows that the blessing has become stronger than before. Yi Ning widened his eyes, deeply moved, and thanked the blessings of the seniors. "I will carry this with me forever, until the war is completely over." Moreover, when he looked at this notification board, he silently thought, "As for this honor reward, it is definitely not something money can buy. Perhaps for me, cultivating power within the army would be very beneficial." Suddenly, Yi Ning thought of Chen Yang. Speaking of military power, Shen Yong wasn't a bad choice either. After leaving the dungeon, he hadn't mentioned anything about the battlefield's disappearance. Furthermore, he had even met his requests. Although he didn't find him particularly pleasing to the eye, upon further thought, it seemed that Shen Yong didn't actually understand much about the ruins of the battlefield. In the end, he decided to return and check on him again, while also giving himself a bit more benefit. The scene shifted to a large wooden door intricately carved, standing within a wall of ornate patterns, exuding an air of luxury, mystery, and solemnity. Inside the room, Shen Yong jumped up as the person he had been waiting for actively made contact. "Yi Lin, are you looking for me?" Yi Ning went straight to the point. "I want to borrow 2 blue-colored swords from you, preferably ones with a short cooldown. Is that convenient for you?" Thinking he had misheard, he asked again. "Borrow?" Immediately, Shen Yong waved his hand to deny. No, I didn't mean that. What I meant to say is that I'll definitely find a way to get them and give them to you without needing to borrow them." As the system screen was about to shut off, the other person's voice echoed just before it ended. "Then there'll be a lot of trouble for you." Shen Yong clenched his fist with satisfaction. Yi Ning had come to him for help so quickly. It seemed that he was growing to trust him more and more. When he returned and told Grandpa and B, they would definitely be very pleased. At the Zhang Tong Lanju noodle shop, Yi Ning slurped his noodles while nodding in agreement. That kid, Shen Yong, was indeed straightforward. "In this dungeon, I only got 3 free attribute points. Excluding the blessing for the green equipment, my base attributes, aside from willpower, are only 26 points. Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Willpower 31. The blue necklace wasn't for sale, and the resistance materials weren't worth much either. I didn't have enough to buy the spiritual energy fruit. After waiting for 2 days for the ultimate skill cooldown, Ming would give me the blue equipment Shen Yong offered. Then, I would find a way to break through the high-level dungeon, earning as much as I could." Suddenly, he remembered something from before. Then, when he advances to rank 3, there will be another chance to double his attributes. In his previous life, all of his second-rank attributes had only reached 20 points when he ascended to rank 3. This resulted in his basic attributes being relatively low after the breakthrough. On the way back, Yi Ning had his hands tucked into his pockets as he pondered. "In this life, I must raise all my attributes to the maximum limit of rank 2, 31 points, before attempting the trial to advance to rank 3. By the time that happened, it would probably coincide with the period of violent outbreaks in the Tian Feng safe zone." Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. Oh, this is the killing intent of a rank 3. As the savage aura drew closer, Yi Ning suddenly realized, damn, my ultimate skill is still on cooldown. Facing a rank 3 right now means certain death. He walked on, deep in thought. Who could it be? Who wants to kill me? He fell silent, analyzing the situation. This was the inner city of the Zhenjiang safe zone, and no one except Shen Yong knew he was here. Could it be the rank 3 commander of Zhenjiang, the one whose prey I snatched earlier? Or maybe Shen Yong changed his mind? But he quickly dismissed that thought. No, Shen Yong wouldn't do that. Impossible. He's been trying to recruit me, so there's no reason for him to kill me. And the commander of Zhenjiang has no idea it was me who stole his monster. A sudden thought flashed through Yi Ning's mind, as he recalled the look of hatred in Lin Lan's eyes. Could it be that woman, Lin Lan from the Blood Wolf squad? Could it really be her? Had she already tracked me down at fast? Now, all the skills are on cooldown, so there's no way to rush into confirming anything. Forget about guessing who might want to kill me. Right now, I'm looking for a way to escape from the person who's following me. The top priority is figuring out how to get out of here. Should I activate the lightning escape skill and run? No, I need to stay calm first. The fact that my pursuer chose to follow me before making a move shows that they're still cautious. In other words, the opponent doesn't know my skills are on cooldown. So if I panic and run, it would only expose me, and the person would definitely take action to kill me. The best move now is to act like nothing's wrong and see if I can find a place to hide. I've already looked around. Suddenly, my eyes land on a nearby bar. Ah, there it is. Anyone who still comes to a bar for drinks these days must be rich, right? He smirked inwardly. I should head in there and make a move to set things in motion. Inside the bar near Yi Ning, Yu Xing was complaining. Why is it that all the people who came to the bar today are so rude? At that moment, her bodyguard approached and asked, "Young lady, after you finish this drink, shall we head home?" She waved him off impatiently, saying, "Go ahead." Then suddenly, she noticed something. Yu King looked toward Yi Ning. He was sitting nearby, his expression calm, but he was secretly watching her. She was young, had dyed hair, and wore heavy makeup. Coming to this nightclub, she was most likely in a rebellious phase. Yu King stepped forward, scanning the handsome men from top to bottom, silently thinking, the earrings and ring on this girl are all just flashy accessories. Looking at the bodyguards behind her, there were 4 of them, all at stage 2 peak. They seemed to be her bodyguards. No one dared to provoke her at the moment, which clearly indicated that her identity and background were probably very complicated. Yu Xing moved closer and softly said, "Did you come here alone? Let's have a drink together." Meanwhile, Yi Ning was still observing the man who was tailing him. The aura of the third-rank man was still lingering outside, not too far away. At that moment, Yi Ning spoke up, "I don't mind drinking, but I don't have any money." Yu Xing cheerfully responded, "I've got it covered." As soon as she finished speaking, she called the waiter. "Waiter, bring us 2 glasses. I'm not going home tonight. Make sure to charge it to my account." Looking at Yu Xing, he silently apologized. He really had no choice but to use her tonight in order to escape, with the uncertainty of his trump card and the 4 high-level second-rank bodyguards. Even a third-rank person would have to think long and hard about how to handle the situation. At this moment, holding the glass of red wine in her hand, she said, "Little brother, I wonder if you're brave enough to go to a room with me tonight." Yi Ning hesitated slightly. His cold, indifferent eyes glanced at her as he thought, if she enjoys playing the hunter, then I'll just play the prey for now. A while later, outside the bar, one of the bodyguards nervously asked, "Lai brother, the young lady has taken someone with her again. Should we stop them?" Lai brother snapped, "Do you dare to stop her? Have you forgotten what she said in front of her father about us last time?" Hearing this, another bodyguard panicked and asked, "Then what should we do now?" Lai brother turned and ordered, "What else is there to do? Hurry up and follow her. Protect the young lady well, and make sure nothing happens." Looking back, Yi Ning silently calculated. The danger was trailing not too far behind the bodyguards, but it hadn't left yet. He decided to take her to the hotel first, and figure it out from there. They arrived at a luxurious hotel, where Guang Yuting was so drunk that she stumbled to the bed. He assessed the room. No wonder she was the daughter of Yan Lai Jun, the leader of Security District 317 and president of the Xing Jiao Chamber of Commerce. The cost of staying at a hotel like this for one night was enough for an ordinary person to work for half a year. Thinking back to his past life, he remembered he had been a refugee. To survive, he had worked in the security team of the Xing Jiao Chamber of Commerce, responsible for cleaning up zombies, and eventually stood before her. He had to admit, her father was even my boss. Yu Xing heard this and screamed, "Don't mention that old man anymore. That filthy bastard." Then she leaned close to Yi Ning, whispering, "Hug me." Looking at her, he felt a surge of interest and a desire to play with Yu Xing. "Oh, come on, it's obvious you're arguing with your boss." Tonight she was doing this on purpose, just to provoke him. How childish. Maybe I should scare her a little. Let's see how honest she really is. With that, Yi Ning pushed her down onto the bed. "Are you being serious? Then I won't be polite anymore." Yu Xing let out a startled cry. Seeing his face so close to hers, she stammered, I'm too embarrassed." Yu Xing quickly pushed him away and dashed toward the bathroom. I'll go take a shower first." Yi Ning couldn't help but laugh, thinking, as expected, the funniest prey often appears in the form of a hunter. The sound of running water trickled from the bathroom. Yi Ning stepped out onto the balcony, guessing that the paper tiger probably wouldn't dare come out anytime soon. Looking down at the alley below, Yi Ning thought to himself, the killing intent of the third rank is still lingering down there. That shadow looks suspicious. But why doesn't that figure seem like a woman? Couldn't it be that's not Lin Lan? Then who on earth could it be? He frowned. Thinking back to his 2 previous lives, he still hadn't found a definite answer as to why he was knocked unconscious before the examination. It made no sense. Why would someone he'd never met commit a crime because of him? Truly incomprehensible. But if the person behind it wanted him dead, They could have just poisoned him back then. So why go through all that trouble? Then suddenly, another thought flashed through his mind. Looking back, Lin Lan had been seriously injured last time, and was likely still recovering. However, it couldn't be ruled out that she had conspired with another livestock team, and entrusted a third-rank expert to kill me. Setting aside all assumptions, he immediately started thinking about how to escape. Never mind who he was. First, he had to find a way to shake off the surveillance, then leave this place, and only then figure out what to do next. With that, Yi Ning called Fu Gai. "Live Fu Gai, help me buy a set of disguise props as soon as possible. Make sure they're realistic, to the point that no one can tell who I am." Fu Gai quickly responded, "Understood, master." He then stepped outside. The bodyguards, curious, asked, "How come so quick?" Yi Ning replied, "Your young lady has drunk too much. Take good care of her, and make sure nothing happens." Once inside the elevator, Yi Ning pressed the status button, preparing the disguise props. In an instant, he was wearing a completely different appearance. Stepping out, Yi Ning surveyed the surroundings. The third-rank expert wasn't following anymore. Looks like the disguise had worked. This time, thankfully, he hadn't encountered any danger. Next, he had to quickly level up to third rank. Without that, he wouldn't be able to handle the enemy lurking in the shadows. As for Gan Yuting, he could only hope she took care of herself well. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Yu Xing sat silently on the bed. Frowning, she stared at the letter Yi Ning had left behind. In the letter, Yi Ning had written, "I don't want to fish in troubled waters. You don't need to worry. Thank you for tonight." And so, time passed quietly. 2 days later, at a base, Yi Ning's joyful voice rang out. "Chen Yang, you really deserve to be a second-generation soldier with rich resources. I'm so impressed. You managed to get me blue-tier gear this quickly." Holding 2 swords in his hands, he sighed. The Blaze Flame Longsword and Fishfield Shortsword are both exceptional blue-tier equipment. Yi Ning held the sword glowing with fire in his hand. Extract Flame Demon Infusion. He swung the sword, consuming 270 spirit energy per second, with the highest temperature on the blade reaching 2,000 degrees. After testing the first sword, Yi Ning moved on to the second one, the Fishfield Enchantment. He swung the sword downward, consuming 240 spirit energy per second. This sword was as sharp as a laser beam. Once he finished, he said, "Based on my spirit energy reserves, this should be enough to handle a small-scale battle." Looking at his equipment, Yi Ning calculated, with these 2 swords, plus the thunder-favoring shoe's lightning properties, the protective shield of the Blood Soul armor, the decay sword from the Breaking Decay armor, the unyielding oath necklace, and adding in his other skills, plus the 3 ultimate moves that were in cooldown, he could barely pass for a third rank. "I'm about to enter the high-level instance of the Hellgate." He then muttered about the instance he was about to enter. The Hellgate instance was a type of dungeon located underground. Each time you descend to a new floor, you'll encounter zombies or be ambushed by mutated creatures. Every 7 floors, special mutated beings called elite monsters will appear in the middle floors. And the final floor is where you'll face the third-rank peak mutated creature. His voice echoed evenly. Aside from the rich rewards from the mutated creatures, there are also materials such as the spirit essence, which differs from those in other dungeons. If you're lucky, you might get a large chunk of it, which is far more valuable than blue equipment. At that moment, the system notification appeared. "Do you want to enter the Hellgate? The minimum level to enter is 2nd rank. The difficulty of the dungeon is extremely high, and it is recommended to form a team of at least 3 members." Yi Ning shouted, "Agree." The system then confirmed, "You have entered the Hellgate. Currently 40 people have entered." As soon as the notification ended, Yi Ning resolutely said, "The only way to earn top-tier attribute points is to rely on this attempt." Inside the Hellgate dungeon, the awakened players eagerly surrounded the essence crystals scattered around. One of them cheered, "Why are there so many essence crystals here?" The other person agreed, while helping to mine the essence crystals. Exactly 1 piece of essence crystal can be worth 7,000 to 8,000 credit points. If we get a few, we'll never have to worry about our lives again. At that moment, one of the awakened players spoke up, trying to stop them. "Don't keep mining. All the spirit essence in the Hellgate can only be obtained from monsters that have exploded. Even if you try to pry them out, you won't be able to take them." Amidst the crowd, Yi Ning was assessing his surroundings. A total of 40 people had awakened this time, with 21 of them being from the military alone. A firm voice rang out. "Stop talking nonsense. This time, the Hellgate dungeon will be led by our military. You guys are really lucky." The person who spoke stood in front of the other awakened ones, sternly saying, "My name is Wang Yang Peng, a lieutenant colonel in the 7th Division, 3rd rank." Yang Peng explained the situation inside the dungeon. "There are 18 tunnels around us, filled with zombies. As long as we survive and make it out, there will be rewards. Each team will consist of 3 people working in one tunnel to maximize profits. If there are more people, the earnings will be proportionally reduced." He spoke calmly. "On the 7th floor, the tunnels will converge, and we will fight together against the mutated elites." Next, he introduced the members of his military team. "Among the 21 people in our army, there are 4 3rd-rank warriors and 19 2nd-rank peak warriors, so you can pair up and follow one of our awakened soldiers." The crowd cheered. Someone exclaimed, "This is amazing." Another one excitedly said, "We're so lucky." However, Yang Ping added, "Nothing comes for free. The price for protection is quite steep. But first, let's settle the terms. If you choose to follow our 3rd-rank warriors, 70% of the earnings will be handed over to us. If you choose to follow the 2nd-rank peak, it'll be 50%. Of course, we will do our best to keep you all alive." He shouted loudly, "3rd rank, step outside. 2nd-rank peak, also step outside. The rest of you, fall back. All awakened soldiers, stand in formation." With overwhelming momentum, Yang Ping called out, "Everyone, feel free to make your own choice." After hearing his words, the remaining awakened individuals began to discuss among themselves. One person, deep in thought, said, "The military support is good, but it's just too costly." Another person responded, "But considering the aura emanating from the 3rd rank, following them does feel much safer." Suddenly, a tall figure stepped forward from the ranks. He spoke, "I am Yun Ming, a primary 3rd rank from the Demon Hunter Corps. I will take only 50% and will only lead 2nd-rank seniors." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning glanced over, thinking to himself, "I never expected that among these awakened wanderers there would be a 3rd rank and from the most famous Demon Hunter Corps in the non-governmental organizations, no less." At the same time, another man stepped forward and said, "Wang Kai, primary 3rd rank, I'll only take 50% and only lead 2nd-rank seniors." As he appeared, Yi Ning was startled. Wang Kai. This leader of the Wanderers seemed familiar. Yi Ning remembered seeing him among the disciples of the sect. His expression darkened, with killing intent radiating from him as he looked towards Yi Ning, thinking, "Is that Yi Lin?" But it was also thanks to his murderous aura that he realized this was the person who tried to kill him 2 days ago. This aura, could it be that he is the mysterious 3rd rank who had been stalking him 2 days ago? He looked at him, silently making a judgment. Surely the group of herders shouldn't be coming to a 3rd-rank dungeon like this, right? He came alone. It must have been a coincidence. Yi Ning calmly met Huang Kai's eyes, which were full of hostility. He, too, met his gaze without backing down, furrowing his brow and thinking, "Lin Lan, even though she disappeared mysteriously 2 days ago, suddenly I couldn't help but send someone to find her. Then I heard her say that he has some very powerful skills. I'll have to wait for him to use his ultimate move before planning how to kill him." At that moment, Yi Ning broke the tension and introduced himself. "Yi Lin, primary 3rd rank, receiving 40% unlimited rank." Looking at him, the people around whispered their evaluations. He didn't have any medals, nor did he carry the imposing aura of a typical 3rd rank. One person sympathetically replied, "He looks so ordinary, not like a 3rd rank at all, though he seemed a bit cheaper. The safety here." Huang Kai couldn't help but laugh loudly, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he said, "Yi Lin, are you really 3rd rank? I don't believe it." In the dungeon, Yi Ning glanced at him and calmly said, "If you call yourself 3rd rank, is there only one way to die?" A soldier from the army turned to Yang Ping and asked, "Colonel, you have the highest detection ability. What level would you say Yi Lin's strength is?" He replied seriously, "At the moment, it's hard to say. But the blue gear he's wearing is definitely not something a regular 2nd rank could possess. Moreover, he's right, only a fool would claim to be a 3rd rank." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The dungeon will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare, everyone. Seeing this, Yang Ping immediately spoke up. The mission is about to start. Everyone quickly form a team. The Awakeners around them were hustling to form their teams. Huang Kai, sir, please let us join your team. Yun Ming and everyone, I want to join you. Colonel, sir, everyone has already found their teammates. Only 3 lone figures remain. One of them is Yi Ning. He scratched his head and asked in confusion, "No one wants to choose me." At that moment, Huang Kai turned to mock him. What third-rank nonsense is that? Who would believe it? He laughed loudly, pointing at the other two, and shouted, "Now you're just dragging along 2 second ranks from the army. Do you want to take these 2 pieces of trash that no one else wants?" The 2 of them felt a bit awkward, but then approached Yi Ning. The girl spoke first. "Yi Lin, sir, my name is Li Kei. I specialize in ranged spellcasting. May I join your team?" The man also introduced himself. "I'm John Bin. I specialize in willpower." He didn't mock them and agreed to let them join. "All right, you 2 can follow me," they joyfully said in unison. "Thank you, Yi Lin, sir." After the teams were divided, Yang Ping spoke up to announce, "Now that the teams have been formed, each team will choose a tunnel." Yi Ming led his 2 teammates to Tunnel No. 18 and said, "Let's enter the cave. We're going into Tunnel No. 18. First, tell me what your strengths are." Lai Qi spoke up first. "I'm a sorcerer, and I can use my skills up to 3 times. But I only learned the basics, so my abilities are fairly weak." Zhang Bin, holding a light machine gun, hesitated before saying, "Although I'm of the willpower system, I have a spirit energy storing staff in my hand, so suppressing mutated creatures shouldn't be a big issue." Hearing this, he hesitated and said, "With your current strength, I don't know what to say. I can only apologize to Yi Ning." "I'm really sorry, sir." He awkwardly added, "Actually, we didn't want to be here. If it weren't for our circumstances, we wouldn't." However, Yi Ning turned around, offering both comfort and reassurance. "In fact, our team isn't bad at all. Don't worry, I've already secured your protection fees, so I will definitely make sure both of you get out alive." The 2 of them expressed their gratitude. "Yi Lin, sir." Suddenly, a noise echoed, as if sensing something approaching. He warned, "They're coming. Get ready to fight. Let's go." Looking towards the approaching monsters, he said, 473 zombies, the 2 longest ones. Zhang Bin was amazed, and said, "How could Yi Lin, sir, be so accurate in counting the number of zombies like that?" Lai Qi was equally surprised. This must be the ability of a 3rd rank. Yi Ning skillfully wielded the sword in his hand, slaughtering all the monsters. He fought while assessing the situation. It was relatively simple, and he had to conserve as much spiritual energy as possible. Even while fighting, he didn't forget to advise his 2 teammates. "Before reaching the 7th floor, we should rely solely on basic skills to pass each level without using any equipment or ultimate moves." Seeing Yi Ning's skills, Lai Qi marveled. His agility is incredible. At that moment, he was swiftly taking down a giant centipede. Zhang Bin, witnessing this, sighed. "It feels like Yi Lin, sir, isn't using even a bit of spiritual energy, just relying on his physical combat skills." A moment later, the system's voice echoed. "Level 1 cleared. Please proceed to Level 2. The battle ended, and the 2 couldn't regain their composure after witnessing Yi Ning's swift combat. Is it really over just like this? We didn't even have time to lift a finger. The system's notification kept coming. 1 first-rank mutated creature eliminated. 170 pieces of essence crystal received. 1 first-rank mutated creature, 2-headed wolf, eliminated. Spirit essence fragment received. Door clearance reward. All members receive 100 meters, spirit essence fragments. Looking at the points received, she was astonished. On this floor, we didn't do anything. Yet we received 60 spirit essence and 600 credits. Zhang Bin, standing beside him, exclaimed with delight. It seems not only did we arrive at the right time, but we also chose the right person. Yi Ning was also checking his earnings after the battle. 1 piece of spirit essence is worth 10 credits. On this floor, my personal income is 4,800 credits, plus the commission. On the 7th floor, Yun Ming complained about Yi Ning's delay. We've been waiting for 5 minutes. Why hasn't that 3rd rank Yi Lin shown up yet? Huang Kai joined in. though his tone was full of sarcasm. "Third rank my foot. I told you he was a fraud." Hearing this, Yang Ping frowned and replied, "That can't be true. Even a second rank peak takes half a day." Looking down Tunnel 18, Huang Kai calculated silently. It seems that if this kid doesn't use his ultimate skill, he can't even take down a first-rank mutant. So if he has to face a second-rank peak mutant, not using his ultimate would mean getting killed by the monster, or if he does use it, he'd kill it with his ultimate. At that moment, Yi Ning and his team appeared, with him leading and saying, "We're here." Once everyone had gathered, Yang Ping spoke up. "You are complete. The 7 floors have been cleared. Next, you must kill the 5 second-rank peak monsters. To maximize profits, each of the 7 third-rank members will form one group, while the smaller teams can unite into an alliance." He then turned to Yi Ning's group and asked, "If your team runs into trouble, you can ask us for help at any time. Just share the harvest with us, and that's enough." But he immediately declined. "Thank you, but that's not necessary." Over here, Lai Qi, recalling what had happened on the previous floors, said worriedly to Zhang Bin, "On the first few floors, Yi Lin Sir fought very quickly, but when facing the star pattern peak first rank on the 6th floor, it was obviously much more difficult. Although he was agile, the damage he dealt was not very high. He was worried, but still trusted in him." "That's right, but that might have been to preserve his strength. We have to trust Yi Lin Sir." Suddenly, the system's voice announced, and at the same time, the monsters appeared, growling fiercely. 8 mutated peak creatures have been activated. Please prepare for battle." Looking at the monsters in front of him, Yi Ning couldn't help but feel pleased inside. The monsters were almost all aligned in a straight line. If he took advantage of the others attacking towards the front and didn't pay attention, he could easily wipe out all monsters, and everyone would be speechless. Meanwhile, Huang Kai was also plotting his revenge against Yi Ning. "Yi Lin, wait for me to take care of this bunch first, and then I'll quietly eliminate you." Yi Ning quickly assessed the situation, jumped up, and headed straight for the group of monsters. Unfortunately, at this moment, Huang Kai could not be killed, but in order to avoid accidentally injuring the soldiers, he could only hold back for now. With a single slash of his sword, all the monsters were wiped out, a flash of steel shining. After Yi Ning killed all the monsters with just one move, everyone started murmuring. Did Yi Lin really kill all of them with just one strike? How could this be? A move from an ordinary third rank. It's hard enough to even kill a single target, let alone something like this. Huang Kai looked at the scene, feeling a little worried inside. Damn, Lin Lan only mentioned that his ultimate move was powerful, but she didn't say it was this powerful. Lai Qi exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, is this really Yi Lin Sir's true strength?" Zhang Bin was also surprised. "I told you, he was holding back his full strength in front of us." At that moment, Yi Ning descended from the air. "I was thinking, this time the earnings should be around 50 to 60,000 credits, right?" The system's mechanical voice rang out. "Killed a peak second rank mutated beast with multiple heads. Obtained 680 pieces of essence crystal from the blood demon head. Killed a peak second rank mutated beast. Received 720 pieces of essence crystal. Killed all. Everyone receives 150 pieces of spirit essence." Lai Qi hugged Zhang Bin, shouting loudly, "Brother Zhang, am I dreaming, or is this real? We really hit the jackpot this time, didn't we?" He was overjoyed. "Yeah, who would have thought we'd earn 900 credits? It would take us half a year to make that much under normal circumstances." Yang Ping stepped forward and spoke. "Yi Lin, you hid your strength well, but you're really impressive." Yi Ning calmly replied, "Sorry, everyone, I didn't control the power of the move well, still not fully in control, so it was a bit careless." Upon hearing this, Huang Kai sneered, "Careless, huh? Are you doing that so others will be left to fend for themselves? No matter how formidable you are, you must still speak with reason, right? Especially when standing before the army like this." Looking at him, he narrowed his eyes and thought quietly, "This Huang Kai clearly wants to make a fuss. Could it be he intends to use the troops to test me? And then are you doing that so others will be left to fend for themselves? No matter how formidable you are, you must still speak with reason, right? Especially when standing before the army like this." Looking at him, He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that Huang Kai was obviously trying to stir things up. Could it be he wanted to use the army to try him? At this moment, Huang Kai was elated, a crafty smile spreading across his face. His big move was over. Against someone from the third rank army, it probably wouldn't be decisive. For now, just test him and see what happens. Yi Ning spoke up to reassure them. Please be patient. On this floor, activations can trigger on their own. There's currently no way to force a clear. That means there are still second-rank peak monsters remaining. Everyone just ignore the fact that I'm here. If another activation occurs, I simply won't step in. Huang Kai wouldn't accept that. He pointed directly at Yi Ning and shouted, "How presumptuous! Do you show no respect for anyone? Others may keep quiet, but would you even dare disdain Sir Wang Yangping?" Yangping then cut across their quarrel. "Shut up! A dungeon raid turning into internal strife. Wouldn't it be good to have a powerful comrade among us? Besides, Yi Ning's not wrong. We just need to trigger the next activation." Huang Kai saw that he intended to defend Yi Ning. Although he agreed with Yang Ping's words, he still complained. Colonel Wang was right too, but if no compensation is handed out, he'd have to go and kill a second-rank peak himself. Truly, the extra reward given to all the team can hardly be called proper compensation. Out of options, Yang Ping had to speak clearly with Yi Ning to ease the public's outrage. "Lord Yi Lin, would you mind striking another one?" In his heart, he thought, "Your performance just now was vastly different from before. Watching how you fight is a good thing after all." He smiled and replied, "Ah, it's fine." But inside, Yi Ning was thinking, this bastard Huang Kai couldn't stir up trouble. So now he wants to use a second-rank peak monster to test my trump card. Sword Flow Storm has to be kept for the 14th floor to deal with third rank. As for Dimensional Slash, it needs to stay on standby. At that moment, the system notified again. The 8 second-rank peak mutated creatures have been fully triggered. Prepare for battle. Seeing the monsters charging toward him, he thought, looks like I'll need to use tactics and the demon charm equipment this time. Killing one monster shouldn't be too difficult, and I'll also find a weakness in Huang Kai's strategy. A massive crocodile appeared, and he assessed it. This is a mutated creature with huge defensive capabilities. It's very difficult to defeat. Yi Ning quickly leaped up, thinking as the creature's massive foot was about to strike him. The most optimal fighting strategy is guerrilla tactics and attrition. A powerful slash struck the crocodile's back, but the blow didn't even leave a scratch. Yi Ning was stunned. No, its strength is still too great. One strike can't break through its defense, and there's basically no damage at all. While fighting a monster, Huang Kai still didn't forget to glance at Yi Ning. He smirked with a sinister grin. As expected, it had used up its ultimate move, and now it had become an easy target. Once I deal with this monster, it will be your turn to die. Yi Ning, standing in front of the roaring giant crocodile, quickly rushed forward. Blazing Flame Enchantment. Fish Field Enchantment. He swiftly passed beneath its legs, moving so fast that only a trail of light remained, but the crocodile wasn't injured in the slightest. Someone shouted loudly, "Damn, the crocodile corpse's skin is too thick. Even a strike from Blue Gear Enchantment couldn't cut through its legs. What's going on?" The crocodile roared in fury, swinging its massive tail toward Yi Ning. He quickly raised his hand to block, and the crocodile howled at him once more. Lai Qi and Zhang Bin, who were behind, shouted in panic, "Yi Ning, sir, this is dangerous." He immediately pulled out his machine gun and fired at the crocodile, making a rattling sound of bullets. His companion beside him also sprang into action, using her skills to launch attacks at the crocodile, but none of them caused any harm. On the contrary, it made the beast even angrier, and it charged quickly toward the two of them. Zhang Bin panicked. "Our skills are basically useless against it now." Lai Qi, terrified, said, "We're definitely done for." At that moment, Yi Ning appeared to block the crocodile's path. "You spoke, you too. Get away a bit. I can handle it on my own." With a slash of his sword, he silently assessed his two blades. Although after using Demon Charm, there was still no way to defeat the monster with a single strike. Although the results weren't as expected, he didn't stop. However, the overall damage was still higher than before. He continued to attack the crocodile relentlessly, and if he kept playing this guerrilla tactic, he might slowly kill it. On the other side, Yang Ping had defeated a monster and ascended to sainthood. Yun Ming had also eliminated his enemy. Kai Tianfu and Huang Kai, along with the golden hammer, were the same. Seeing everyone else had finished off all the monsters, Lai Qi couldn't help but feel anxious. All the other third-rank players are done, but Yi Lin Sir is still playing guerrilla tactics. What's going on? Zhang Bin added. That's right, Yi Lin Sir's fighting style is really strange. He can kill 8 with one blow. He furrowed his brows, puzzled. Why is it so difficult for him to deal with just one now? Looking at Yi Ning still struggling with the giant crocodile, Yang Ping wondered, why is the damage so low now? Without the demon charm's blue effect, he should at least be at the second rank peak. Doesn't this seem completely illogical? Looking at Huang Kai behind him, he guessed that the others must have already finished. Huang Kai was definitely preparing to act, and he knew he had to be on guard. At that moment, Huang Kai rushed forward, shouting, Yi Lin, you're still struggling. Let me help. Looking at the scene, he silently mocked him. You came here to kill and conveniently rob, huh? At this moment, sparks of lightning shot from his legs. He thought to himself, fortunately, he was about to finish. Don't even dream about it. Yi Ning, like a bolt of lightning, rushed forward, activating all of his magical gear, and ready for a fight. Immediately, he appeared above the crocodile. Stabbing down with both swords, he shouted, Blazing Flame, Fish Field, Assault. Suddenly, Huang Kai appeared behind Yi Ning, wielding the golden hammer. Without hesitation, he used his skill to create a blood soul armor shield for defense. Instantly, he dodged. The decaying armor and decaying sword struck with tremendous force, slicing through the crocodile's head. Huang Kai was knocked back by the force of Yi Ning's shield, struggling to maintain his balance and barely preventing himself from crashing into the entire army behind him. Yang Ping, who had been watching the whole scene, couldn't help but jeer. Huang Kai, looks like Yi Lin doesn't need your help after all. Huang Kai merely grunted in response, too lazy to waste his breath arguing. He refocused on his defensive stance, quietly thinking, damn, this is Lin Lan's equipment. With Yi Lin's spiritual energy, there's no way he can use it for long. I fear he'll be out of the dungeon soon, so I need to deal with him as soon as possible. He maintained his defensive position and calmly said, seems like today you, Huang Kai, are determined to pick a fight with me. Ha! Yang Ping could no longer hold back and grabbed his shoulder, urging him. Huang Kai, the monster has already been killed by Yi Ning. Don't make a scene over the food like this. But Huang Kai wouldn't listen. He immediately responded, Colonel Wang, this is a personal grudge between me and him. Please don't interfere. Hearing that, Yi Ning sheathed his sword and coldly spoke. Although I don't know what you're talking about, if it's a personal grudge. He smirked, a challenge in his eyes. Why don't we wait until the 14th floor to settle it, to save everyone some time? Huang Kai was momentarily stunned and asked back, you don't plan on retreating at this level? He furrowed his brow, guessing the hidden meaning behind his words. The big move has been used up. Relying on equipment and talismans to get through the next round would be suicide. Is he stupid or does he still have some trick up his sleeve? The two exchanged sharp glares. Yi Ning continued to provoke. Don't worry, I won't retreat until the 14th floor. Huang Kai was equally determined. That's the way it should be. See you at the 14th floor. If you can survive until then. The two opposing auras clashed, as if they were about to tear each other apart. Yang Ping quickly directed the group from the side. All right, if that's the case, choose a tunnel and move on to the next round. The soldiers replied in unison. Yes, Colonel Wang. As they entered tunnel number 9 on the end level, in a hidden corner, a few ugly monsters quietly observed the group rushing past. They were silently calculating the right moment to launch a surprise attack on the group. Inside the tunnel, there were hundreds, even thousands of bright eyes glaring at the group from the darkness. Perhaps to them, even the glittering crystals were less appealing than the mud-smeared people. Huang Kai, charging forward and leading the way, swore loudly. Damn, every time we reach the 8th floor, there's always some monster lurking to ambush us. It's hard to keep watch. Hurry up, or, if any of you die, don't blame me. The two soldiers accompanying him responded in unison. Yes, sir. Just as Huang Kai moved ahead, a long grayish arm suddenly shot out from behind. It lunged at the group with terrifying speed. Its claws were sharp and grotesque, and just the sight of it was enough to make anyone faint with fear. One unlucky soldier was struck by the horrifying creature. The arm swept past, severing half of his arm, and he screamed in agony. The nearby soldier saw this and cursed under his breath. Damn! He sprinted desperately, trying to escape. Fortunately, Huang Kai reacted quickly, rushing forward and using his shield to block the creature's arm. He shouted to the rest of the troops, "It's the Ghost Claw again." Having said that, Huang Kai slammed his hammer hard into the ground, causing the Ghost Claw to recoil in fear. But behind him, countless other Ghost Claws were lurking, charging toward them at an astonishing speed. The soldiers could only shout a warning. "Sir, watch out behind you." The moment Huang Kai turned around, he saw a Ghost Claw with its claws raised, only a few millimeters away from his eyes. Huang Kai quickly reacted, dodging to the side, still cursing. What? The soldier he had just saved nearby immediately launched an attack, using his vast spiritual energy to push the Ghost Claws back. Huang Kai turned around angrily at the group behind him. "Damn, I almost got my eyes gouged out just now. I'm charging 90% for this trip. If you'll agree, get out." The two men were stunned and immediately responded angrily. "What did you say, sir?" "If it weren't for me just now," he retorted immediately. "That last move was probably your ultimate skill, right? And the other guy is crippled now. So next, aren't you relying on me?" Hearing this, the other man couldn't hold back and yelled furiously, "You're just as dependent as we are." The soldier who had been attacked earlier spoke up. "Sir, even if I go outside, I'll be a cripple. If we don't have money." Huang Kai snapped angrily. "Stop talking." He pointed his axe at them, challenging. "Do you want money or do you want to live? Think carefully," he said, then quickly turned and walked away, calling out over his shoulder, "If you don't have any objections, then hurry up and leave." Thus the three of them continued their arduous journey, one leading, two following. After not running for long, he suddenly turned back in alert. When he encountered those terrifying dark figures, he was briefly surprised, but quickly assumed a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Yang Ping had just taken down a monster, with thick smoke still rising, enveloping the narrow space. Among the soldiers behind, Yang Ping spoke cheerfully. "Up ahead is the next level, only 2 more floors to go before it's over." It seems that this dungeon run is still going smoothly. He is still on guard, reminding everyone to stay focused and not talk anymore. Suddenly, something fast as lightning shot towards them, piercing through the head of the chatty soldier from earlier, leaving everyone stunned. Upon closer inspection, it was a monster shaped like a stingray, and what had just struck was its sharp tail. The group quickly warned each other to be careful overhead. That stingray, dodge quickly. Elsewhere, in Tunnel 18, Floor 12, the 3 of them, Yi Ning, Lao, and the others were speeding ahead. He led the way, quickly turning left, then right, urging them on. "Hurry up a bit, don't get left behind." A sudden scream echoed through the tunnel. "Help!" Lai Qi turned around cautiously, feeling like the other tunnels were in much worse shape. But why hadn't they encountered any monsters on their path so far? Zhang Bin chimed in. "Yeah, aside from being a bit tiring, this is way easier than the first 7 floors." Lai Qi couldn't help but feel uneasy, voicing the thought that had been on her mind. Could there be fewer monsters in our tunnel? He immediately dismissed her concern. "That's impossible. They must be avoiding us, because they can sense Yi Lin Sir's presence." Suddenly, Yi Ning stopped in his tracks. Zhang Bin anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Lin Sir's eyes glowed brightly as he turned around, alert. He spoke to everyone. "Lai Qi, right in front of you, there's a corpse demon lying on the ceiling at a 97-degree angle. Don't let it catch you." In his heart, he silently calculated. No matter what happened ahead, there was no way to escape, right? With his penetrating ability, every grotesque monster appeared before his eyes. He observed, and then warned. In the second cave, 16 meters to the left, there is a blood maiden hiding there. Beneath the ground on the right is a bone-shattering insect, which is about to move toward us. Zhang Bin seemed to have an epiphany and shouted in shock. So he's not sensing, but actually seeing everything. Lai Qi was equally stunned. That's incredible. Is it really possible to have such a power in this world? Yi Ning remained cold and indifferent, as if nothing unusual was happening. He accelerated forward, instructing as he ran. I'll charge in first and take out the zombie. You two follow 3 seconds after. Then I'll lure the bone-shattering insect away. In 30 seconds, we'll meet at the third intersection on the right. He quickly executed his move. With that, his demon charm sword sliced through the monster's body just as it was about to charge at him. He urged, "You two, hurry up and run." Busy fighting the monsters, he still took the time to remind the other two. Make sure to move fast. No matter what you hear, don't look back. John Bin and Li Qi, running desperately forward, replied in unison. Understood. Yi Lin, sir. On the 14th floor, in the cave, a limping soldier was helping his companion reunite with the squad. Seeing that only 2 people had arrived, Wang Yang Ping hurriedly asked, "Where is the person you brought along?" The soldier with green hair struggled to report, "They're all dead now. Thinking about how the low-level monsters ambushed us is harder than fighting high-level monsters. I had to use a lot of new skills, and I barely managed to bring back this agile system person." Hearing this, he furrowed his brows tightly, frustrated, and said, "This is tough. We've been asked by the higher-ups to bring back enough essence crystals, but now I'm afraid we won't be able to get all of them." One of the soldiers behind suggested, "If it's really impossible, then we'll have to buy them from other third-rank people." When they saw Huang Kai and the others arrive, a soldier's voice rang out, announcing, "Yun Ming and Huang Kai are coming out, and Yun Ming is leading someone else. Huang Kai looks badly injured." Huang Kai angrily cursed loudly, "This damn instance!" Suddenly another corpse worm appeared out of nowhere. Yang Ping, who had been silent the whole time, turned toward the entrance of Cave 18 and said, "Now, the only remaining team is Yi Lin's. If he can bring someone out, we might still make it, but his fighting ability is really hard to predict." He shouted in frustration, "Predict my ass. We're here, and I'll say it straight. He's just a fake third rank with some gear. The monster he wiped out earlier, it was just a big move skill that could only be used once." With that, he pointed at himself and declared loudly, "I bet they've been wiped out already. I'm willing to stake my face on it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ming's footsteps halted. He smirked and taunted Huang Kai, "Looks like your face might not be needed anymore." The 3 of them stepped outside unharmed, not a scratch on any of them. Seeing Yi Ming's group emerge unscathed, everyone was stunned. Huang Kai's eyes widened as he shouted, "Yi Lin, you're still alive." Yang Ping beside him was equally astonished. Not only was he alive, but he wasn't injured at all. How was that possible? Yun Ming's jaw dropped in bewilderment. "How can this be? Weren't you ambushed?" Li Qi and John Bin took turns puffing out their chests proudly. "Sir, Yi Lin led us to dodge most of the anomalies. Why do you all look so pathetic? Couldn't you dodge them?" The group fell silent, only managing a few stammered words. "Although this." Yi Ming suddenly drew a dagger and thrust it toward Huang Kai, a smirk playing on his lips provocatively. Who was it that just said our team was completely wiped out? Seeing the gleaming blade pressed so close to his face, Huang Kai broke into a cold sweat, terrified. Yet he stubbornly remained silent. "You've obviously been to this dungeon many times before, memorized all the routes, and then pretended otherwise." Yang Ping nearby immediately objected. "That's impossible. Since the Hell Dungeon was created, the terrain changes completely once someone enters." He paused though, deep in thought. He must have some special evasion skill. If we can recruit him, he would be an invaluable asset to the army. Huang Kai stepped back in frustration, muttering under his breath, "This isn't fair." Yi Lin's strength is completely different from what Lin Lan described. Right now, I can't act impulsively. I have to wait until the 3rd-tier mutant appears, then I can test it again. Yi Ming continued to provoke. "Wang brother, are you the type who dares to act, but doesn't dare to take responsibility?" Yang Ping quickly changed the topic. "Yi Lin and everyone, we are about to face the 3rd-tier mutant. Why don't we focus on the overall situation first?" He obediently agreed. "Since Colonel Wang has spoken, let's first listen to his arrangements." Yang Ping continued to explain the next plan to everyone. "There are 2 primary tier 3rd-tier mutants on this floor, and our army will handle one of them. The rest of us will work together to deal with the other after the battle, and then we will escape from this dungeon." Huang Kai angrily objected. "I disagree with this organization. Our army has 4 third-tier individuals and 6 at 2nd-tier peak. Then he turned and pointed directly at Yi Ning's group with contempt. Our group only has 3 third-tier members, and one of them is likely a fake. Of the 5 second-tier, 2 are useless. He didn't hold back and directly retorted, Wang Kai, do you think a fake third-tier can't kill 8 second-tier monsters? If it comes to that, we can still call for reinforcements. It's never too late, as long as we have the money. Yi Ning smiled confidently at him and said, Colonel Wang, there's no problem on our side. If you need help over there, just shout. His words made Wang Kai think to himself, this confidence of his. It seems he still has a trump card. Yun Ming also couldn't help but reflect. Yi Lin's true strength was indeed hard to fathom. Yang Ping, however, regained his composure and raised his hand to signal the start of the battle. All right, let's begin. 2 grave-robbing worms appeared. The entire army split into 2 groups, attacking the 2 monsters at each end of the battlefield. Huang Kai, Yun Ming, and Yi Ning rushed toward one of the roaring, grave-robbing worms. Countless techniques were unleashed upon the monster. Huang Kai suddenly noticed that the troops behind them had yet to launch their attack. But before Yi Ning could catch his breath, the grave-robbing worm charged toward them. Huang Kai quickly raised his shield to block it. He turned and urged Yi Ning. Yi Lin, aren't you going to take action? Yi Lin hurriedly rushed in. I'm on my way. Yi Ning swiftly drew his sword, finished with the sword charm. Yun Ming leaped into the air, flying toward the monster's head. He unleashed his spirit energy war axe skill, delivering a devastating blow to its head. But the monster seemed unfazed, angrily swinging its body and tossing Yun Ming aside. Yi Lin, however, continued charging toward the enraged monster. With 2 powerful slashes, his swords cut across the body of the grave-robbing worm. As it retaliated, Yi Ning quickly executed his technique. Thunder accumulation boots. He narrowly dodged the rapid attack and then swiftly kicked Huang Kai in the head, using him as a springboard, not forgetting to tease. Huang, brother, can you make way? No matter how fast he ran ahead, the man was still behind, seething with rage, cursing loudly. Yi Lin, you want to die, don't you? Suddenly, the grave robber worm charged forward at full speed, and the man only had time to swear. Damn it! He quickly pulled out his shield and blocked the sharp claws of the monster. The grave robber worm retracted its claws, then unexpectedly attacked again. Huang Kai desperately used the shield to defend, but this time, the force of the strike was so great that he was knocked to the ground. Yi Ning noticed immediately and asked with concern, Huang brother, are you okay? His anger flared even more, and he yelled back, Did you do this on purpose? 2 of the soldiers, still strong and determined, rushed out and launched various attacks on the 2 grave robber worms, but it seemed to have no effect. The group on Yi Ning's side rushed out to cover Huang Kai. Huang brother, I'm here to support you from the rear. He quietly calculated. The distance between the 2 creatures was still 200 meters, so as long as they were within 100 meters, they could execute a simultaneous assassination. Yun Ming, up ahead, spoke up to remind him. Yi Lin, focus on taking down this one first. I can't handle it alone. He turned and gave orders to the soldiers behind. All second-rank soldiers, focus on supporting Yun Ming. The rest, don't worry, Huang brother, and I will handle things here. Meanwhile, the 2 men were being relentlessly pursued by the monster. Huang Kai was furious to the point of explosion, running for his life while shouting. Yi Ning, damn you! You sent all the second-rank soldiers over there. We on this side have no support. How are we supposed to hold it? Yi Lin remained calm as he explained. If someone can hold it for 3 seconds, I can kill it. Seeing his confidence, the man relented. I'll trust you this time. After we finish off a monster, I'll settle things with you. He activated his shield while murmuring to himself. Sure enough, the man still had a trump card. Wait until he uses it, then deal with him later. After struggling, he finally managed to fend off the tomb crawler's attack. He urged hastily, It's holding. Unleash your special move now. Although it was somewhat different from what he expected, he took the risk. There's 50 meters left. We have to try. When Yi Lin still didn't move, the man lost his patience and spat out an angry curse. Yi Lin, you. Yi Ning charged straight at Yang Ping, shouting, Lieutenant Colonel Wang, watch behind you. We can't hold it any longer. Yang Ping turned in surprise. What? Immediately afterward, he was hurled aside by the tomb crawler. Yi Ning shouted, "Everyone fall back. I'm going to use my big move. Be careful and avoid getting hurt." As he gathered his energy, he thought to himself, "First, trick them a little longer. Draw them closer. That'll make it more certain." He then threw 2 swords to either side, aimed straight at the 2 monsters. The red blade skimmed past the face of the tomb-worn demon. The blue blade sliced across the body of the other. Yang Ping's eyes widened in horror. Is the effect of this assassination attempt completely different from the last time? Huan Kai was also stunned and shouted, "This is basically not a big move at all." Yi Ning, standing between the 2 monsters, yelled, "The 2 grave-digging worms are trapping Huan Kai in the middle. This is the moment. Now, you can unleash your sword strike with explosive force." The 2 swords severed the heads of the 2 monsters. The terrifying power spread out, forcing everyone around to struggle to keep from falling over. Yun Ming furrowed his brows, amazed by the terrifying technique just now. This power is really frightening. Even if we really wanted to steal the monsters, we wouldn't be able to say anything, because just now, he could have wiped us all out. He was once again shocked, his eyes wide open as he realized it seems that now he's not just 3rd rank, but could even be mid-level or high-level 3rd rank. All the low-level 3rd rank people like us are completely incomparable to him. Huan Kai was knocked out by the earlier move. His eyes rolled back as he lay on the ground. Yi Ning scolded him. "Huan, brother, didn't I tell you to avoid it? How could you end up like this?" He was worried but didn't approach. Instead, he fumbled to gather his equipment amidst the thick smoke. "You died for me, so rest assured. I'll make sure you use your gear well in your place." Everyone around, witnessing this scene, felt helpless and didn't bother speaking up. The notification screen appeared, indicating that this round had completed the trial for all members. 300 pieces of essence crystal. Personal rewards would be calculated based on performance, and would be calculated separately. You can choose to continue or exit. Yang Ming called him back. "Yi Lin, if we go any deeper, there will be a mutated 3rd rank intermediate form," he continued to explain. "Our army has decided to halt here." However, Yi Lin swiftly declined. "I'm tired today, let's all withdraw together." He thought to himself, "At this point, the only skill I have left is Dimensional Slash, so I still need to keep a life-saving move in reserve." Yang Ping then gave the order. "That's fine, everyone gather up first. Before we leave, I have something to discuss." He made an offer to everyone. "Our army would like to buy all the essence crystals you have. The market price is 10 credit points per shard, but we're willing to pay 11 points to buy them." Zhang Bin was so surprised his eyes widened, but quickly, he agreed happily. "That's great, I can get a little extra that way." Yun Ming also agreed. "I have no problem with that, selling to anyone is still selling." Yang Ping continued. "Those who agree can leave after the transaction with our people." He then turned to Yi Lin and invited him to join the discussion. "What about you, Yi Lin? You have the most essence crystals here, and they're exactly what our army needs the most." Yi Lin didn't respond but simply asked, "First, tell me, what exactly does your army need so many essence crystals for?" Yang Ping explained, "We need a large quantity of essence crystals. That is the plan to promote low-level awakened individuals according to our project. On the market, we have already bought up all the spirit essence, but it is still far from enough." Hearing this, Yi Ning couldn't help but think. Although spirit essence can indeed enhance strength, its consumption and effectiveness are not proportional in the slightest. If it's a primary level, to advance to the intermediate level, at least 10,000 essence crystals must be consumed. And to reach the peak of the 2nd rank, it would require at least hundreds of thousands, even millions of credit points. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Yang Ming called his name to pull him out of his thoughts. "Yi Lin," Yang Ming said, but he was still lost in his own world. The military had already been quite generous with this plan. He suddenly spoke up. "Please wait a moment while I make some calculations. I currently have a total of 20,700 essence crystals. So, would it be possible to round that up to 300,000 credit points for me?" Yang Ming happily agreed. "No problem. In fact, even if Yi Lin didn't mention it, I had already planned to do so. Also, Yi Lin, are you interested in entering this dungeon multiple times?" He coldly refused. "Not at all. If you enter the dungeon with the same person repeatedly, the rewards will decrease more and more, so I think it's unnecessary. Yang Ming still tried to persuade him. Yi Lin. Well, if you are willing to lead other members of the team into the dungeon multiple times, you will definitely earn the admiration of Captain Tang. His eyes lit up when he mentioned Captain Tang. I dare not hide it from you. This time, we are collecting essence crystals all for the Captain Tang's son. He is the one who was chosen to be in third place on the list, and in the future, he will definitely become a third rank, and may even break through to the fourth rank. Yi Ning suddenly exploded in anger and shouted, "Stop, complete the transaction and get out of here quickly." Yang Ming was slightly stunned by that reaction, as the thick black smoke still rose and enveloped his building. He sped off on his bike, deep in thought. This time, he had thought that his speed in earning affection had been fast enough. He never expected that when compared to the resources provided by the military, it was nothing at all. As he pondered, Yi Ning began reflecting on Yang Ping's invitations. Those involved in the seed plan were waiting for resources to accumulate their strength. Their combat effectiveness was unstable, and they would definitely be eliminated as soon as they entered the battlefield. The army right now was simply a waste of resources. He thought back to earlier times. It was thanks to his previous life that he could now earn so many resources. Thinking about it, he had truly been poor back then. Compared to the resources now, it was almost not worth mentioning. Now, even a cat or dog in third place could receive more than he did back then. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated Yi Ning became. This is bureaucracy at its worst. I have to quickly raise my attribute points, level up fast, and join the third rank trial as soon as possible. That way, I can secure my position at the top of the list. At that moment, he would have a certain right to speak and change the current situation. In the lavish, magnificent house, Yi Ning sat, carefully counting the spiritual fruit scattered across the table. He silently calculated that, aside from his willpower, all of his attributes totaled 26 points. And if he wanted to increase them further, he would need more spiritual fruit. The system's notification displayed his stats. Strength 26, Agility 26, Constitution 26, Willpower 31. Yi Ning eagerly popped a spiritual fruit into his mouth, thinking to himself, I should eat all of them first to see if it's enough. His hands kept grabbing one fruit after another, his mouth chewing and swallowing continuously. The system kept sending notifications. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Agility. The more he ate, the more notifications appeared. Strength +1, Agility +1, Constitution +1, Strength +1, Agility. He ate and ate until he was nearly bursting, but he gritted his teeth and muttered, I've really eaten the last fruit, and I'm almost at 30 points. I have to keep going. With all his strength, he forced himself to swallow the final fruit. The system notified him, Constitution +1. All attribute points have reached 30, activating the reward draw. Yi Ning couldn't help but be surprised by this unexpected joy. Draw reaching 30 points means I can draw a reward. He quickly pressed the reward button. Then, draw for me. I hope I can get an epic level item. The wheel kept spinning endlessly, carrying all his hopes and wishes. Or a weapon like an epic tier sword would work as well. My combat power would increase significantly then. The system announced that it had received the legend tier equipment from the world of Ling'an. He was stunned, unable to draw a weapon, only able to pull out a ring. But very quickly he regained his composure and began to carefully examine the ring in his hand. Well, this works too. A ring-type equipment can be considered the Ling and ring. But could it be related to the soul's will? The system quickly displayed detailed information about the Ling and World Ring, epic tier, an accessory with no specific attributes. Storage space. The storage space received was 100 by 100 by 100 square meters, and the storage space could even contain living creatures. Yi Ning fell into deep thought. Although the storage ring didn't have any equipment attributes, the 1 million cubic meter capacity was still quite impressive. If that's the case, I could carry an entire warehouse with me. Carrying a few dozen nuclear bombs would be no problem. The system continued to display additional information. Equipment skill. Will conversion. Will conversion. You can convert your will attribute into other attributes. Lasting for 3 seconds. Maximum conversion limit for second rank, 5 points. Maximum conversion limit for third rank, 10 points. Maximum conversion limit for 4th rank, 20 points. Maximum conversion limit for 5th rank, 100 points. He was overjoyed as if he had struck gold. Will conversion, huh? This ability is really overpowered. I'm currently at the 2nd rank peak. So, does that mean during battle, I can call upon the attribute points of willpower at any time and add them to other attributes? But immediately after, Yi Ning realized in his mind, wait a minute, it says here that in addition to the 3rd rank and 4th rank, there's even a 5th rank. Could the 5th rank be the ultimate limit for humans? Or, besides the mutated wives, are there other entities in the 5th rank of mutation? The system continued its task, evaluating the equipment. The specialized equipment in Ling and World. Wearing this ring would automatically grant special privileges. Descender entering Ling and World, please note, this privilege is of the SS rank. Please use it with caution. Upon reading this, he couldn't help but wonder, what is Ling and World? In my past life, even until humanity's extinction, I never heard of it. He took off the ring and began to think. This ring likely had something to do with a mysterious future, so it was definitely not something he could sell. With that, Yi Ning gave an order to Fu Gai. Live Fu Gai, sell the newly purchased war hammer, the golden shield and other demon charm materials, and then replace them with spirit energy fruits for me. Fu Gai promptly responded, understood, master. The system sent another reminder. Ordinary spirit energy fruits can enhance basic attributes by over 30 points. Reminder to level up again. You will need to purchase high-level energy fruits. Yi Ning continued issuing orders. Lai Fu Gai, convert all the money from selling the equipment into high-level spirit energy fruits. Fu Gai cheerfully responded, understood, master. After being alone for a while, Yi Ning sank back into his thoughts. He had almost reached the critical attribute point threshold for the 2nd transformation minus 31 points of frustration. The chaotic market riots in the Tian Feng safe zone were bound to erupt the day after tomorrow. By that time, his ultimate skill would just have finished its cooldown. Thinking back to the scene where he stood before thousands of people, he became even more determined. Today, he had to reach the point of unlocking the 2nd-tier attribute burst. Then use his ultimate skill to intimidate everyone. After that, he would propose to participate in the 3rd rank trial. By then, no one would be able to refuse. Suddenly, Fu Gai rushed out in a panic to deliver news. Master, we can't find any high-level spiritual energy fruit on the market. Yi Ning also grew alarmed. What do you mean? Fu Gai hurried to explain. I've heard that the military has bought up everything. Hearing this, Yi Ning rested his chin and thought. Could it be that I'll have to ask Chen Yang to come up with a solution for me? At that moment, a call came through from Chen Yang. He quickly greeted Yi Ning. Yi Ning, it's Chen Yang. Do you still remember me? Yi Ning replied calmly. Of course. But inwardly, he cursed. The moment he thought of this kid, here he was calling. Could it be that he could read minds? Chen Yang then explained the reason for the call. The Heaven City Trade Association had just discovered the prototype of a strange dungeon. It's at least an A level. They want me to take the lead, so I'm inviting you to join me on an expedition. The danger is minimal, but the potential rewards are very high. Hearing that, Yi Ning was also surprised. An A rank? And it's the prototype of some dungeon, you say? From the screen, Chen Yang laughed after hearing his question, and replied, That's right, Yi Lin and everyone. This supernatural dungeon currently has limitations, and the system's tasks haven't been officially established yet. He raised his hand and continued to explain, so it's much safer and easier for us to go now than it will be once it's fully formed. If anything goes wrong, all we need to do is run outside the boundary. Generally speaking, A-rank supernatural dungeons contain many strange entities. But for now, this dungeon only has one entity, with others still being transitioned. After listening, Yi Ning nodded. I understand your point. Just tell me the conditions directly. A moment later, Shen Yang grinned and responded. As long as you agree to go this time. Even if we fail, I'll give you 100,000 credit points. If we succeed, not only will you keep 70% of the loot, but the Heaven City Trade Association will also pay you an additional 300,000 credit points. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning propped his chin on his hand and said directly, You're quite generous. I guess you want to use this strategy for your next long-term business venture, don't you? Chen Yong slightly furrowed his brows, hesitated, looked away, and replied, "You're right, Yi Lin Excellency. If you have any other conditions, feel free to speak up." Not making him wait long, Yi Ning spoke up, "You're really smart. Besides what you've already mentioned, I also want 20% of the income from future ventures. Additionally, there are some higher-level spiritual energies involved." The scene shifted to Baihe Village, surrounded by rolling hills, and a sky gradually turning orange, creating an incredibly serene atmosphere. On the winding path, a gray vehicle was moving forward toward the buildings ahead. Yi Ning sat inside, gazing off into the distance, his mind filled with many thoughts. The violent incident in Zhenjiang was going to happen the day after tomorrow. Meanwhile, Da Ku was also retreating. Seizing this opportunity, he can enter a type of dungeon that didn't require physical skills, making the investment risk-free. Upon arrival, the car screeched to a halt, its four wheels grinding against the road, sending up a cloud of dust and smoke. In front of them stood a group of 5 people, seemingly waiting. Chen Yong, sitting in the front seat, turned his head and said to him, "Yi Lin Excellency, we've arrived." The two of them got out of the car together, and the group approached, as if they had been waiting. The man in the blue shirt placed his hand on his chest, smiled at Yi Ning, and spoke first. "Are you Yi Lin Excellency? I am the son of the Vice President of the Tian Cheng Merchant Association, Wang Zhen. It's an honor to meet you." Yi Ning immediately replied, "Ah, I heard Chen Yong mention it too." Wang Zheng turned and pointed to the man beside him. "Let me introduce you. This is Fang He, an awakened of the will and agility system, and also a top expert we've hired at a high price. The others are all my subordinates." Fang He frowned slightly and replied, "I'm only second rank, hardly worthy of such praise." Then he added, "As for being highly paid, I'm still far behind our Lord Yi Lin here." Yi Ning said nothing, simply watching the two of them quietly. Seeing this, Wang Zheng waved his hand to ease the awkward atmosphere. He laughed and said, "Please don't take offense, Lord Yi Lin. Brother Fang has always been a straightforward man. Still, he's cleared 3 or 4 anomaly dungeons already. His reflexes are like a machine." Then he extended an invitation to Yi Ning. "Since we're all acquainted now, let's head inside and take a look." Yi Ning lowered his head and answered softly, "All right, I'll follow your lead." As he stepped forward, his foot splashed into a small puddle. Fang He turned around, frowned at him, and reminded him, "Once we're inside, follow my instructions. You need to act according to the system prompts I receive. Don't think that just because you're 3rd rank you'll be fine. If you die, don't blame me." Hearing that, Yi Ning was taken aback. System prompts. Isn't this supposed to be the prototype of a dungeon? I thought there weren't any system missions here. Fang He's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement. He pointed to himself and arrogantly explained, "That's my ability. When I get close to the main clue, I'll receive some system prompts, which is equivalent to mission information." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ning tilted his head, his eyes sharpening. He thought to himself, "This kind of talent is quite rare, huh? It's almost like knowing the mission without actually receiving it." It seems Chen Yong and Wang Zheng have prepared quite a bit for this prototype dungeon. Wang Zheng continued the introduction. "This place was built along the river, and the villagers make a living by selling water in the safe zone. But we've discovered that the tricycles they use to carry water have become rusty. It seems they haven't been outside for a long time." Nearby, 2 villagers were diligently scooping water from the river. He continued, "Do you see that? They don't even realize they should be taking the water to sell." They passed by another villager who was pouring water into a large urn, with water spilling over the sides. The man's expression was blank, his face pale, but his hands never stopped. He added, "It's like they're stuck in an endless loop." He kept bringing water from the river and pouring it into the already full container. Suddenly, a man in white approached them. The man politely greeted them, "Are you gentlemen?" "You are." Chen Yong spoke first. "Ah, we're from the Zhenjiang Safe Zone military. Some villagers have reported that the water source here is contaminated." The man, looking pale, responded without hesitation, "I know, if that female ghost jumps into the river and dies, it will bring great disaster to us." As soon as Yi Ning heard this, he immediately lunged forward. His face was tense, and he gritted his teeth, asking again, "Then the river water is truly polluted? What do you mean by jumping into the river? Since when has jumping into the river been a reason for something? The man, taken aback by his sudden approach, trembled and replied, No, 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 I was just speaking nonsense. The river here is very clean. Yi Ming stared at him intently and said, If you can't explain clearly, we'll have to take you away. The man, terrified, waved his hands in denial. Officer, the death of Jiangsu 7 days ago has nothing to do with us. She stole something and jumped into the river. It was raining heavily that day, and the river was flowing very fast. In the blink of an eye, she was swept away. Chen Yong, hearing the explanation, found it absurd. He approached the man and growled, Why would she steal something and then jump into the river? Did you force her to do this? The man stepped back, trembling all over, his voice almost losing control. It's a grave injustice, officer. This really has nothing to do with us. Really, it's not us. Chen Yong, losing his patience, pointed directly at the man's face, gritting his teeth and pressing further. If it wasn't you, then what's behind you? Li Ning, seeing his urgency, intervened. Don't act rashly. He carefully observed the man in front of him. Although the man appeared ordinary, his hands had clearly been submerged in water for a long time. If he has a problem, we'll have to bear a huge loss if we make a move. Fang He, who had been watching from behind, couldn't help but praise. I didn't expect your reaction to be so quick. Yi Ning, hearing this, merely glanced at him before turning to the man. Don't worry. Where is the family of the deceased? Take us there. If we find that it has nothing to do with you, we will never bother you again. The man, feeling helpless, had no choice but to agree. Fine. He then led them to an old, dilapidated house. The man pointed inside, where an eerie, oppressive atmosphere emanated from the house. Inside, only her mother and daughter, Lai Ru, remain. The house is very cold, you all go in yourselves. After speaking, the four of them entered. Wang Zheng sighed. It really is cold. It feels like stepping into winter. Chen Yong, agreeing, said, It seems like this house really has a big problem. As they walked deeper inside, they came across numerous jars. Seeing this, Yi Ning thought, Why are there so many jars filled with water? The room fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, from one of the jars, an old woman emerged, water pouring out of the jar. Yi Ning kept his serious expression, while the other three couldn't help but scream. Fang He quickly regained his composure and reassured, Everyone, don't be scared. From what I feel, she's just been affected more severely, but she hasn't transformed into something supernatural yet. The old woman, with her wrinkled skin and tightly shut eyes, asked, Who are you? Yi Ning calmly replied, Grandmother, we're here to investigate the case of your daughter jumping into the river. Was she forced to do it? If that's the case, we will bring justice for you. Upon hearing this, the old woman lowered her head and sorrowfully answered, My daughter is in the water, you must help me find her. In the water, you must help me find her. You must help me find her. Ken Yong, noticing the old woman's distress, whispered, Yi Ning, Excellency, it seems like she's completely confused now. We won't be able to get any information from her. Yi Ning pretended not to hear and continued asking, Grandmother, where is your daughter's granddaughter? In response, the old woman raised her hand. My granddaughter went to fetch water from the river. She won't return until it gets dark. Yi Ning suddenly turned to Fang He and asked, Has your system given any updates? He answered, Not yet. My ability only works when I'm close to key figures to gather information, so I suspect that your daughter's granddaughter, Lai Ru, is the key. Chen Yong suggested, Then let's go to the riverbank and look for her. Fang He immediately objected. That won't work. Chen Yong asked, Why not? Fang He glanced away, sweat dripping from his forehead as he hesitated. What I mean is, it's getting dark. It might be better to just wait here for now. Yi Ning, upon hearing this, gave him a glance full of unspoken meaning. You seem to have some doubts about him. Fang He, it seems like he's hiding something. Drowned, no body found, mother and child scooping water. Could it be that the villagers keep drawing water because the curse is affecting them, pulling them up from the river? At that moment, a little girl wearing a blue shirt, holding a bucket of water, smiled brightly and pushed open the door. Fang He turned his head and immediately recognized her. Lai Ru, you've come back. The girl quickly walked over with the water. Yi Ning covered his nose, thinking to himself, The smell of blood is overwhelming, coming from the bucket she's holding. His eyes lit up, his investigative instincts kicking in. Inside the girl's bucket, there was a patch of red water, and something strange was rising up. A tongue was sticking out, and in his heart, he could hear a scream. Is that a human tongue? Night had fallen, and thick fog covered the entire area. Lai Ru stood in front of the traditional wooden house, her gaze wary, her brows furrowed as she stared at the group of strangers ahead. Who are you? Fang He raised his hand to provide information. I just received a notification from the system. We were told not to provoke you. Thus, Yi Ning softened his voice, knelt down on one knee, and politely introduced himself. We are the military patrol team from the Zhenjiang safe zone. Someone reported that your mother is missing. The little girl reacted immediately, her voice cold. She's not missing. She was killed by someone in the village. They spread false rumors about my mother and forced her to death. He frowned, seeming to understand the situation better now. Then Yi Ning probed further. So that's it. We're very sorry for you. Do you know who killed your mother? We can help you catch them. Without hesitation, Lai Ru took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Of course I know. I've written all their names down. Yi Ning took it gently and reassured her. All right, then when we find your mother, we'll go arrest them. But the girl shook her head adamantly. My mother has already gone home. There's no need to look for her. You can go arrest them now. Those words left him momentarily puzzled. No need to search. Didn't you say the body was swept away by the current? Is she talking about going home? Lai Ru looked him straight in the eye and shot back. Are you hesitating? You just said you would help me. You're not going to trick me, are you? Suddenly Yi Ning recalled the earlier warning. Fang He had said not to anger her, and if they arrested someone now, it might be hasty and cause trouble. So he smiled reassuringly, waved his hand and said, Of course not. It's just that we need to complete some procedures to make an arrest. We promise to do this tomorrow morning. At that moment, the girl's eyes flashed with a brilliant violet light, her face revealing a murderous intent as she spoke in a low, threatening voice. Fine. If you deceive me, I will definitely kill you. Those nearby could not help but tremble and break out in a cold sweat. In the end, Fang He decided, tonight we'll stay temporarily in the abandoned house next door. Chen Yang and Wang Zhang will share one room. The others will sleep separately. All three of the others answered in unison. Yeah. Only Yi Ming asked, puzzled, why do the others have to sleep apart in this situation? He explained in a serious tone. At night, the demons tend to choose either the strongest or the weakest person to attack. We must confront one directly at least once to gather more clues. Only then did he realize, and he let out a bitter laugh. Ah, so that's it. You called me here to be tonight's bait. Shen Yong flinched and hurried to dissuade him. Yi Lin, you've misunderstood. Wang Zheng chimed in as well. That's right, Lord Yi Lin. We mainly thought you were quite strong. But Yi Ming appeared hardly concerned. He waved a casual goodbye. There's nothing wrong with spending money to save someone. I'll do my part well. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. He said, Thank you for your understanding, Lord Yi Lin. By contrast, Fang He frowned and remarked sternly, Wait until you can live until dawn before saying things like that. Then, with a smug air, he continued, All right, from the clues we have, it's likely that Zhang Xu was killed by the villagers and turned into a demon. Because she's still in an early stage, her abilities would only affect the villagers and manipulate her own daughter to take revenge for her. So now we only need to complete 2 tasks to resolve this matter. Next, Fang He proposed the first. Locate Zhang Xu's body. Tonight, I'll go to Lai Ru's house to ask about the situation. If there's nothing there, Yi Lin will search along the river. Second, we'll help them complete their revenge. Once we find the corpse, we'll arrest everyone on the list tomorrow morning and hand them over to Lai Ru for disposal. Yi Ming cast a questioning glance. Isn't that a bit too simple? It doesn't feel like it matches the difficulty level of an A-rank supernatural instance. He immediately denied it. Simple? Don't forget, this is the initial form of the dungeon. All the key clues are still here. During the formation event, no one will know that Zhang Xu was the first victim. The villagers may also turn into ghosts. Hearing this, both Chen Yang and Wang Zhang went pale. At that time, entering this place would almost certainly mean death. He murmured, Luckily we came early. The night grew silent. The moon hung suspended in a silvery gray sky, and a soft breeze rustled through the bare branches. Yi Ming folded his arms and lay on the bed, muttering softly. Although Fang He's analysis makes some sense, something still feels off. Recalling the earlier events, he summed it up. Previously, the man had hidden some information by the riverside, and just now, he suggested going there to find the corpse. Yi Ming sank deeper into thought. Judging by how the man's actions were aimed at him, he clearly wished for his death. It might have something to do with money. In that case, the riverside could be dangerous. With that thought, he came to a conclusion. Tonight, he'll go to Lai Ru's house alone to take the risk. Perhaps it's true that there is something good there. If I don't die and he doesn't strike first, that good thing will naturally belong to me. Thinking this way, everything becomes much simpler. Yi Ming's gaze briefly flickered with doubt as he recalled the blood-red eyes, full of malevolent energy. Furthermore, Lai Ru's behavior just now didn't resemble someone who was merely affected. On top of that, there was that strange colored whirlpool with the tongue inside. As for the tongue in that container, normally, a young girl wouldn't be able to take revenge, even if she wanted to. Suddenly, he noticed a strange sound. Instantly, Yi Ming sprang up, looking up at the wooden ceiling. Faint footsteps echoed. "They're here," he straightened up, ready for battle. Violet energy swirled around Yi Ming's body, exuding a chilling aura. "Fine. Let's see who you really are. Spiritual power, reveal your true form to me." From the dim space above, a demon suddenly descended from the ceiling, its blood-red eyes glowing like fire. Its long arms reached out, attempting to seize its prey. "Are you Jiangsu?" At the same moment, the system presented Yi Ming with a string of radiant purple jade beads. The grudge pearl he had obtained in the Spirit D dungeon previously was finally ready to serve its purpose. Yi Ming raised the string of beads, channeling a powerful surge of violet energy into them, then commanded, "Grudge pearl, merge with my spiritual power." The system provided additional information. Grudge pearl increases spiritual attack power by 25%. The special effect can automatically prevent a fatal attack from the supernatural entity, which will disappear along with the equipment. Immediately after, he swung his sword up, charged straight at his opponent, and shouted loudly, "Blade transformation slash." The demon began to bare its teeth and roar furiously, attempting to scare Yi Ming. Then, it quickly flew away from the scene. Without hesitation, he immediately kicked open the wooden door and chased after it. "Where do you think you're going?" When he reached the courtyard, the demon's figure had vanished. Instead, a scream suddenly rang out. "What's happening? Don't come here!" Yi Ming quickly glanced toward the direction of the sound. Chen Fang and Fang, he were in the adjacent courtyard, and just seconds later, everyone rushed over. Wang Zheng panted heavily. "Who called out just now?" Chen Yang, looking confused, asked, "Yi Lin, what's going on?" He calmly responded, "A demon just passed by." Chen Fang and Fang, he might have been harmed at the same time. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Harmed at the same time. That demon is completely different from Fang He's analysis. Its killing ability is far from weak. Then, he questioned, could it be that the demon got stronger after we arrived? Chen Fang, the weakest, being killed is understandable, but why Fang He? Yi Ming frowned, pondered for a moment, and then slowly answered. There might have been a mistake in the previous prediction. This place is very dangerous right now. It would be better for everyone to withdraw from the area first. I will stay behind to continue investigating. See you tomorrow morning. Hearing that, Wang Zheng and the others waved goodbye and left. Then, we'll trouble you, Yi Lin Excellency. We'll take our leave now. Chen Yang was still worried and hesitated. His brother interrupted, I have protective items with me. You don't need to worry about me. Finally, he left. Yi Ming furrowed his brow and turned his gaze in that direction. His body activated the mysterious and powerful purple energy. The grudge pearl could only save a life once, so he still needed to be more cautious. The exploration of his spirit expanded fully. The energy spread and touched the injured leg of a victim lying motionless on the ground. Chen Fang had only one leg left. Had the female ghost controlled his mind and eaten him? If Chen Fang screamed before being devoured, then it must have taken a little time. It was impossible for Fang He to be killed at the same time. Yi Ming's eyes landed on a water-filled jar, where he lay unconscious, surrounded by broken items. The body of Fang, he was still intact and hadn't been eaten. It was very likely that there wasn't just one ghost here. What about the hall? Was Fang he trying to dig something in the yard and encountered the ghost? Then he looked at a deep hole that had been dug, wondering if the clue lay beneath the earth. His spirit dive continued, silently probing. Immediately, a gruesome corpse appeared, floating in the lake with grayish skin and dark, hollow eye sockets. Terrifying. This was the corpse of the female ghost in white. Suddenly, Yi Ning noticed something strange in the slender hand. The sharp claws. Wait, her hand has 6 fingers. 6 fingers can be hereditary, but Lai Ru isn't one of them. This proves she's not Jiangsu. So who is she? Just then, the demon's green eyes suddenly snapped open, sending a chilling wave of terror through the air. It's over, she's noticed. In an instant, she lunged and attacked, but he still kept his focus on the demon's features. Her eyes must be the kind of green fang he had risked so much to get. As the danger surged, Yi Ning suddenly raised the string of beads high and shouted, "Grudge Pearl, Spirit Force Infusion." Immediately, massive swirling black-purple energy rushed toward her, drawing her in and causing her to turn toward the vortex. However, the demon still managed to strike back with a vicious, toxic green counterattack, her voice dripping with malice. The damage from the real body is far stronger than the spirit force. Suddenly, the string of beads Yi Ning was holding erupted with blinding light. Just as she charged forward with her sharp fangs, the beads formed a defensive barrier, protecting Yi Ning from her attack. Grudge Pearl has activated its ultimate power, but with poison. Unfortunately, the demon's strength was overwhelming, and her body began to swell. The force of her punch shattered the protective barrier, sending Yi Ning flying across the room. I have to escape now. Yi Ning quickly activated the power within his lightning-fast shoes. In the end, he soared into the air and escaped the place. The demon had detected them and pursued without pause. It chased Yi Ning relentlessly. Fortunately, he leaped over the barrier just in time, and it was stopped. He silently sighed. That was close. Although not heading the same way as Chen Yang, they have finally escaped the barrier. After evading the demon's pursuit, he kept rushing forward like the wind, and then began to analyze. The woman in white was not Jiangsu. She was very likely swept here from upstream by the heavy rain earlier. So Jiangsu should actually be somewhere downstream, and she might even still be alive. Yi Ning silently vowed that he must, before dawn, take the opportunity to scout the downstream gathering area. On the other side, Chen Yang also spoke. Lord Yi Lin, it's been a whole night and he still hasn't shown up. Wang Zheng suddenly replied, the communication system has been affected by the barrier. We can't contact Yi Lin for now. We better go inside and search. 2 subordinates also turned back to report. One said, My lord, we've searched everywhere, but we found no trace of Lord Yi Lin. The other said, he's not in Lai Ru's courtyard either. Hearing this, Wang Zheng stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, Missing? How can that be? Suddenly the little girl Lai Ru's voice sounded from behind. Uncle, didn't you say this morning you'd help me capture someone? Why haven't you acted yet? They turned around. Seeing her, Chen Yang replied, We're on our way. The girl spoke as if giving an order, her eyes dangerous. Bring them all to the riverbank. I'll carry out the sentence there. He turned to Chen Yang and said, Let's go. Right now, we have only one lead left to help the girl get her revenge. First, let's finish this. He had no other answer. Fang He was dead. Yi Lin had gone missing. There was nothing else to be done. Those 3 vile men had been captured and brought back before Lai Ru. One of them, unwilling to accept it, spoke up. Jiangsu wanted to die of her own accord. It had nothing to do with us. Another protested. That's not true. We really didn't kill the girl's mother. The last one objected as well. Though he was a member of the military, he still tried to offer an explanation. Seething with hatred, the girl lunged at them with a pair of scissors and shouted, It was you. You forced my mother to die. As soon as she finished, Lai Ru drove the scissors into the nearest man's heart and snarled, Die. He screamed pitifully, You won't stop there. The girl added, I don't just want to kill you. I want to cut out your tongues. Watching him die with satisfaction, Lai Ru curled her lip and said, Who's next? The 2 remaining men panicked and begged for mercy. The brown-haired one pleaded desperately, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made things up, I'm sorry. The other resorted to a sentimental ploy. Kid, I'm the head of the family here. I really didn't say anything. But it had no effect. The girl only shouted, it's all because of you. You wanted to sleep with her, and when she refused you, you slandered her. After that shrill cry, the other two also died at Lai Ru's hands. Chen Yong asked in astonishment, is this really something a 10-year-old girl could do? Wang Zhen, standing beside him, also sighed, hoping that after the girl finished killing those people, everything would finally come to an end. After taking care of everything, the girl turned to them and asked politely, Uncle, they're not completely dead yet. Could you help me throw them into the river? Wang Zhen replied blankly, What? Sure. When they were done, Chen Yong asked, Little sister Lai Ru, would you say your mother's revenge has been fulfilled now? And about her body, if you need help with that. The girl didn't look at them. She simply said, with a sly tone, Yes, uncle. But you don't need to worry about anything else, because my mother has already arrived. She said that you all have to die too. Suddenly, a demon burst out from the river, lunging at them. Everyone screamed in shock. What is that? Before anyone could even cry for help, the demon bit one of them. Panic broke out as everyone scattered in terror. Wang Zheng shouted while running, This is bad. Run! It opened its mouth wide, releasing a stream of green mist that surged outward, trying to suck everyone in. Terrified screams echoed around. It's too strong. We can't escape. In an instant, Wang Zheng was pulled in, right before Chen Yong's horrified eyes. He shouted, Brother Wang, better to end it yourself than die in such a painful, disgusting way. Wang Zheng, seemingly still conscious, managed to scream from inside the demon's mouth. Then suddenly, Chen Yong saw a surge of purple energy stop the blade that was about to slash his own neck. The one who appeared to save them was none other than Yi Ning. With just one palm strike, he sent the demon flying and saved the two of them. After narrowly escaping death and landing safely, Chen Yong said, Yi Ning, that's a relief. Yi Ning turned to the little girl in front of him and asked, Lai Ru, do you see who this is? Who is the person she's holding in her arms? Lai Ru's eyes filled with tears as she looked at the woman holding a child who looked just like her, and called out, Mom! Zhang Xu, while holding the child, cried, Xiao Ru. The little girl also ran towards the woman, shouting, Mom! With tears welling up in her eyes, the girl looked at the woman holding her lifeless body and asked, Mom, you're not dead. But I'm already dead. Zhang Xu cried out in anguish, Xiao Ru, it's all my fault. The three people standing nearby saw this, and Chen Yong suddenly asked, If Zhang Xu isn't dead, then who is the woman in the white dress? Wang Zheng, standing beside him, also asked, Lai Ru is dead, so is Lai Ru also a ghost? What exactly is going on here? At that moment, Yi Ning turned to answer, It's a long story, but for now, let's move back a little. This place is still very dangerous. Suddenly, the female demon, which hadn't been fully destroyed yet, let out a roar and sucked Zhang Xu into its mouth. Lai Ru screamed in horror, No, Mom! In that instant, the girl's soul drew power from her physical form to fight back and save her mother. Yi Ning looked up and said, Finally, Lai Ru has regained her clarity. We're much safer now. The girl's mother screamed from the demon's mouth, Xiao Ru. Lai Ru transformed into a soul, rushing over to save her mother and shouting loudly, Mother! The girl and the female ghost fought fiercely, taking advantage of the moment. The girl bit into the ghost's shoulder. Both sides exploded with the power of vengeful spirits, clashing in a fiery battle. At this point, Yi Ning recounted the entire incident of that day. It had been a heavy rain that day, and Zhang Xu had unfortunately fallen into the water, but was rescued on the downstream shore. Lai Ru, in her search for her mother, had fallen into the water and drowned, later transforming into a ghost without realizing it. Her deep-seated hatred for revenge had unknowingly affected the villagers. Later, Lai Ru discovered a body wearing a white robe in the river, mistaking it for her mother's. This was essentially the story. The only way to resolve it was to uncover the truth and let them destroy each other. Wang Zheng responded, In other words, the villagers we captured earlier, aside from their ramblings, were they truly wronged? Chen Yong also raised a question. There were two ghosts. No wonder Fang He and Chen Fang were killed at the same time before. After the two ghosts finished their battle, Yi Ning retrieved a round object. The system's notification appeared again. Noble item. Blue-colored item effect. When worn, it allows the user to receive information and system reminders within the range of vision. He held the blue eye in his hand, silently thinking. This effect seems similar to Fang, his ability before, doesn't it? Perhaps it was because of the greater power that Fang he risked his life like that. Wang Zheng, upon hearing this, quietly lowered his head and said, I had promised Fang. He 100,000 before. I will transfer the full amount to you now. Chen Yang, standing beside him, also bowed and said, We really must thank Yi Lin Excellency for helping us survive this time. Yi Ning gently responded, Then thank you very much. At this moment, Yi Ning was thinking to himself. The total amount earned this time was nearly 700,000 credits, which was quite a generous sum. However, what mattered most now was that the spiritual energy was indeed of a high level. After thinking for a moment, Yi Ning turned to the two of them and asked, By the way, has the truly high-level spiritual energy that I need arrived yet? Chen Yang hesitated before answering, Well, about that. Wang Zheng, who had been standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. Sorry, Yi Lin Excellency, but the truly high-level spiritual energy still needs some time before it can be delivered. Yi Ning furrowed his brows and asked, Why is that? Chen Yang replied, I can't hide it from you. Right now, the high-level spiritual energy is monopolized by the high-ranking military officials in the capital. It's said that it's all for the Tree Light Project. Yi Ning curled his lips and sneered. The Tree Light Project again. It seems that if I don't take action, I'll never get past this hurdle. Chen Yang continued, Wang Zheng, I invite you both to go to Tianfeng tonight to watch a play. It would be best if you could bring your fathers or uncles along. The two of them chimed in unison, Watch a play. Yi Ning nodded with a smile. That's right, it's a play about the zombie tide uprising. The two of them were standing across from each other in the safe zone number 199. Chen Yang looked around and asked, Uncle Zhang, why hasn't my father shown up yet? Deputy Commander Zhang Tao, with a serious expression, responded. Chen leader had something urgent and couldn't leave, so I went in his place to Tianfeng. He has returned to his cheerful self. As long as you can fully represent your father's decisions, Yi Lin Excellency would probably have no objections. Let's first pick up Wang Zheng, and then we'll all head to Tianfeng together. At this very moment, in another space, at the headquarters of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild, Wang Tian slapped Wang Zheng across the face. Wang Zheng looked back at him, bewildered. Father, what are you doing? Wang Tian, vice president of the Tiancheng Merchant Guild, furiously pointed at his son. I promised to go to Tianfeng and meet someone named Yi Lin. That was already enough to maintain our face. Who would have thought you would dare to interfere with the amount of spiritual energy fruit that the Merchant Guild had allocated for the military district of the capital? Fortunately, I found out early, or else we'd all have to bear the consequences. Wang Zheng yelled in response, trying to explain. Father, Yi Lin Excellency is the one who saved my life, but I haven't kept my promise to him yet. The military district has already placed numerous orders for spiritual energy fruits from many merchant guilds. Missing a few of ours wouldn't matter. His father immediately shouted back. Shut up! What do you know? Then Wang Tan explained to Wang Zheng. Son, you don't understand. Not to mention the merchant guild, even the president is pressuring me. His eyes filled with sorrow as he continued. Even if we didn't have them, we absolutely cannot offend the military just to please Mu Yi Lin, who has an unclear background. Wang Tian gently tapped Wang Zheng's shoulder and continued speaking. Yi Lin saved you in the dungeon, but he himself is the person you hired to protect you. Moreover, it's not that we're unwilling, just a little delay, that's all. The two of them looked out the window together. All right, Chen Yang is here. Let's first go to Tianfeng to meet Yi Lin. Then we'll figure things out. Wang Tian was feeling happy again. If he truly is as capable as you all say, I'll reconsider the matter of the spiritual energy fruit. Wang Zheng still had some doubts. Really? Don't lie to me. Above the red buildings in the Tianfeng safe zone, the system displayed a notification. Shell leader, the action of the old district will take place tonight. Please prepare everything for defense immediately. Yi Lin was in charge of Tianfeng. Shell Hai stared at it. A week ago, Yi Lin sent me a message. Although I took some precautions, there hasn't been any movement in the old district for the entire week. But today, another message came through, with a specific time. I'm not sure. A man rushed in and reported, "Shell leader, there is indeed activity in the old district. They just broke the barrier and are heading towards the safe zone. Among them, there are quite a few first and second level variants. As of now, no third level variants have been detected." Xiao Hai immediately became urgent. Yi Lin really predicted it. "Hurry up, everyone, activate the alert and prepare for defense." Many people were gathering. The zombie tide is about to strike. People in the outskirts are urged to quickly move to the safe zone behind to take refuge. The zombie tide is about to strike. People in the outskirts are urged to quickly move to the safe zone behind to take refuge. Place a mine every 15 meters, arranged in a triangular peak formation. Everyone is laying down mines together, ensuring a clear path to destroy the zombies, making it easier for our awakened ones to charge in and eliminate the enemy. In addition, they are pouring something, a flammable liquid, into the trenches. Hurry up, above. Airplanes are also circling. Yi Ming stood there silently observing. Tian Feng, it's not going to be easy to defend this. Fu Ge found his words odd. Master, I think the Tian Feng area is very well prepared. He was still looking toward that direction. Despite having used all the traps, obstacles, and firepower they could muster, these might suffice against the Tang Clan's army, but they are far too weak when facing the mutated ones. Yi Ning spoke thoughtfully. The entire safe zone has only about 2,000 awakened ones, more than 1,000 guards, and the front line has just over 600. Among them, the long-range forces consist of just over 200 people. With such a distribution of forces, it's no different than delivering ourselves to death. Fu Gu became anxious. Master, if you put it that way, doesn't it mean they are all in danger? Yi Ning did not change his gaze and replied, No, this time, they may have broken through their limits. The entire army is ready to fight. The zombie tide is charging forward, and all the soldiers have taken action. The fighter jets are dropping bombs to stop them, but the helicopters have been wiped out by the flying creatures. Be careful of the mutated flying corpses. The false enlightened ones from a distance are focusing their attacks. They rush in like a storm, and the mines beneath our feet are immediately triggered. At this moment, everyone has collided with firepower defense, and those fighting in close combat are following me in. The four of them are standing above, observing. Zhang Tao is watching while speaking. That's Yi Lin. 2 hours ago, when we arrived at Tian Feng, he told us to wait for the zombie tide here. Now the zombie tide has arrived, but he suddenly disappears. What does this mean? Wang Tan said in a very serious tone. Clearly, he's waiting for the appearance of higher-level mutations. Otherwise, why would there be such a spectacle in front of us? But right now, we haven't seen a third-level mutation. Don't turn back. Let's show them the battle between level 3 and level 2. Hearing this, he laughed loudly. President Wang, you're really funny. Wang Tian also smiled faintly and said, I think so too. He said there would be a surprise. Isn't it meant to make people laugh? Chen Yang seemed uncomfortable. Uncle Zhang. He's showing his obvious disgust. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we have great respect for Yi Lin. You two should stop teasing him like that. Zhang Tao patted his shoulder and laughed. Xiao Yang, I trust your judgment. Don't worry, no matter what happens, we'll wait until he finishes. When the time comes, whatever he wants to say, I'll make sure you don't lose face. I've watched you grow up since you were a child, and I still hope I can help you steady things a little, he said with a calm smile, his gaze resting on Chen Yang. Anyway, just because it's a mid-level high school doesn't mean you can expect much from it. Wang Tian added from the side. That's right, you're still young. High school is important to us, but there's no need to treat them like gods. Wang Zheng couldn't help but speak up. All right, Dad, let's just watch the battle. I believe Yi Lin won't let everyone down. Just then, a soldier who had been struck by the zombie tide cried out, Help! Yun Ming's face grew tense as he shouted. A peak second-tier mutation has appeared on the left. Quickly, notify Leader Xiao. Everyone rushed forward at once. Xiao Hai, the great leader, had already arrived. Let's go. He raised his weapon, and with a single powerful strike, the mutant was cleaved clean in half. Leader Qiu's strength was undeniable. The ground itself seemed to shudder beneath his feet as the battle raged on. In the midst of the chaos, Xiao Hai suddenly sensed danger. This is bad. That sound, it's probably a third-tier mutation. Maybe even a two-headed one. The difficulty's far beyond a normal dungeon. A third-tier, two-headed mutant would require at least 6 level 3 initiates to handle. Xiao Hai quickly turned and gave the order, his tone firm. All units, fall back. Return to the safe zone. As the zombie tide surged forward, the battlefield burned with chaos. Xiao Hai's eyes remained fixed ahead, while the soldiers braced themselves in the trench, holding the line as they waited desperately for reinforcements. Hurry! Yi Ming had just unleashed his sword flow storm technique, splitting the beast in half. Xiao Hai exclaimed in astonishment. One move to defeat a level 3. Who is this? He had also noticed the newcomer. It's Yi Lin. Yi Ning cheerfully responded. Xiao leader, long time no see. Yi Ning was ready to face his enemies. Wait for me to finish dealing with this one, and then we can talk. He immediately activated his heavenly rift flowing light technique, sending a wave of beasts flying into oblivion. Xiao Hai, stunned, could only gape in disbelief. Yi Lin is indeed Yi Lin. In just half a month, he has leveled up to 3, becoming far stronger than I am. How could this be? Could it be that I, Xiao Hai, have spent more than half my life living in someone else's shadow? Yi Ming looked at Xiao Hai, offering a cryptic smile. Xiao leader, the work that the generals can handle is certainly within their grasp. He gently patted his shoulder, inviting him to follow. There's something important we need to discuss. The 4 of them were still watching everything unfold. Chen Yang and Wang Jing were overjoyed, saying, "Did you all see that? This is the true power of Yi Lin Excellency. It's my first time seeing it too. No ordinary level 3 can compare." Wang Tian was also taken aback, saying, "It really is rare to see." Zhang Tao was stunned as he watched the scene. This power is probably on par with Commander Chen Kai. Among the mid-level 3s, he's definitely at the top. No wonder he's so arrogant. Chen Yang kept smiling as he looked at the system display. There's news from Yi Lin Excellency. He's waiting for us at the Tianfeng Hall. Let's go. The lights of Tianfeng Hall were still on. Xiao Hai's face looked tense. Yi Lin is sitting and waiting for them, Chen Yang said, sounding rather surprised. Is Leader Xiao here too? Yi Ming appeared to be very amicable. I'm sure you all know each other. No need for introductions. Please sit down. We're all one family here, so if there's anything, let's discuss it together. Xiao Hai observed the group and silently thought, Deputy Commander of Safe Zone 119. Which chapter? Deputy President of the Tian Cheng Trading Guild *. Wang Tian confirmed their earlier speculations. Yi Lin not only had influential people backing him, but also held significant power himself. Wang Tian couldn't help but praise him. Yi Lin Excellency, your reputation is well-deserved. Even among many mid-level people, you are a rarity. Zhang Tao was also quite impressed. That's true. I've heard you've helped us out quite a bit. Chen Yang felt his ears buzzing. Yi Lin Excellency, did I hear that wrong? Or is there something wrong with their pronunciation? Xiao Hai asked, puzzled. Yi Ming quickly corrected him. First, I'd like to clarify something. My name is actually Yi Ning, not Yi Lin. Everyone fell silent. Then one person asked, what? They didn't even know his real name. Does that mean no one's backing him in this matter? Yi Ming quickly leveled up by 3 ranks. What was the reason behind that? Yi Ming spoke in a very casual manner. As you have seen, my current strength is at the level of a mid-level tier 3. Leader Xiao, could you please find a power measurement device for me? I want to check it right here. Xiao Hai immediately stood up and responded, Yi Ning, we've already seen your strength. Wang Tian and Zhang Tao also agreed, saying, yes, we've always known that you are at mid-level tier 3. There's no doubt about that. Yi Ning Excellency, do you think we've never seen the situation before, but you're still determined to go through with it? Leader Xiao, please. Xiao Hai had no other choice. All right then, those two seem a bit uncomfortable. Yi Ning Excellency, did you invite us here just to prove you were at mid-level tier 3? This really doesn't seem necessary, does it? Chen Yang quickly spoke up, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, we're already here. It won't hurt to wait for a bit, right? Yi Ming smiled without saying anything. Xiao Hai had already taken out the device and brought it in front of him. The measurement device has been brought. Yi Ming responded with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. Zhang Tao, and Wang Tian both found it amusing. The strength wasn't bad, but the attitude was too petty. A little arrogance isn't a bad thing, but the need to show it in front of us. This really felt like a waste of time. Yi Ming placed his hand on the device. The system immediately gave its answer. Tier 2 peak. Everyone present was stunned. What? Tier 2? Xiao Hai seemed unable to believe his eyes. Did I hear wrong? They all checked the device again. How is this possible? The device had clearly displayed his rank. You're not rank 3, you're actually rank 2. Zhang Tao still couldn't believe it. If he were a high rank 3 or even at the peak, I wouldn't be too surprised. But Wang Tian was equally stunned. A rank 2 who could unleash the power of mid-level rank 3. Terrifying. Xiao Hai is still dizzy. He's not rank 3. That's right. We previously checked the quest that would promote him to rank 2. He has completed 4 quests in full. He has the strength of a mid-level rank 3. These people are not the force behind him. What the hell? Can someone lend me a brain for a moment? Chen Yang immediately turned to Yi Ning. Excellency Yi Ning, what on earth is going on? He answered them right away. I know it's hard for you to accept immediately, but I truly am rank 2. Half a month ago, my aptitude was measured as SS grade, but because it is of the will type and deemed without potential, I was abandoned by the fire strain plan. He asked Yi Ning again, bewildered. SS grade aptitude, measured half a month ago, has advanced to peak rank 2, with strength equivalent to rank 3. Xiao Hai looked at him and shouted, no potential. If this is what they call no potential, then those people in that fire strain program may as well die. Yi Ning's expression also grew serious. Everyone, I invited you here this time to prove my potential and seek cooperation. I believe everyone here understands. I want to advance to level 3. That's easy. The fire strain plan will certainly be reselected. I want to completely change the army's prejudice against the number 1 order of will that I absolutely must possess. You too are full of determination right now. As for those geniuses called the Seeds, I will defeat them one by one, so everyone will know who truly is the fire strain's master. Wang Tian was also impressed by the youth. Then, Excellency Yi Ning, what do you need us to do for you? One more thing. May I ask you a question? What exactly is your true strength? Yi Ning did not hide it, and said, actually, my talent allows me to transform will into offensive power. I have a powerful backer investing in me, but I can't reveal who that is for the time being. He had his own private thought. Say whatever you want, just don't reveal the Sword God system. He understood that and told himself so. In that case, he couldn't be blamed. Xiao Hai ground his teeth in fury. I told you there's a powerful force backing him. Yi Ning also explained the plan. As for cooperation, I want to ally with the 3 of you to form an alliance that serves me. I will hold the authority to speak. You must support me with all your strength. When I reclaim the number 1 order, I will, of course, repay you. Having said that, he turned and left. I'll go out first. You have 10 minutes to discuss. Yi Ning slammed the door and thought, Xiao Hai has been at lower level 3 for many years. There's no way for him to advance further. Wang Tian, as the vice president, was always overshadowed by the president. Chen Yang's grandfather, vice commander of the Huobai military district, likely didn't feel comfortable with the title of vice either. Chen Yang was the first to speak. Uncle Zhang, what are you hesitating about? With Yi Ning's potential, he will at least become a lieutenant general in the future, which is even stronger than his grandfather. Wang Jing also added, Dad, why don't you immediately agree with Yi Ning, Excellency? With his potential, not only will the president be overshadowed, but we might even become the number 1 business association in Nation H of the future. Wang Tian then turned to Zhang Tao and asked, Zhang brother, what do you think of the mysterious force behind Yi Ning? Zhang Tao shared his thoughts. First of all, if he didn't have that spiritual energy, he definitely wouldn't belong to the military or a major power. Secondly, his vision is very sharp, and his experience must be rich, so I lean towards the possibility that he is an extraordinary individual. Wang Tan continued, Zhang brother thinks the same as I do. Chen Yang was quite surprised. What are you two talking about? Zhang Tao became very cautious. Xiao Yang, although Yi Ning has great potential, siding with him means making enemies of many high-ranking members of the Fire Strain Plan. For example, Right now, the father of the number one, General Zhang Meng from the third group, is at the third peak level. Wang Tian gritted his teeth in displeasure. Exactly, that's a powerful force like a mountain, just because of Yi Ning's potential. This deal is too risky. Xiao Hai also spoke up at this moment, expressing his trust in him. Gentlemen, perhaps you don't value me, but after hearing Yi Ning's opinion, I've decided to take a bet with him. First, I don't want to make the same mistake twice. Second, high profits are often proportional to high risks. I've been stuck at the junior level for far too long. To be honest, I'm not satisfied with that. Wan Zheng was manipulating his father's psychology. I think Uncle Qiao is right. Dad, you always say that the bigger the storm, the more precious the fish. Could it be that you're willing to spend your whole life just being the vice president? Chen Yang also tried to persuade him. Uncle Zhang, if you represent both my father and me today, then you should know that if they were here, they would choose the same as we would. At this moment, Yi Ning also entered. What have you all decided? They all lowered their heads. I am willing to contribute my strength. This made Yi Ning very pleased. Good then, allies. These are the things I need. I hope you can prepare them by tomorrow morning. Also, please contact the military leaders in the capital and tell them I want to start the third level test. No problem. Wang Tian was holding a stack of papers. Very well. The list has already been prepared. When it comes to using people, you really don't hold back. Wow, this person truly has the potential to accomplish big things. Xiao Hai turned and walked away. Then I will report the documents to the capital now. Yi Ning smiled in response. Thank you, Uncle Qiao. Xiao Hai sighed as he turned and left. You look out at the brightly lit city. Yi Ning is also quite satisfied with himself. He finally has his own power. One in Huanan, one in Haobai, and a trading guild. All that's left is to wait for the capital, and then a big showdown will come. In the conference room of the fire strain plan in the capital, a loud voice shouted, Have you all finished reading the report? Though it's hard to believe, it has been confirmed by Deputy Commander Chen Kai from Haobai. The person in charge of the fire strain plan, Gu Bing, pushed his chair back, slammed his hand on the table, and continued. An SS-level genius, with strength equivalent to level 3, but we missed him. If another problem occurs this time, none of you sitting here will be able to escape responsibility. A member of the meeting frowned and shouted in opposition. General Yang, this is very important. We must report immediately and seize the opportunity to correct the mistake. Another person added, I agree. Furthermore, I suggest we send a level 3 team directly to bring Yi Ning back to the capital and ensure his safety. As for the order, we can wait until he arrives, and the superiors will personally evaluate him. Gu Bing continued to speak. At this point, there's nothing else we can do. First, let's assign Yi Ning to a special series. With talent like his, even one day's delay in training is unforgivable. Hearing the mention of the fire strain plan, Tang Jin stood up straight, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted, General Yang, can we keep the news quiet for now? You glanced over, and your face looks too tense. At first, when Yi Ning was ranked SS, he himself suggested giving up. Now, does he still dare to say such things? Gu Bing grew more and more furious as he spoke, his face contorted in anger as he glared at Tang Jin. Tang Jin, do you want to die? Tang Jin, upon hearing this, immediately panicked, waving his hands in alarm, and stammered, General Yan, I didn't mean to say we wouldn't inform you. It's just that it's been half a month late. Even a week's delay would have been better. Tang Jin continued to explain. General Zhang Meng's son, Zhang Yang, is currently the number 1 in the rankings, but he hasn't yet reached peak level 2. Upon hearing this, the entire meeting fell silent. Everyone lost in thought. Du Bing spoke up. Right now, Yi Ning's strength has already been upgraded to level 3 for sure. Once Yi Ning reaches level 3 first, Zhang Yang, despite his SS-level talent, will have to give up his position at the top. The top resources after level 3 are unique, but Zhang Meng holds a high position and great power, being one of the top leaders. He turned to look at Tang Jin with a sinister smile. Advisor Tang, you really are loyal and brave. A week is impossible, but 3 days. I can help you keep this secret for 3 days at most. I've already helped you. After that, if your young master turns out to be less capable than others, you can't blame us. His tone grew cold, and he shouted loudly, "Furthermore, in the next 2 days, I'll arrange for Yi Ning to go to the capital. I advise you not to have any designs on him, or else even those behind you won't be able to save you." The scene shifts to another place, where Zhang Yang is with an unidentified person. He is being trained, and growth-enhancing drinks are being provided in ample supply. Zhang Yang wipes his mouth and turns to the person beside him. He says, "I've just advanced to high-level Tier 2, and you're telling me I have to reach the peak of Tier 2 in 3 days? Isn't that too much, Dad?" It turns out the person standing next to Zhang Yang is his father, General Zhang Meng. He responds, "I'm serious, son. Do you still remember when you gave the SS-grade supplies to that person, Yi Ning?" With the support of Chen Kai Lai, Zhang Yang had reached the peak of Tier 2 and possessed the strength of Tier 3. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was surprised and asked, "Are you saying he's trying to steal my first place?" Zhang Meng immediately answered, "Exactly, although Chen Kai Lai doesn't amount to much behind him. If he advances to Tier 3 before you, there's no way you can keep your first place." He placed his hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, "I'll send someone to take you to a high-difficulty dungeon. Only by doing this can you close the gap. Then, during the Tier 3 promotion test, as long as he's not the only one to pass, no matter how strong he is, I will find a way to protect your position." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang clenched his fists, determined, and replied, "I understand, Dad. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you." Zhang Meng smiled upon seeing this and looked at his son. His son truly had great ambition. "Don't worry, I'll think of a way to buy you more time. Yi Ning has just set out. It won't be as easy as he thinks." The scene transitions to the Tian Feng safe zone, where the guards are on high alert. Inside a cluttered room, Yi Ning sits at a table, looking at a pile of green fruits and a book. Indeed, with power comes a difference. Not only did old Chen Kai Lai quickly help me bring back the spiritual energy fruits, but he also gave me an A-rank swordsmanship book to keep at the bottom of the chest. This swordsmanship book alone could probably bankrupt the entire Tian Feng safe zone. He picks up a spiritual energy fruit and eats it, first aiming to fully increase his second-tier attributes before continuing. The system panel continuously shows notifications. Using a high-grade spiritual energy fruit, strength +1, burst power increased by 3%. Using a high-grade spiritual energy fruit, physique +1, stamina increased by 6%. Using a high-grade spiritual energy fruit, agility +1, speed increased by 6%, strength 31, sharpness 31, physique 31, willpower 31. A green aura of spiritual energy surrounds Yi Ning as he smiles in satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to have fully enhanced attributes. His speed at calling upon spiritual energy is extremely fast, and his control over the attributes is also much more thorough. When he picks up the book, the system panel continues to display Trap Formation, A-rank swordsmanship, super jump skill that exerts a strong impact on the target with a blocking effect. Upon activation, crushes and grants immunity to all control effects while boosting defense by 200%. Yi Ning understands now. As expected, A-rank swordsmanship is both offensively and defensively comprehensive. Even without any further enhancements, it's already formidable enough. Then, he immediately threw the book into the air to use it. The swordsmanship that had been enhanced through training activated, and the book opened, revealing a small sword surrounded by a red aura and encased in a green sheath. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly to absorb the new power. A-level skill enhancement successful. Current skill, Fallen Heaven, upgraded to SSS. A new notification appeared on the system interface. Fallen Heaven SSS level skill activated. Skill effect 1. Charge to the designated point with a selectable range of 1 kilometer. Target will be locked. After locking, the target will be pushed back. Gain rapid strike effect. Free fall at extreme speed. Then cause a collision within the area while simultaneously attacking the locked target. Skill effect 2. During skill activation, immunity to all control effects and gain a layer of energy shield to reduce damage from reserved energy. As long as the enemy's will attribute is lower than yours, they will be unable to target or attack you. High value skill. You have become a true god. Yi Ning exclaimed in astonishment. A 1 kilometer lock range is truly extravagant. While locking a target, the locked target cannot retaliate. This is nearly equivalent to becoming invincible when activating the skill. When I return to the capital for the third-level challenge, I can test this power. Attribute windows appeared before him. Looking at the skills displayed, he muttered. Unfortunately, with this my skills are already complete. The power before level 3 can no longer be improved. But it's fine. After high school, even without relying on these skills, I'll still be able to activate some powerful ones on my own. The system panel suddenly displayed a notification. Asterisk asterisk mission. Asterisk asterisk. Please quickly collect the 4 special materials and use them. Material 1. Heart of the Mountain Breaking Pretender. Material 2. Human-Faced Bone Seeker Mask. Material 3. Shattered Guardian's Elegant Bone Bracelet. Material 4. Aunt Goose Core. Asterisk asterisk mission rewards. Asterisk asterisk. 1. Unlock the skill fusion function, allowing 2 current skills to be merged into one, freeing up 1 skill slot. 2. The SSS level skill will be activated without cost. Cooldown time reduced to 12 hours, and spiritual energy increased by 1,000 points. Da stared intently at the notification, pondering how rarely the Sword God system issued missions, and the rewards were this generous. But those 4 materials, thinking about it, he mused, asterisk, the Mountain Breaking Pretender. That's a peak Tier 3 variant that appeared 27 years ago. It was slain by several top Tier 3 experts working together. As for the others, I've never even heard of them. Must be ancient relics asterisk. Yi Ming's eyes grew pensive. Those items could only be found in the National Resource Vault, and only after reclaiming first place. Just then, a knock came at the door. Xiao Hai opened it, and called out, Lai Ming, there's news from the capital region. He smiled and replied, Uncle Xiao, please come in. Entering with a delighted expression, Xiao Hai announced loudly, they said they'll be sending a Tier 3 team tomorrow to escort you back to the capital. Yi Ming answered softly, as if they were being sensible. So what about the order? Has it been adjusted back to the first position? He replied, this hasn't been announced yet. It's been temporarily placed in a special order. They'll decide after it arrives. Suddenly he grew serious, his eyes sharp. With my current strength, the first position is obvious. Those in this fire strain plant won't dare make the call. They're probably under pressure from interested parties. Xiao Hai responded, Yi Ning, actually both Commander Chen, and I think you may be too anxious about the order. Right now, the first position belongs to Zhang Meng's son. Although Zhang Meng holds sway over the capital, our strength here is clear. Later we'll certainly secure a place at the higher levels, so for now, there's no harm in stepping back. He went on to explain, that way, even Zhang Meng's faction will show you friendliness rather than hostility. He raised a hand to cut him off. Uncle, I understand what you mean. It's just that tender grass facing the wind is still overwhelmed by the storm. Yi Ming's expression turned grave as he continued. But I have reasons I cannot but fight. This concerns a great matter. For now, I cannot disclose it to you. But I hope you can trust me. Every step I take is not the result of youthful recklessness, which left him speechless. Yi Ning produced 2 swords, 1 green and 1 red. He looked towards Sai Hai and said, as for the half-foot stone, I will certainly smash it. The next afternoon, in a vast hall, quite plainly, the large vehicles appeared in front of Yi Ning's group. Everyone looked up, and Xiao Hai spoke up. They've arrived. This entire team is made up of the latest generation of high-energy fighter jets. With just these few aircraft, they could turn Tianfeng into rubble in the blink of an eye. A loud cough sounded as they prepared to line up to greet them. A group of people stepped out from within, exuding an incredibly powerful presence. They marched forward confidently. Yi Ning couldn't help but sigh as he looked at them. The pressure was overwhelming. Truly, these were the elite of the capital, with the lowest ranking among them being at least a grade B. He quickly ran over to them and extended his hand warmly. Welcome, welcome, distinguished guests, to Tianfeng. You must have had a tiring journey. The group paid Xiao Hai no attention. They walked straight past him without stopping. He turned to watch them, awkwardly smiling to himself, thinking, oh, I'm just a small commander of an insignificant safe zone. Of course, they aren't here for me. Lin Ru stepped closer to Yi Ning and extended his hand in greeting. You must be Yi Ning, right? I am the captain of the Space Division of the 27th Military District of the capital. Lin Ru replied, just call me Old Lin. We're the ones responsible for escorting you to the capital's military district. Yi Ming extended his hand to shake and replied briefly, thank you, Old Lin. Everyone remained calm, completely unlike a young man from such a small place. He walked past them, waving his hand and saying, "Old Lin, no time to waste. Let's go." The group of people watching Lin Ru wore expressions of clear displeasure. Lin Ru thought to himself, seeing the intensity in his demeanor, the task General Zhang entrusted him with might be a bit more difficult than expected. He recalled Zhang Meng's words. "Lin Ru, while you're bringing Yi Ming back, find a way to keep him with us." The fighter jet sped through the gray sky. Lin Ru continued to turn to Yi Ning, persistently trying to persuade him. "Yi Ming, Excellency, we will soon approach the outer perimeter of the strategic defense zone. Some high-ranking friends in the military have prepared a banquet for you, hoping you might join us for a little while." Yi Ming's face remained as cold as ever, silent as usual. Lin Ru, undeterred, continued, "Trust me, you'll gain a lot by meeting them. You've already traveled quite a long distance. You must be tired. Right?" This made Yi Ming suspicious. Is this someone trying to delay my time so I can't participate in the third rank trial? He then decided to smile politely and decline. "I appreciate your good intentions, Captain Lin. As for the meeting, let's wait until I've ascended to the third rank before we talk." Lin Ru's heart grew even more troubled. General Zhang Meng had asked him to help delay Yi Ming's progress, and if subtlety didn't work, it was time to switch tactics. He signaled to the pilot up front, knowing he had no choice but to resort to force. With a loud bang, the aircraft, which had been flying normally, suddenly emitted thick smoke and flipped mid-air. The pilot's shrill scream tore through the quiet sky. "This is bad. The battle water spirit energy malfunctioned. We'll have to land at the nearest location." The remark made Yi Ming frown in annoyance. Clearly deliberate. What nerve, that General Zhang. He lunged forward like lightning, pressing the dagger's blade to the throat of the pilot at the controls, his voice cold. "I don't think there's a major technical problem with this fighter. It's just that your repair skills aren't up to par. If you let him keep flying, I'm afraid he'll damage the machinery and get everyone killed. If that happens, those above him will be held responsible. Move aside and let me fly." Lin Ru froze in alarm, his face showing utter disbelief. Had the kid spotted the problem? He said that if the plane crashed, everyone would die. Did he mean to take matters into his own hands? Even a third rank, who would think a slight youth from some remote place would dare act like this? After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Ru quickly regained his composure and ordered the unfortunate pilot, "If Yi Ming can fix the fighter, let him try. Partly this is to ease the tension. This time, we only want to buy time, not cause more trouble." Yi Ming wasted no words. He pressed the control button, operating as he spoke sternly. "I'll only do this once. Watch carefully." He decisively pulled the control stick and added, "Don't be careless, and don't mistake him for someone else." The plane quickly returned to normal and continued to break through the clouds. Both Lin Ru and the pilot were stunned by the recent series of maneuvers. He couldn't help but think to himself, such decisiveness and resolution are qualities that probably not many high-ranking officials possess. This person surely has unlimited potential. I'm afraid I might have joined the wrong team this time, but fortunately, I can still make corrections. He was so impressed that he raised his hand in a salute and said, "Lin Ru, Captain of the 27th Corps Air Defense and Space Forces, I am deeply honored, Excellency Yi Ning." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning also responded courteously, "Captain Lin, I look forward to your guidance in the future." The plane quickly arrived at its destination and landed at the capital's military district at Military Base Number 2. Gu Bing and Tang Zhen hurried over to greet him. The man pretended to introduce himself. "Is this Yi Ming, my brother? I'm the person in charge of the artillery project." Yi Ming politely shook hands and replied, "Yi Ming, it's an honor, General Yan." He then got straight to the point. "Yi Ming, we've specially arranged a dinner for you, and several high-ranking officials are eager to meet you." Yi Ming casually waved his hand in refusal, stating his purpose. "There's no need to hurry. I want to begin the third-rank trial immediately." Both of them were so surprised their eyes went wide. "What? Right now?" Yi Ming remained calm and sarcastically remarked, "The reason you placed me in this special procedure now is that the higher-ups haven't personally seen me yet and want to assess my potential, right? Rather than following the standard procedure and saying I have to go step by step. So now, All I need to do is pass the third rank trial, and my strength will be immediately clear, won't it? That way, wouldn't the process be shortened as well? Gu Bing couldn't help but furrow his brows. This kid was right. His point was sharp and to the point, not wasting a single minute. But this combination of not being humble yet not arrogant was truly hard to explain, and frankly, quite impressive. Tang Jian, who was standing behind, also rested his chin in thought. This guy really knew how to add some flair. If the trial were tonight, Zhang Yang would still be in the dungeon and wouldn't be able to make it in time. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, Yi Ming, why not start the trial tomorrow and at the same time? Let all the senior officials observe together. Du Bing, standing beside him, added, exactly. Tonight you should focus on adjusting your condition to its best. That way, your performance tomorrow will definitely be better. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming agreed immediately. If your goal is achieved, then there's no need for further negotiation. Tomorrow works then. In that case, General Yang, you'll have your work cut out for you. Yi Ming's heart soared with joy. The house-breaking effect was indeed working. In the end, they still had to give him face. Originally, he had planned to organize things and join in tomorrow. But honestly, he knew that it wouldn't have been so easy to get their agreement. The house-breaking effect he had used earlier was a psychological manipulation technique in negotiations. Specifically, it was the house-breaking effect. For example, if you said a room was too dark and suggested opening a skylight, everyone would likely oppose it. But if you instead pushed for tearing down the roof, they would be more inclined to compromise and agree to the skylight. Lu Sun was on the other side of the base. Zhang Meng angrily slammed his fist on the table and shouted, What? Not only are you delaying the report, but you want to delay it for another night. Where's Lin Ru? Didn't I tell him to bring Yi Ning to me? Du Bing calmly analyzed the situation. Let's not talk about Lin Ru anymore. That guy doesn't even bother giving me or Yang Gu Bing any respect. Right now, we can't afford to be too hard on him. Seeing this, Zhang Meng frowned even more. He angrily said, No, I must report this to Zhang Yang. If that doesn't work, I'll send a few third-rate death warriors to him. Only that will make everyone stay in Thifu Ben. In Yi Ming's break room, he was sitting among a pile of sparkling spirits, absorbing their energy, and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He didn't expect the special treatment to be laid out so lavishly. Is the country really that rich now? Although these spirits didn't do much to improve his condition, they still helped in adjusting his state of mind. Next to Yi Ming was a seed plan, a list of treatments. He continued to delve into his thoughts, glancing at the first item on the list. Not only was the reward quota 1 million points, but the more he thought about it, the more he furrowed his brow. There was also a full set of customizable blue gear and an execution-grade weapon to be received. The Treasury released resources twice a month for free selection. Based on this standard in progress, if things went well, he could probably be promoted to 4th rank in less than a year. The next day, at the 3rd rank trial tower, thousands of people flocked to watch the excitement, and the sound of buzzing discussions echoed throughout the massive tower. It was said that there were some participants in the seedling plan taking part in the 3 Winds trial. Who says there's no one? It took me over a decade to reach 3rd rank. Wasn't this seedling plan just launched not long ago? When the gate at the bottom was opened, the audience in the stands erupted in cheers and roars. The seedlings are entering. As they saw their faces clearly, the audience couldn't help but marvel. Oh, why do I feel like they all look like they're in their 30s? Yi Ning, observing from the side, couldn't help but sarcastically criticize the senior officials in his mind. They know that seedlings can't reach 3rd rank in such a short time, so they sent 2 second rank peaks to take the 1st place. They just want to exploit the loopholes in the rules, delay their own promotion to 3rd rank, and steal the resources. Well then, let me see how I'll deal with all of you. Du Bing stepped forward and made a declaration. Welcome to all the high-ranking officials who have come to guide us. The 3rd rank trial will now begin. Then he started the roll call process. Are all the seedlings who are here for the trial present? Someone suddenly spoke up. I'm still here. Zhang Yang, his face covered in dirt, pointed at himself to report. 1st place in order. When Zhang Yang saw him appear, he couldn't help but become vigilant. It looked like he had just come out of a dungeon, but at least he was stronger than the ones who had replaced him. But so what if he was strong? Your first place today will surely be replaced by me. Zhang Yang was also brimming with fighting spirit on his side. Yi Ning, to catch up with this trial, I lost 4 third-rank uncles who were utterly loyal to me in the dungeon. They died because of you. You forced them to their deaths. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay for this blood debt. A spatial gate swiftly opened. The organizers announced. Since everyone is now present, the trial shall begin. The first round of the strength trial is about to commence. Those who reach the 10th level will earn the qualification for ascension. The higher you climb, the greater the rewards. Moreover, if you manage to enter the global system ranking, you'll receive an exclusive reward as well. The system board displayed the seed plan's list of privileges. Number 1. Wai Yuan, Bai My Battle Zone. Number 2. Ivan Land, Donglo Battle Zone. Number 3. An IOC, Soviet Battle Zone. Number 7. Huan, Nation in Battle Zone. The loudspeaker continued chattering endlessly. Such an opportunity is rare. Make sure you seize it well. Yi Ming couldn't help feeling irritated. He hadn't expected Great Xi's ranking to be this low. Such humiliation. He would wash it clean today. Zhang Yang was the first to step forward. I'll go first. After this stereoscopic system trial, I'll make sure to rank no lower than 5th. A few others quickly followed suit. I'm from the agility department. We're joining too. Same here, count me in. The organizers then asked, anyone else? He quickly spoke up. I'm in too. Yi Ming's determination left everyone staring in shock, eyes wide and mouths agape. Gu Bing loudly reminded him. Yi Ming, this is the strength trial. Your willpower trial is after this. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll remind you later. He calmly responded. Is there any rule that says I can't participate? If not, then let's continue. This time, I want to join not only the strength system, but all 3 systems. Wait and see. I'll amaze all of you later. Zhang Meng couldn't help but sneer in disdain. He wanted to ensure his promotion to 3rd rank. Old Lin turned to question. Oh, why do you say that? He answered nonchalantly. As we all know, among the 3 long trials, the willpower system is the hardest, and no one has ever passed it in history. With his attribute points, let's see if he can manage to pass that level. Then Zhang Meng laughed loudly, clearly amused. At most, he'll just serve as a backdrop for everyone else in the strength system. But honestly, it's better if he doesn't do it at all. Old Lin was about to agree. General Zhang has a point. Zhang Yang, from below, also turned and taunted Yi Ning. Do you really think that with the same attribute value at 2nd rank, you can compare to me? You're so Maeve. My talent allows me to unleash power. What about you? Yi Ning coldly reminded him. Stop talking so much. As he stepped into the teleportation gate, he taunted back. If you're brave enough, don't hesitate. Hurry up and join the trial. He couldn't argue, but still kept his mouth shut. Let the trial begin. Who's afraid of who? The system displayed a message. Some participants have entered the strength trial. In this strength trial, you will face various enemies. Once you defeat them, you will proceed to the next level. During the challenge, all equipment will be removed and other attributes will be reduced. Please prepare yourselves. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. After entering the instance, he quickly formulated a battle plan. All magical equipment was stripped away, leaving only basic capabilities. From level 10 to level 20 or above, you can make it into the top 3 in the world. Level 23 is the limit for humans in the apocalypse. A mutated dog suddenly appeared, but naturally he remained calm and continued with his plan. Then my goal is to charge to level 24. 2 swift slashes killed the monster before it could even let out a growl. He remained indifferent. The first few levels were just appetizers, easily cleared without much effort. The system displayed a message. First rank basic hellhound has been killed. Level 1 cleared. 30 seconds until next level. While slicing through a massive, grotesque monster, he sighed in boredom. The first few levels are all low-level mutated creatures. This is so boring. The system continued to announce. First rank basic, claw-digging hellhound has been killed. Gu Bing, watching the situation through the camera, couldn't help but sigh. The first 7 levels are pretty simple. Everyone is advancing at the same speed. To distinguish their skill levels, we'll have to wait until levels 7 to 10. He wondered, I wonder who will be the one to reach that point. Hearing that, Zhang Meng immediately pointed directly at the screen displaying Zhang Yang's image, loudly boasting. "Are you all blind or what? Who said there's nothing? My son has already made it to the 10th floor." After bragging, he turned around and mocked. Moreover, that Yi Ming is still struggling on the 8th floor. Old Lin followed up with flattery. "That's right, congratulations to General Zhang. It seems Yi Ming isn't as formidable as the legends say. If he keeps pushing his speed after the first 7 floors, he'll definitely run out of energy soon." Yi Ning remained calm, luring the monster behind him while silently mocking those people. Those fools would probably never understand one truth. The one who laughs at others today might be the one left laughing in the end after seeing who wins this competition. Everyone was watching intently, following every move of each contestant. Just when the camera feed for Zhang Yang cut off, Gu Bing immediately explained, reassuring the audience. The screen will no longer display images due to the interference from the powerful energy field beyond the 10th floor. Hearing this, Zhang Meng grinned even wider. "Well, at least my son was the first one to make the screen turn green." Clearly, old Lin beside him didn't forget his role in flattery either. 10 minutes to clear 10 floors. It could be said that the battle ended in the blink of an eye. This time, Yi Ning joining the strength challenge was truly setting himself up for humiliation. He listened, his tone growing louder as he bragged. "That's right, after all, the first place still belongs to my son." Gu Bing didn't bother to pay attention and calmly announced, "Wang Kai is in 11th place, having passed level 10. Yi Ning is in 18th place, also having passed level 10, and Zhang Yang is currently at level 13. Zhang Meng, who was behind, grinned broadly. 18th place, and still struggling through the levels. This speed is even slower than a snail. Haha, one person is barely getting through level 10, another is at level 13. General Yang, you all need to open your eyes and watch carefully." Du Bing paid no attention to such empty boasts. He fell into deep thought. Although it wasn't a matter of pure strength, based on the abilities Yi Ning had reported, this shouldn't be happening, right? In the dungeon, Yi Ning launched himself into the air, focusing on recalling his memories. He remembered in his past life, the weak spot of the monster was on its back. Before the creature could even turn around, he had already delivered a fatal blow to its back, sending it to meet its end in a flash. Thinking to himself, he lightly landed on the ground and calculated, "I've reached level 12, no need to switch attributes yet. Both my spiritual energy and stamina are still full." The system announced, "Level 12 cleared, only 10 seconds left until the next battle begins. Please prepare accordingly." Seeing this, he quickly began to strategize. Next, he could gradually use attribute points to switch attributes, release spiritual energy, and stamina. He would push on, using powerful attacks to reach level 21. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor, Zhang Yang, pleased with himself, had finally passed the 16th floor. "I'm definitely the first one to do it." However, he remained highly cautious. "But I have to keep pushing. Try to get through a few more floors, climb up the rankings, and leave everyone stunned. I need to beat Yi Ning so badly that there will be nothing left of him." Outside the instance, a group of challengers had given up. They were all exhausted, constantly complaining. "Damn it, why is the difficulty behind this so high? Yeah, are the people who can get past floor 20 on the leaderboard monsters or something? I can't go any further, making it to floor 14 almost took half my health. It's okay though. Well, as long as we get past floor 10, we've completed the mission." The monitoring screen was now filled with slashes, and only a few people at deeper levels were still going. Gu Bing announced that most of the challengers had exited, but Yi Ning was still inside, holding on at floor 15. A mind-based class. That was still an impressive achievement. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng sneered and turned to gossip with old Lin beside him. "I bet floor 15 is probably his limit. It's not like my son, who's already on floor 17. Just 3 more floors, and he'll be in the top 10 worldwide." Old Lin, as usual, parroted back in agreement. "Right, Zhang Yang really is impressive." Gu Bing glanced over, feeling a mix of exasperation and inner sigh, but after the 15th level, Zhang Yang's pace clearly slowed down. Indeed, Yi Ning was somewhat strange, not only failing to reduce the screen speed, but it seemed like he was accelerating. Was I mistaken? Immediately, the screen displayed Yi Ning at level 16, causing him to feel both astonished and delighted. Yi Ning is at level 16. It's not an illusion. He's actually speeding up. Zhang Meng's eyes widened in panic, shouting loudly, is he about to catch up with Yang Er? How could this be? Old Lin, who was beside him, quickly reassured him, it's probably just luck, or he's risking it. To get stronger, it's not impossible for him to die at this stage. The audience below was in an uproar, murmuring non-stop. Level 17. Yi Ning had reached level 17, and a person from the mental system had actually surpassed level 17. What kind of strange thing was this? Zhang Meng furrowed his brows even tighter, clenching his fists and silently cheering for his son. Come on, son. You mustn't let Yi Ning surpass you. On the other side, Zhang Yang was giving everything he had, slashing repeatedly at the monster in front of him, trying to deal a blow. But the monster seemed unaffected and managed to retaliate with a painful punch. The attack sent him flying, and he barely managed to stabilize himself. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth in frustration, fearing that overcoming this level might already be his limit. This time, stepping out of the dungeon was like facing a challenge while his basic state hadn't even been properly adjusted yet. Then he quickly made his decision. Well, since I'm the leader, there's no need to risk my life here. Zhang Yang focused all his energy on the axe in his hand, channeling all his spiritual power into the battle axe. In an instant, he leaped and swung the axe down in a decisive strike, delivering a fatal blow to Kai Tianfu. The previous strike had shattered the monster into 100 pieces. He was so exhausted that he could barely breathe, slowly saying, finally, I'm pulling out of the challenge. Zhang Yang was quickly transported out of the dungeon by the system. Zhang Meng rushed over, asking about him, and helped him up. Seeing his father, he happily embraced him. Dad, I did. I cleared level 18. I'm the first one. He responded gently, son. But joy is often short-lived. Noticing his father's silence after such an achievement, Zhang Yang turned to him and asked, What's wrong, Dad? Then he quickly realized something was off and turned toward the judges above, puzzled. I cleared level 18, the best result from the Nation H battle zone in 2 years. I'm the first. Why isn't anyone coming to congratulate me? The announcement screen coldly displayed, Yi Ning, level 19. This made Zhang Yang panic and shout, Wait, Yi Ning, level 19. Zhang Meng added, just before you exited, he cleared level 19 in 3 seconds. Zhang Yang was so furious his vision blurred, coughing and yelling loudly. How could this be? How could he possibly jump to level 19? I don't believe it. The system must be broken. You must have made a mistake. Zhang Meng calmly tried to reason with his son. Yi Ning has already reached the 19th floor. Although everyone was shocked, the information had been verified. In fact, from the 15th floor onward, he had been clearing each floor almost 1 per minute, just like you did in the first 10 floors. Zhang Yang muttered gloomily, No, that's impossible. How could I lose? I'm a strength type. I'm SS level talent. Those who sacrificed themselves for me, was all of that just a joke? Seeing his son like this, Zhang Meng couldn't help but soften his tone to comfort him. Son, don't be like that. Zhang Meng placed his hands on his young son's shoulders, gently encouraging him not to doubt his own potential. This time, it's only because you were pressed for time. One failure means nothing. Besides, you're not necessarily inferior to Yi Ning. As long as we prepare properly, you can definitely surpass the 19th floor too. The spectators in the stands burst into another wave of commotion. Yi Ning, he's cleared the 20th floor. The 20th floor. Doesn't that mean he's entered the global top 10? Hearing that, Gu Bing immediately gave an order. Quick, go inform the deputy commander-in-chief. The subordinate obeyed at once, dashing off at full speed. Yes, sir. General Yang raised his voice and announced, A genius like this, such a miracle, must be witnessed personally by the top leaders of Nation H. Yi Ning was facing off against a huge, grotesque monster. He silently calculated in his mind. From floor 20 onwards, it's all third-class variants and level 3 creatures. In a scenario where no enchanted equipment could be used and no powerful skills were activated, dealing with such variants at this level alone was still a bit challenging. He gathered speed and leaped forward while activating the system. 5 points of willpower attribute were converted into agility and nimbleness. The monster shot out countless toxic fumes, obscuring his vision. Yi Ning skillfully dodged them, while thinking to himself, although it can't catch up with my speed after the transformation, I can't just run away without attacking. Defeating it without a single scratch seems impossible. He launched himself into the air, making a decision. First, he needed to find a way to limit its poison spitting. As he activated the system, Yi Ning focused his energy into his sword, preparing to strike, converting the 5 willpower points into strength. With a powerful slash, he severed the creature's tentacle, but it still seemed insufficient. 5 points of willpower were too few. His strength, agility, and physique couldn't be optimized all at once, which was a bit troublesome. He quickly jumped again to avoid the monster's counterattack. Fortunately, it could no longer release poison for the time being. Yi Ning continued to activate the system to accumulate spiritual energy. He then executed a transformation of strength and delivered a powerful strike across the monster's head. With one more leap, the monster's head was severed from its body, but he wasn't done yet. Each strike landed with increasing force, slashing both horizontally and vertically across the monster's body, cutting its flesh to shreds. Yi Ning remained unscathed, landing gracefully on the ground. Behind him lay the mangled, broken remains of the boss. The system immediately sent a notification. Level 21 cleared successfully. Combat will begin in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Upon hearing this, his resolve only grew stronger. Finally, I did it. Next, I can use my ultimate move to finish it off right away. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fang and Commissioner Hu have arrived. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fang Heo of Nation H and Political Committee Chairman Hu Jibing. Du Bing saw Fang Heo and Jie Bing walking over and quickly ran to greet them. Commander-in-Chief Fang, you finally arrived. He asked, what's the current situation? They all turned their gaze toward the screen. Gu Bing raised his hand, his expression warm as he said, just cleared level 21 a minute ago, still not out yet. Fang Heo's face lit up with joy as he heard this. Well done, and it looks like we can continue on. Nation H will succeed. Before he could finish, the announcement board suddenly flashed. Yi Ning, level 22. Jie Bing immediately pointed at the board, astonished, shouting, Chairman Fang, Yi Ning has passed again. Level 22. Upon hearing this, Fang Heo was so elated that a powerful aura surged from him. Level 22. That means he's in the global top 3. Du Bing, seeing this, hurriedly said, Commander-in-Chief Fang, please don't get too excited. If not, the energy waves from you will be too much for others to handle. Only then did Fang He realize and sheepishly retracted his aura. He responded after a few hours. Sorry, I lost my composure earlier. Back in the day, I was considered one of the elites of Nation H. I gave it my all for half an hour, barely managing to get past level 21. And yet Yi Ning surpassed level 22 in just a minute. How did he do that? He continued. It's strange, before level 15, Yi Ning's performance was actually quite ordinary, but from level 15 onwards, his speed suddenly surged. Almost every minute he cleared a level. But at level 21, it slowed down, taking about 10 minutes, and then level 22 was destroyed in the blink of an eye. This is completely unusual. Jie Bing's face grew serious. He thought for a moment, then voiced his hypothesis. I've heard that he has a mental system. Could there be something wrong with this information? After saying that, he suddenly glanced at the group of competitors beside him, crossing his arms in mockery. After all, for the sake of power and benefit, some people wouldn't hesitate to use dirty tricks, making the others avert their eyes in guilt, only daring to avoid his gaze. Fang Heo suddenly grew angry, frowning and shouting loudly. It's one thing to do a few small tricks every day and get away with it, but anyone who dares to offend the nation will never be easily forgiven. This caused Zhang Yang to lower his head, while Zhang Meng looked terrified, his thoughts clouded with worry. Chairman Fang, are you implying something about me? Although I did have Tang Zhen do a few minor actions, I truly didn't coerce any information, and I certainly didn't fabricate anything. Du Bing spoke up. It's been almost a minute and Yi Ning still hasn't broken through. Is he continuing? He replied, I heard that after level 22, you have to face the third-tier mutated creatures alone. Training here is different from a battlefield. You can't use any equipment, charms, or skills other than your own abilities. Inside, Yi Ning continued to use his skills to eliminate the heavenly rift-flowing light monsters. The notification board kept displaying new information. He saw it and, astonished, shouted, Yi Ning, level 23. Fang Hio, seeing this, was overjoyed, clenching his fists and smiling as he shouted, level 23, he's passed it. Jibing, also excited, added, in the past, the global first place only reached level 23. With Yi Ning's speed, is he about to surpass it? The two Jiang Meng father and son were so moved they were left speechless. He hastily said, that's right, Yi Ning has firmly secured the #1 spot globally. Old Lin, next to them, could only slap his hand on his face, helplessly saying, it seems there's no doubt that he will enter the top rank now. Fang Hio, on the verge of tears, said, we originally planned for everyone to progress to level 3 so Yi Ming could be the background. But now it seems all that was a joke. If I remember correctly, it's been 37 years. The #1 power system, by Manhwa Yuan, had held the top spot for 37 years. Jai Bing added, as for us, Nation H, the last time we made it into the top 10 was over a decade ago. Fang Hio turned to Gu Bing, grinning. That's right, now our Nation H can finally hold its head high. Very good. Report this to the Supreme Commander-in-Chief immediately. Yi Ming deserves to be treated at the highest level. We are prepared and ready. Once Yi Ning comes out, we will have a thorough discussion. He immediately assumed a serious demeanor. Yes, Fang Commander-in-Chief. Everyone, gather near the entrance and wait for him to come out. After waiting for a while with no sign of movement, Ji Bing spoke up. Has it been another minute? Yi Ning still hasn't come out. Could it be that he's still continuing? Even if he's that strong, once the next level opens up, you won't be able to escape anymore. Fang Hio stroked his chin, deep in thought. The next level might feature a 3rd-tier mutated beast for testing. At that point, it won't just be one more challenge. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, his eyes widening in shock. He immediately turned around and shouted to Gu Bing. Yan Gu Bing, quickly find a way to notify Yi Ming. Tell him to come out immediately. No need to continue. Also call for a medical team to come right away. He quickly replied. The testing tower has blocked all communication. We can't get in touch with him. Upon hearing this, Fang Hio grew anxious. He clasped his hands together in prayer. Little ancestor, please, I beg of you, don't act impulsively anymore. Don't continue. If there's even the slightest mistake, everything will be over. Time began to count down. Each second felt agonizing. Everyone was filled with worry, their faces covered in sweat. The system notification appeared. Tester Yi Ning has completed the strength challenge. After seeing the notification, all three were overjoyed. Fang Hio said, it stopped. He stopped. Then, he glanced over at Gu Bing and asked, so where is he? Why isn't he coming out? The challenge is over. Why hasn't the global announcement gone off yet? He quickly explained. It seems like he requested to stay and immediately entered the portal for the next speed challenge. The global announcement will only be broadcast after leaving the challenge. A new notification appeared on the system panel. The speed system challenge portal is now open. Contestants, please prepare yourselves. Yi Ming approached the portal. Though he was eager to continue several more levels in the strength challenge, level 23 was enough to secure the top spot, so he decided to stop. He kept dimensional slash and fall in heaven for the upcoming challenges, ensuring his safety. He extended his hand through the portal. There was also an unwritten rule in the 3-tier challenge. For those who had awakened, if they participated in consecutive challenges, the results would accumulate and build upon each other. If they left midway, the additional rewards would no longer be available. This reward, he had to claim. A new system notification appeared. Flexible challenge. The monster maze will open in 1 minute. The speed of completing the challenge will be assessed based on completion time. Inside, monsters will attack, but counterattacks are impossible. Only agility can be used to navigate through. As long as you reach the exit of the challenge, it will be completed, and the faster you do it, the better the reward. He stood in the middle of the maze, staring intently at the notification panel. On the screen, the Global Force Challenge rankings are displayed. No. 1. Miyamoto Fujiyama, Nation JIB 095 Gus, Taining Combat Zone. Yi Ning muttered. Miyamoto's innate ability is a rare combination of matter. As long as he merges into the wall, he can continue moving forward without being hindered. It seems that Gus, aside from his innate speed, also possesses an excellent calculation ability. He can precisely calculate evasion routes. The top 10 list mainly consists of SS rank individuals. Simply shifting willpower and adding a few speed points won't be enough to compete. Switching scenes, Ling Yu stared intently at the announcement board. She said, "Right now, all eyes are on Yi Ning. Although it feels uncomfortable, it's not necessarily a bad thing. After all, the best talents from Nation H have arrived, and with Zhang Yang being disastrously defeated by Yi Ning." The agility test began. "Please proceed quickly to the exit." She quickly ran off. "As long as I can defeat Yi Ning in this match, at least I'll be able to compete for a spot on the second list. The number 1 position has already brought recognition to our delicate safe zone." Ling Yu pondered. "This is indeed a complex maze. I can't break through with my abilities. The optimal solution is to stick to the right side. Though it may be a bit roundabout, this is the method I'm most confident in, and also the quickest way." Suddenly, she leaped up and kicked hard down onto the head of a purple serpent-like monster. As for the surprise attack from the mutated creature, it painfully spat green venom toward her. She quickly dodged it. With my S-level sensitivity talent, Ling Yu thought as she ran, assessing the situation behind her. Avoiding the attack wasn't really a problem. Meanwhile, Yi Ning was being chased by 2 massive mutated monsters. He was running while evaluating the situation. Although the maze was complex, based on the completion time on the leaderboard, the area probably wasn't that large. His gaze sharpened. "As long as I run full speed toward the center of the maze, then use dimensional slash, I can teleport directly to the exit." However, as he neared the exit, 2 other mutated monsters blocked his path. They viciously charged toward him, making him feel annoyed. The further he got toward the center, the more mutated monsters there were. Yi Ning leaped to avoid the green monster's attack, and at the same time, he swung his sword fiercely at the purple monster. Luckily, even relying solely on muscle memory, he could avoid most attacks. He glanced around, his combat experience from his previous life having deeply ingrained this ability into his bones. Meanwhile, as Ling Yu was running, she bumped into a huge octopus-like monster with a very ferocious face. She muttered in annoyance, "This damn thing. These mutations are getting harder and harder to deal with." Qin Feng then used his special technique to slip past the monster. But just as she escaped, she ran into another one. Ling Yu panicked and thought, "Damn it, there's another one." She was hit by it, though the injury was minor, and she managed to dodge in the end. "I'm running out of strength. I have to hurry. Faster. Faster. The exit must be close ahead. I need to pass Yi Ning." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Ning had reached the center of the maze, but he was surrounded by monsters. He faced off against them, finally making it to the center. It's chaos here. Then, Yi Ning activated his skill. Dimensional slash. I need to reach the exit quickly. Outside, at that moment, the 3 of them, Fang Hio, were staring intently at the screen. He said, "This agility challenge is impossible to fully see from the outside." Du Bing turned to reply, "Chairman Fang, don't rush. The agility challenge will end very quickly. It'll only take 3 to 5 minutes at most to see the result." Zhai Bing added, "From Yi Ning's performance in the strength test, it's clear he has great control." He suddenly glanced at Zhang Meng and his son, then said, "The more of a genius someone is, the higher their pride, and when faced with failure or challenges, they're more vulnerable. Look over there, that's Zhang Yang, a perfect example. It seems like he's about to collapse completely." Upon hearing this, the elder spoke up, "Yi Ning is of the willpower system. He should be fine." Zhang Yang sadly spoke to his father, "Father, will he lose this time? Will he lose?" He turned to smile and replied, "He will lose. He will definitely lose. This time, he will undoubtedly perform terribly." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "It seems there's a signal. Has someone already passed? Could it be Huang Lingyu from my family? She's the one with the greatest potential in this challenge, and she's already passed in just 1 minute. Doesn't that mean another person is on the list?" The announcement board displayed a message, and after reading it, father and son Zhang Meng were stunned, nearly coughing up blood, while some were left completely speechless in disbelief. Du Bing exclaimed in shock, "It's Yi Ning again, really strange." Zhai Bing was just as surprised, 1 minute 8 seconds, and he's number 1 in the world. Fang Hio joyfully said, "That kid is really amazing. Do you have any surprises left that we don't know about? Ling Yu, holding her wound, limped outside. She looked at the scene before her and happily shouted, "No fake challengers have come out yet. Yi Ning hasn't come out either, I'm the first one." Ha! 1 minute and 1 second, I did it. She wore a proud expression. This time, although I may not be the most outstanding, at least I can make it into the top 20 in the world, right? Then, she looked up at the announcement board and was immediately shocked. Yi Ning is first. I lost. The gap is even bigger than between Zhang Yang and him. Ling Yu was so shocked that her head spun. She collapsed to the ground, and her father rushed to her side in a hurry. Ling Yu suddenly heard someone speak. "Look, the Commander-in-Chief is here. Oh my God, this is the first time I've ever seen the Commander-in-Chief in person. The Supreme Commander-in-Chief of Nation H, like Swan Go, majestically stepped in. This time, Yi Ning had caused such a huge shock. Fang Hio immediately came over, extending a serious salute. Commander-in-Chief, Yi Ning has just won first place globally in the Agility Challenge. He immediately asked, "Where is he?" He responded, he chose to continue with the physical challenge. Zhuanggu angrily shouted, "Nonsense. Quickly shut down the system. Bring him out here. Make everyone panic." Then, he changed his expression, his face lighting up as he smiled and said, "I see everyone seems too tense. Just kidding. Haha, this kid Yi Ning is really a genius. Let's just calmly observe." They were speechless, only able to smile awkwardly, silently thinking, "Commander-in-Chief, there's a time for jokes. In a tense moment like this, your joke just made everyone even more nervous." The system display appeared, showing the leaderboard for the physical challenge. First place in the Southeast Asia region, Yapu, with a durability value of 1.4 T. Second place in the South America region, with a durability value of 0.7 T. And third place. He closely examined the durability value of the person in first place, which was nearly twice that of the second place holder. Perhaps he possessed the ability to have 2 lives. The system display also showed participation in the physical challenge. The scene for this challenge was a regional battlefield, with the level of physical mutation changing according to the collaboration of the city zones. In this challenge, participants can only defend and cannot attack. The more damage they endure within the given time frame, the higher their evaluation. The duration of the challenge is 10 minutes. Participants may choose to leave at any time, but doing so will be considered a failure. The front area is filled with low-level monsters, and as one moves further back, the monster levels increase. The time limit is 10 minutes, and only defense is allowed, with no attacking. Yi Ning looked at the swarm of monsters charging towards him and thought to himself, "This means that if I want to achieve a good result, I need to actively move into the higher difficulty areas." He added, "Switching my willpower attribute to agility, as long as I can dodge the attacks coming my way." He then drew his 2 swords and charged straight ahead. I will immediately dive into the area of level B mutated monsters. Yi Ning attacked swiftly toward the monsters, then activated Fallen Heaven to defend for a few seconds. His endurance would certainly not be an issue. Outside, Swan Gu, with his arms crossed, said, "Fang Hio, do you think Yi Ning can take first place in this physical challenge?" Fang Hio waved his hand and replied, "Commander-in-Chief, although I do hope to witness such a perfect miracle, objectively speaking, it may not be possible. As you know, physical talent is not like other systems, which can be immediately discerned from appearance. For example, the 2 generals, Qin Feng and Zhang Hai, both have very muscular builds, but Yi Ning doesn't seem to match this standard. On the other hand, the person participating in this challenge, Wang Kai Xuangu, glanced over and smiled as he continued, "Hao Zi, you're always so careful with your words. Haha, before, from a theoretical perspective, didn't you predict that Yi Ning could win first place in both strength and agility?" This made Fang Hio feel so confused that he didn't know how to respond. Swan Gu immediately slapped his face and repeatedly said, "Let me set an example for you. I dare say that not only can Yi Ning win first place, but he could also become the first seed to reach the purple rank. Even if I'm wrong, it's fine. I'll just get slapped in the face. No big deal." Fang Hio was even more flustered. He hesitantly raised his hand and said, "Yes, Commander-in-Chief, please don't hit me anymore." Switching the scene to the second floor area of Peak, a monster was furiously attacking Yi Ning. But he quickly dodged. He was close, But this area seemed too difficult to get through. The monster was becoming even more frantic, putting all its strength into its arms. Taking advantage of Yi Ning's momentary lapse, it struck him hard, sending him flying. Yi Ning knelt down, his legs bracing to maintain balance. The punch from earlier had caused him to cough up blood. Before he could even catch his breath, the monster quickly used its foot to continue attacking him. Fortunately, Yi Ning used all of his strength to dodge to the side, narrowly avoiding its massive foot. Dust and smoke filled the air, forcing him to cover his face. Suddenly, from within the smoke, a tentacle shot out and struck his arm hard, making him drop his sword. Yi Ning quickly fled, feeling irritated as he muttered, "Damn it, my left hand is no longer capable of fighting. I have to retreat from the second-floor peak area first and figure out something else later, then summon Fu Gai. Lai Fu Gai, help me retrieve the sword." Fu Gai appeared from the space and responded, "Yes, Master." The thick smoke swirled around the second-floor peak area, and in front of him was a giant, heavy elephant-like creature, a brute force type. The creature's trunk was its primary weapon. After saying this, Yi Ning swung his sword and leaped into the air, thinking he might be able to use it to bypass this area. His gaze turned sharp and cold. "If I can find its weak point, I can turn the tide," he thought. "I'll fly past this area." He soared directly towards the elephant monster, adopting a defensive stance and shouting, "Physical transformation." The elephant's defense slammed him away as expected. Yi Ning was sent flying towards the third-floor peak area, where he looked down below and shouted in excitement, "I made it!" A loud crash echoed as he crashed to the ground, with dust and debris filling the air. Yi Ning sat up and muttered, "My body is still too weak. If I go any higher, I'll definitely die." Suddenly, a monster emerged from the ground. He frowned, thinking deeply, and then his mind turned to the power of fallen heaven. "If I really can't handle it, I'll have to retreat." The creature lunged towards Yi Ning, its sharp teeth bared. He brandished his sword and unleashed a devastating energy skill. Fallen Heaven Defense. The protective layer was immediately erected, shielding him from those sharp fangs. Suddenly, Yi Ning's gaze became sharp. He smiled and said, "The defense is thick enough. As expected, I can always trust the system's SSS-level sword skill." A system notification appeared. Endurance value 1.03T, endurance value 1.15T, endurance value 1.3T, endurance value. The endurance value has far surpassed the previous global top rank. Why is these 10 minutes taking so long? The protective layer was cracked by the monster's bite. Yi Ning used all his strength to hold on, his face grimacing, his spiritual energy completely depleted. The protective layer could no longer hold up, and he had to use all the effects of jumping and quick strikes, but could not attack the mutated monster. The defense layer exploded, throwing the monster off. Yi Ning seized the opportunity to leap high, soaring straight above the monster. A system notification appeared. "The 10-minute trial time has ended. Would you like to withdraw?" Seeing this, Yi Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the 10 minutes were up. He immediately selected yes. Outside, everyone was closely watching the notification board when they suddenly saw a new piece of information pop up. Bing said, "Yi Ning's endurance value is 1.74T. Bing added, "Yi Ning is ranked first globally in physical strength, surpassing the previous record by 30%. Fang Hio, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a crushing defeat, a complete crushing." Stuan Gu suddenly put on a serious face and said, "First place in all 3 systems, this is an achievement, truly. I suspect Yi Ning has something going on." He changed his tone and smiled. "Maybe he's not human, but a god. Haha, I'm just joking. Don't take it too seriously. Haha, the Fang Hio team is powerless. They can only force a smile. Commander-in-Chief, you're at it again." Over here, Yi Ning is kneeling on the ground. In front of him is the announcement board. With only the final willpower challenge left, I have to take advantage of the time to adjust my state. Although my left hand is temporarily unusable, fortunately, the willpower challenge doesn't require combat. The announcement board displayed the information. Please complete the reading and prepare for the challenge within 1 minute. Otherwise, it will be considered a forfeiture of participation. 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds, 7 seconds. After reading, Yi Ning said, "Looks like to receive the hidden reward. The system won't let me take a break midway. Then he smiled confidently. Well, let's begin the challenge. No matter what, this is my home ground. The announcement board displayed the information. Please choose the method of the trial. Regular willpower challenge. In the regular trial, you will have normal access to skills to fight enemies. The result will be based on the time it takes to eliminate the units, and after completing 7 rounds, it will be considered a pass. Special willpower challenge. In the special trial, you cannot use any skills except your innate abilities. The entire enemy you face will be created based on memory. After completing 7 rounds, it will be considered as having passed. Seeing this, Yi Ning said, "First, the method chosen most frequently in the mind system is also the one I selected to level up in my previous life. But now, all my skills are coming back, and I can't fight with my left hand. It seems the only option left is to choose the special trial." Then, Yi Ning pressed the selection. In an instant, with the notification of the special trial starting, he was transported to a different space, where Xiao Hai was rushing toward him. Looking around, Yi Ning thought to himself, the memory blocked at the first round is the safe area at Tianfeng. The feeling of being here is so real. At that moment, Xiao Hai rushed over, panting, and said, "Yi Ning, you came at just the right time. Hurry up. The Tianfeng zombie tide is causing chaos. Let's go out of the city and fight together." However, as soon as Xiao Hai stretched out his hand, Yi Ning immediately dodged to the side and said, "Sorry, Uncle Xiao." Seeing this, Xiao Hai turned to him, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean by that?" But Yi Ning remained expressionless. Without hesitation, Yi Ning threw a punch straight into Xiao Hai's stomach. He coldly said, "Although it's hard to tell the real from the fake, in this special trial, I can't afford to be careless. And I suspect you're the monster created based on my memory." Looking at the figure of Xiao Hai, who was lying limp before him, Yi Ning wondered, has the true form of the monster not appeared? Do you want me to feel guilty and test my mental endurance? After taking a hit from him, Xiao Hai groaned and cried out, "I really didn't expect you to be like this." But then Yi Ning left only a brief message, "Uncle Xiao, I'm truly sorry." Although there was a slight hesitation in his heart, he couldn't stop now, and stepped through a portal that opened right before him. A voice echoed, and in the next instant, Yi Ning was transported to a scene where Chen Zhao and Chen Yong were fighting against thousands of gigantic alien creatures. In the grasp of a tentacled monster, Chen Zhao screamed, "Brother, listen." Chen Yong, panicked, responded, "Chen Zhao, hang on." Turning to Yi Ning, Chen Yong pleaded for help. "Yi Ning, please help me. Chen Zhao is trapped by that mutant creature." Chen Yong continued, "I've never asked anyone for help in my life. Take my sister and go. I will hold off this mutant." But Yi Ning simply replied, "I came here, and will end Chen Zhao right when she's in the hands of that monster." Witnessing this scene, Chen Yong turned pale and yelled, "Yi Ning, why are you doing this?" Before Chen Yong could understand what was happening, Yi Ning swiftly struck him. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yong reunited with Chen Zhao, and Yi Ning coldly said, "Although your sibling bond is truly touching, but it wasn't enough to make me feel bewildered." With a sharp, cutting gaze, Yi Ning didn't let the moment drag on for too long and ordered, "Sorry, next round." Here he stood before Lin Lan, who was sitting on the ground in front of him. She said, "Come here, you hybrid. Didn't you say you wanted me?" With a seductive posture, Lin Lan looked at Yi Ning with a knowing gaze, assuming that for now, I can't resist, and there's no shield protecting him from the opportunity. Suddenly, Yi Ning raised his sword high and said, "Perhaps for many people with a strong will, this level of challenge would be difficult." Without hesitation, he drove the sword straight through, with ruthless intent, as he declared, "But for me, it's actually easier than the first 2 rounds. After all, I have a clear conscience when I kill Lin Lan." Despite Lin Lan only having time to let out a scream, Yi Ning calmly walked away, leaving her lifeless body behind. He commented, "This round, the system really underestimated me, Yi Ning." Then he commanded, "Next round." Now Yi Ning had to face the 4th challenge, Yu Xing. Standing before him, Yu Xing, blushing in a loose bathrobe, said, "Yi Ning, although I usually look quite careless, I do it on purpose to provoke my father." Before Yi Ning, she shyly removed her bathrobe and said, "Today is the first time. I hope it's you. Standing before this scene, he shielded Yu King's eyes. His expression was completely unchanged as he instructed Yan Yu Ting. Thank you for your kindness, but please close your eyes. This is the greatest respect I can offer you. Then, in the blink of an eye, he had dealt with Yu Ting and issued the order for the next round. The scene shifted to a high school, where the students were gathered. It seemed that the school had been attacked by something. The students appeared to be in a state of panic, and the glass windows were shattered, indicating that the place had experienced a massive shock. The loud banging on the doors continued, but despite the students inside trying to block the doors with desks and chairs, the teacher at the front of the group courageously took up a weapon to reassure everyone. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I will definitely get you all out. At this moment, Yi Ning, dressed as a student, was slightly surprised and quietly wondered, is this the classroom when I was 14? The banging on the door grew louder and louder. Only then did he suddenly realize that, back then, the teacher and all of his classmates had died, and he was the only one who survived. Looking at the girl beside him, who was frightened and on the verge of tears, he remembered that this was the last time he had seen his classmate, Wang Zhen. Beautiful memories of Wang Zhen gradually surfaced. Yi Ning recalled that he still remembered the day when, for some reason, she had shared half of a piece of bread with him. He hadn't eaten it himself and had given it to him instead. Interrupting his stream of thoughts, Wang Zhen suddenly sobbed, gripping his hand and asked, Yi Ning, will you protect me? Is that true? Will you take me to a safe place? Yi Ning, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, replied, I really want to take you. Take everyone along too. But then, his face darkened, and he resolutely shook her hand off, saying, but regret is just regret, and I no longer have a real chance to make things right. If I take you today, the mission will fail, and you won't truly come back to life. Wang Zhen was confused. Yi Ning, what are you saying? Without warning, Yi Ning pushed her down, gripping her throat with teary eyes, muttering, I'm sorry, truly sorry, despite Wang Zhen's struggles, calling out Yi Ning. When he saw Wang Zhen completely lose consciousness, Yi Ning clutched his head in anguish and cried out, this damn system. Kill me, but don't use emotional manipulation to do it. Meanwhile, whispers began to spread. Yi Ning strangled Wang Zhen to death. He's mutated now. Everyone run. Yi Ning paid no attention. He used his power to lift the broken glass and issued a command, mentally controlling it to kill without leaving a trace. Leaving behind a room filled with corpses, Yi Ning simply said, sorry, everyone. No matter how ruthless it seems, I can only move forward. If there's a next life, the familiar words will echo again in that house. Yi Ning had to face the sight of his little sister, Xiaoan, sobbing and calling out, brother, you're back? Mom. Terrified, Xiaoan ran to embrace him, and to Yi Ning's surprise, she said, brother, I'm so scared. At this moment, Yi Ning was completely exhausted. He gently stroked her head and replied, Xiaoan, don't be scared, I'm here. Mom won't. In the blink of an eye, the expression on her face changed, turning cold and threatening, and she tried to attack him, saying, with you here, Xiaoan isn't scared anymore. Xiaoan stabbed a blade-like hand straight through Yi Ning's body, and it was only then that he came to his senses. Xiaoan still maintained an innocent look as she stepped forward and asked, brother, why aren't you hugging Xiaoan? Did Xiaoan do something wrong? Did I make you angry? Without hesitation, despite the pain and regret, Yi Ning still tried to act decisively towards her and pleaded, I'm sorry, Xiaoan, it's my fault. Please don't blame me. Seeing Yi Ning approach, his mother also cried out, Xiaoan, my Xiaoan, why is Ning Taxai still here? But then, without offering any explanation, he only said, mother, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Then, in anguish, he raised his sword high. After everything, he collapsed at his knees, tears of sorrow streaming down his face. Yi Ning groaned, I've even killed my own kin. There's only one final round left. Still, he roared in fury, System, what other tricks do you have? Bring them all out now. But suddenly, Yi Ning felt an excruciating pain pierce through his very bones, and then he lost consciousness. A mysterious surge of energy spread outward. In the depths of the endless void, he wondered to himself, am I dead? Out of nowhere, voices began to call out, Yi Ning! Yi Ning! Please wake up, you've succeeded. When he tiredly opened his eyes, the voices continued. Wake up, we need you. Before countless people gathered around him, Yi Ning slowly came to. Seeing this, everyone cried out in joy. He's awake, he's awake, he's finally awake. Still dazed, Yi Ning muttered to himself, where am I? What happened to me? Wasn't I in the third rank will trial just now? A person standing nearby exclaimed excitedly, Yi Ning, you've done it. After breaking through to the fourth rank, you suddenly fell unconscious. We were so worried about you. Thankfully, you've woken up. Now we truly have hope again. Hearing that, Yi Ning was stunned. Fourth rank. Unconscious, you say? He thought in disbelief. Could it be that has it returned to the past, before the capital was captured? At the same time, unidentified radiant energy sources appeared, weaving through Yi Ning. Seeing this, he was stunned and silently thought, my left hand has completely healed, and my abdomen is completely normal, not injured at all. Not only that, but the power within my body is stronger than ever. In an instant, the entire hospital room was filled with the brilliant blue light from this energy source. Seeing this, Lai Yan beside him could not help but exclaim in surprise. This is the power of a 4-star rank. Even the peak of a 3-star rank would be unable to withstand it. Finally, we have hope. Suddenly, another soldier rushed in and reported, General Lai Yan, the front line can no longer hold. That 4th-level mutated monster has followed the army and broken through our defenses. Upon hearing this, he anxiously asked, Yi Ning, how are you now? Can you fight? If you need to rest, we will fight to buy you time, even if it costs us our lives. But with this new power, Yi Ning was still in awe. What is all this? I remember, before facing the 4th-level mutated monster, didn't I die? Recalling the moment when his teammates saved him, Yi Ning thought to himself that something wasn't right. At that time, he must not have been dead, but rather, a few 3rd-level fighters had risked their lives to save him. He believed that after returning, he'd have forced himself to break through his willpower core. Trying to break through to level 4, I fell into a coma. But why don't I remember this part? I can't figure it out, no matter how hard I try. Yi Ning murmured, questioning himself. Could this be the aftermath of forcing myself to break through to level 4? Then, Yi Ning suddenly realized. Could it be that this reincarnation or whatever it was just a dream I had while in a coma? This dream must have disturbed my current memories. The more he thought, the more his mind spiraled into panic. Yi Ning shouted out loud, what is real, in the end? Then, without realizing it, a surge of power began to emanate from his body. Upon seeing this, Lai Yan immediately created a shield and instructed, Yi Ning, you still haven't gained control over your new power. Don't try to control it any further, just rest properly. As long as you recover your fighting strength, we'll have hope. While holding back Yi Ning's newfound strength, he quickly gave orders. Everyone, follow me to the front lines. We need to buy time for Yi Ning to recover. Realizing that he had lost control, Yi Ning struggled to get out of bed, trying to calm himself. Stay calm. Yi Ning took deep breaths, reminding himself to stay composed. Even though he had just woken up after a period of being hospitalized, he was determined to understand everything that had happened. If he wanted to uncover the truth, at the very least, he needed to get out of this room first. Outside, the world had become dark and chaotic. In the sky, a group of strange birds flew in formation, their numbers growing as they flew in a large flock, accompanied by the sound of shouting. The front lines are about to fall. The underground bomb shelter was the only safe place now, faced with an onslaught of bloodthirsty birds only waiting to feast on their prey. People jostled and shoved one another to get into the shelter and save themselves. They clamored, urging me to enter first. Above me was my elderly mother, below me a young child who might have mutated and flown here from the front lines. The unlucky souls outside were being attacked by the birds without cease. In panic, they cried out, "Move aside, let me in first." Nearby, a woman was desperately clutching her child, while a merciless man trampled over her. He snarled, "Get out of the way! I am the Awakened. Anyone who blocks me will die." Even though there was a child in that woman's arms, he heartlessly continued, insisting that he had suffered greatly to become one of the Awakened. Beside him, a gang of thug-like men, armed with weapons advanced, brutally laying hands on the citizens and shouting loudly, "You ignorant masses dare block the path of the awakened? Deserve to die. Get out of the way." They allowed no one to escape. They drew their swords and set upon the people nearby. They proclaimed that I too was an awakened, that the common folk must yield. The awakened were humanity's hope. Ordinary people, even if alive, were useless. Everyone around gaped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the two who called themselves awakened as they moved to slaughter the civilians. In an instant, that overwhelming power tore those two men apart. Witnessing this scene, everyone around stared in shock, their eyes wide open. They recognized Yi Ning in his warrior attire, with his newfound power, standing tall and imposing as he looked down from above. Upon seeing this, the people shouted out, "Li Ning, sir, give us a firm order. Proceed in an orderly manner. Anyone who harms others will be dealt with like the monsters." Noticing from afar, the monstrous birds were quickly approaching. Yi Ning muttered an incantation, spirit-gathering sword, summoning a massive sword in his hand to face the oncoming threat. With a single swing, he cleaved through the birds soaring in the sky, leaving only feathers fluttering in the wind. This was the first time using his new power in battle, and Yi Ning realized just how real and overwhelming this fourth-level strength was. He felt unstoppable. It was time to head to the front lines and confront the fourth-level mutated monsters once again. Although the sky had been cleared, the people on the ground were still in danger. Everyone was scattering in panic. A group of soldiers, equipped with weapons, was assigned the task of handling the monsters on the ground. Among them, one soldier, full of vigor, charged forward and said, "Brothers, follow me. Let's seal the gap." However, just as they advanced, in the blink of an eye, he was overwhelmed by the monsters and pinned to the ground. In a situation where he could barely move, he mustered all his strength and, with fierce determination, shouted, "Don't think you're the only ones who can bite. Even without legs, without hands, we still have our mouths. Without hesitation, we bite into the flesh of these monsters." The soldier didn't forget to taunt, "Your flesh really does stink." But then, overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters, he was still torn apart by them. However, with an unwavering resolve, the soldier shouted one final sentence, "Humanity will persist forever." Seeing their comrade sacrifice himself, the group became more determined, charging forward and shouting to each other, "Brothers, our commander has sacrificed himself. We must be like him. Even if we die, we must die on the front lines." Up in the sky, miles away, the high-ranking officers were making their way to the monsters to engage in battle. Leading them, Shuan-gu spoke up, "Gentlemen, we have a chance to strike. If we can kill this level 4 monster, or at least severely injure it, we might still have hope of returning to fight against the zombie-tide army. If we fail..." Before he could finish, Ji Bing interrupted, "Commander, even if we fail, we still have Yi Ning. Humanity still has hope." Upon hearing this, Lai Yan sighed deeply. Unfortunately, Yi Ning still cannot control his power. Fang Hita believed, "It's our fault for not discovering and nurturing Yi Ning sooner." To lift everyone's spirits, Zhuan Gu laughed heartily and responded, "If there was a pill for regret, I'd certainly have a house full of grandchildren by now." "All right, everyone, don't overthink it. We're about to approach the monster. Prepare to strike. Close in on the level 4 monster," he commanded. "Form up now. Aim for its head." Seeing the ranks of senior officers, the soldiers below gradually regained hope. Excitedly they said, "With the top 7 battle forces of Nation H working together, toppling mountains and seas is no difficult task. If we kill the level 4, we will have a chance." Up above, the 7 officers raised their weapons and quickly seized the opportunity to attack. Each one was fully focused, shouting loudly, "Ling Ri Jun, Chaos Slash, Heaven Opening Drill Kill." However, from the eye on the monster's chest, a massive surge of power began to gather. In the blink of an eye, the attacks of the senior officers were all deflected. Seeing this, Zhuan Gu gritted his teeth and said it dodged. Immediately, the officers were ensnared by the monster's tentacles. Fang Hio shouted in fury, "Damn it, why is the distance so great?" With just one remaining tentacle, the monster swiftly dealt with one of the senior officers, leaving only a head with shattered bones. Witnessing this, the soldiers below immediately fell into a state of fear, thinking, "It's over. In less than 3 seconds, we're dead. We're really dead." Why is this happening? From the command platform, the entire battle was being monitored on large and small screens at the center. Looking at the current situation, Chu Tingyan couldn't hide his astonishment as he thought. Lai Xuan Guo and his generals have all informed Yi Ning, telling him to lead the last group to break through the encirclement and retreat to safeguard the flame. He made a difficult decision. We will send out one final transmission to the entire world, and then end everything. But his assistant immediately stopped him and said urgently, "Wait, Commander, look over there. It's Yi Ning. I see Yi Ning." At the front line, he charged straight toward the monster with overwhelming power. With eyes as sharp as blades, Yi Ning spoke with unwavering confidence. "So we meet again, a fourth-rank mutant monster, leading the endless tide of zombies." Yi Ning stood tall and proud, his energy blazing like a raging fire. The moment people saw his figure, they shouted in excitement, "He's here! Yi Ning has appeared!" Below, the horde of zombies began to retreat in fear. The soldiers, armed and ready, instantly rallied one another. "Look! Under Yi Ning's pressure, the zombie tide is retreating. Brothers, charge!" As for the fourth-rank monster, it remained unmoving, towering in place. Seeing that, Yi Ning wondered. The horde is pulling back, yet the fourth-rank mutant isn't making a move. Even with my current fourth-rank power, I couldn't have caused this kind of situation, could I? Yi Ning reasoned to himself. If all of this is merely an illusion, if this is the third-rank trial after my resurrection, then what exactly must I do to overcome it? Could it be killing the creature standing before me? Can the grudges of a past life truly be ended? From below, the voice of a soldier rang out. "Yi Ning, sir, please take action. While it still hasn't made a move, you must act quickly. You are our last hope." Upon hearing this, he grasped the sword before him and spoke. "As long as I am willing, I can end this disaster at any moment and restore everything to its former beauty, right? Whether it's a trial or not, as long as I slay this fourth-rank monster with a single strike, the regret in my heart will be relieved." But before he could finish his sentence, a call suddenly echoed. "Ning Texe," caused Yi Ning's eyes to widen in shock. A child's cry sounded once again, "KKK." Turning toward the source of the voice, two gazy figures appeared in the air. It was Xiaoan and his mother. Mother Yi Ning kept urging, "Ning Texe, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly kill it, and our family will never be torn apart again." Xiaoan beside her added, "Brother, kill that monster, and we can live happily together." Their expressions were unusually strange. Suddenly, the figure of Wang Zhen appeared, playfully looking toward him and promising, "Yi Ning, as long as you kill this monster, I can return to your side." Hearing this, he shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the thoughts that the system had been implanting in his mind. He realized with anger that the system was pushing him to act. Indeed, it is quite exhausting. Holding the sword in his hand, he said, "I think I know what the final test of this willpower trial is. If everyone is ready to end it all, then let's finish it." From the control center, the senior officers were closely watching Yi Ning's battle. Gu Bing wondered, "It's almost 9 o'clock. Why hasn't Yi Ning come out yet?" Fang Hio immediately spoke up, "That can't be. He's always passed the stages quickly before." Upon hearing this, he feared that something unexpected might have occurred. Ji Bing speculated, maybe not. If Yi Ning chose the first test, he could easily pass the stage without losing any skills. If he chose the second option, he must absolutely trust in his willpower. He believed that no matter which option was chosen, following that reasoning would have no problems, unless the cost was too great after 3 rounds. Upon hearing this, Chuan Gu suggested they continue to wait and see. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from behind. Zhang Meng, with a serious expression, spoke up, "Everyone, Yi Ning still hasn't figured it out. There may be another possibility." He immediately questioned, "Zhang Meng, what do you mean? If you have something to say, just say it." He proposed, "Marshal, my speculation is very important and concerns the national interest. I hope you can issue the highest command to cut off all communication channels. Ensure no information leaks." Zhang Meng believed that it wasn't just like that. There were also people present at the location. All of them had undergone first-level clearance. Fang Hio immediately retorted, "Zhang Meng, what exactly are you trying to say? Do you know the price of blocking so many people?" He paid no attention to his words and continued to persuade, "Commander-in-Chief, if what I've said turns out to be irrelevant, I, John Meng, am willing to accept punishment and resign voluntarily. Faced with the situation, the commander-in-chief found himself in a difficult position. Seeing Xuan Gu hesitate, John Meng called out loudly, "Commander-in-chief, at this point, you have no choice but to give the order. Relay my command. Immediately seal off the security perimeter and enter Level 1 security status." At once, a protective barrier was activated, enclosing the entire control center. The alert sounded. The defense system had been deployed. He then continued, "Commander-in-chief, I believe Yi Ming could rise to the top of all 3 global systems only because he discovered something within the system itself. Moreover, no matter how exceptional one's talent may be, neither strength nor physique alone could possibly pass the trial purely by personal ability." Fang Hio added, "Only in this way can we explain why the willpower test, something that should favor the strongest, turned out to be so difficult." "John Meng, are you threatening me right now?" But John Meng reminded him, "Don't think it's impossible. Have you forgotten what happened 16 years ago? There was once someone who awakened in the Baimai region with the innate ability to temporarily replicate system props. Although the replicated items had no effect, they could still be accepted by the NBC instance. He shared that with this ability, he had nearly maximized all the major instances and acquired an enormous amount of resources. It wasn't until he inadvertently revealed his strength within the system that he was detected and eradicated by the system." Zhang Yan continued, "Since then, we've realized that even nearly divine systems can still make mistakes. My father was right, Yi Ming must have found the loophole." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng was extremely confident in his opinion. He thought, "Commander-in-chief, if Yi Ming can get out, I suggest you directly interrogate him. As long as we can replicate his ability, our nation a military district will make an unimaginable leap forward." He quickly stopped him, "Commander-in-chief, is it not too early to draw conclusions? Yi Ming's life or death within there is still uncertain. Are we really going to capture him and torture him right after he has barely managed to escape? That would make people's hearts chill." "Absolutely." During the debate, Xuan Gu spoke up, "Stop arguing, I've already made plans. First, we wait for Yi Ming to come out safely." Then he added, on the front lines, these words continued to echo in his ears. "Vi Ning Sir has killed it. Captain has killed it. Ning Mi has killed it." Standing before the 3 figures that always haunted him, he simply replied, "Sorry, I think no one should dwell in past failures and imagine how they must atone for them, no matter how hard it is and how bright the future may seem." Yi Ming believed, "I don't want to live in false illusions either," and immediately thrust the sword through his body. Despite the pain, he still pushed himself with all his might. Yi Ming's eyes gleamed with determination as he firmly said, "No matter how twisted and difficult reality is, I will face it once again and change it, because only looking forward is the truth." With a decisive motion, he pulled the sword out of his body and added, "I cannot deny that I lost terribly in my past life, even though I've always been afraid of failing again." Raising the sword high, he gathered all his strength and shouted, "But in this life, I will shatter you." In that instant, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. It was also due to the shockwave and his own exhaustion that Yi Ming fell freely through the air. At the same time, continuous notifications appeared. The willpower trial has concluded. Current position: number 1 globally. After the trial ended, you received a special reward. Announcement to the whole world. Attribute tally. Ranking first in the strength trial grants 3 additional points to strength attributes, doubling upon leveling up to 3rd rank. Total: 68 points. Ranking first in the strength trial grants 3 additional points to strength attributes, doubling the points upon reaching 3rd rank, a total of 68 points. Ranked first in the quit challenge, earning 3 additional points in agility attributes, doubling the points upon reaching 3rd rank, a total of 68 points. Ranked first in the willpower challenge, gaining 3 additional points in willpower attributes, doubling the points to 3rd rank, a total of 68 points. Combining all rewards, ranked first in the overall ranking, receiving 10 bonus points across all attributes, bringing all attributes to a total of 78 points. Received the innate power enhancement, Berserk. Received the innate agility enhancement, Superload. Received the innate physical enhancement, Unyielding. Received the enhanced talent willpower, Pressure Will. System notification: completion of the hidden challenge reward. receiving 4,000 reputation points, and the honorary title, the perfect one. Upon equipping it, you will be exempt from the A-tier privilege system transaction. A series of notifications followed, detailing the completion of reward equipment. Received the option to choose any 4-star blue equipment or exchange the selection for a 1-star epic item, receiving a special item. Epic level rebirth potion. Received special item, epic level time key received. Summary of innate talent rewards. The current willpower talent at SSS rank has been upgraded to Spiritual Storm. Spiritual Storm. Within 3 seconds, gain a 100% increase in attributes and obtain mental control power, a spiritual defense stance, as well as the skill for chaotic thinking. The cooldown time for this talent is 24 hours. At that moment, he also appeared from the space gate. Seeing Yi Ning, Suan Gu, and the others joyfully shouted, "He's out! Yi Ning has completed the trial. Number 1 is still number 1 in the world, and he is the only one with a pure will system who has passed the trial of the 3 realms." But for him, Yi Ning felt a deep pain, thinking to himself, "I can't hold on much longer. The global announcement will be made soon." Immediately, a global announcement was issued. The announcement updated the rankings for the trial tower, with the current rankings as follows. Strength Trial, Hu Shou War Zone, Yi Ning, number 1. Agility Trial, Nation H War Zone, Yi Ning, number 1. Physical Trial, Nation H War Zone, Yi Ning, number 1. Willpower Trial, Nation H War Zone, Yi Ning, number 1. The words Cao Ru, Nation H, Yi Ning stands at number 1 globally echoed continuously across the earth. Now he was finally able to relax. Yi Ning collapsed onto the ground, his face pale and weak, saying, "System, I guess it wasn't in vain risking my life." Fortunately, Fang Hio and the medical team arrived just in time. He anxiously ordered, Yi Ning, where's the medical team? Stop standing there. Hurry up and save him." After checking his condition, the doctor reassured. "Commander-in-Chief, Deputy Commander-in-Chief, don't worry. It's nothing serious. Only his left arm is broken. Aside from that, his stamina and willpower have been excessively drained. A few days of rest should be enough for him to recover." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Well, that's good. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Beside him, Zhang Meng thought, "The world's number 1 only slightly injured. There's no way that's true." He offered his opinion. "Commander-in-Chief, you should carefully reconsider my earlier conjecture. I propose using psychic power to forcibly rouse Yi Ning and interrogate him immediately." Unable to contain himself, Fang Hio immediately retorted, "Zhang Meng, you mustn't be so extreme. Want to lay a hand on Yi Ning? You'll have to step over my corpse first. He'll make you pay." Zhang Meng shot back, "How can the Commander-in-Chief refuse to act for the nation's greater good and let personal feelings dictate? If my suspicion is correct, Yi Ning is merely a sacrificial pawn." Zhai Bing also spoke up, "Commander-in-Chief, I do not endorse this. Even a 1 in 10,000 error would carry grave consequences." Chu Tian agreed, "Exactly, Commander-in-Chief. Yi Ning has performed admirably. We should not doubt him. If we do something like this, it will not only chill Yi Ning but jeopardize the entire future of the nation." Zhuan Gu pondered for a moment, then decided, 3 days. First, wait another 3 days to see if he will wake. For now, take him down and treat him thoroughly. Do not allow any mistakes. Seeing him being lifted into the ambulance, Zhang Meng's eyes gleamed with cunning as he began to plot. 3 days, huh? I'll wait and see if Yi Ning dares to wake up. At that moment, all the senior officers were gathered around Yi Ning's hospital bed. Zhang Meng asked, "Commander-in-Chief, over 117 countries have inquired about Yi Ning's situation. How should we respond?" Upon hearing this, Zhuan Gu pondered for a moment before replying, 3 days, huh? This kid Yi Ning. He then offered his suggestion. "Commander-in-Chief, even the best doctors from Nation H are here and have confirmed that Yi Ning's vital signs are still intact and all his injuries have healed. The issue is, he refuses to wake up. It's likely due to a guilty conscience, so he's probably just pretending. I recommend we start mentally torturing him right now." Fang Hio immediately voiced his objection. "I disagree." Hearing this, Zhang Meng responded, "I already said 3 days, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fang. Can't you tell right from wrong? Unable to hold back, Fang Hio gritted his teeth and retorted, "Stop, this will only cause a huge misunderstanding." Seeing his stance, Zhang Meng didn't dare to press further. He then ordered, "Where are the men? Prepare the equipment. Get ready for the mental interrogation of Yi Ning." The equipment was immediately brought in by the staff. Even though they were preparing to administer the test on him right away, Yi Ning still stubbornly resisted. "No, Commander-in-Chief. We can't do this to Yi Ning." Beside him, Fang Deputy Commander-in-Chief muttered, "Is he trying to rebel?" But then, Xuan Gu coldly said, "Hao Zi, I don't want to do this either, but it involves national interests." Upon hearing this, Fang Hio fell silent. Then the test began. Zhang Meng ordered, "Everyone, stand back." The staff started attaching brainwave monitoring wires all over Yi Ning's body, just as he was feeling victorious. Because now all that was left was for them to put the helmet on Yi Ning, and Zhang Meng would uncover the secrets inside him. Suddenly, Yi Ning opened his eyes. Yi Ning sat up abruptly, unintentionally severing the connecting wires, and asked, "Where am I?" Seeing him wake up, Gu Bing excitedly shouted, "He's awake! He's awake!" Beside him, he joyfully said out loud as if celebrating, "Thank goodness, he's finally awake." He immediately ordered with excitement, "Good, now that he's awake, stop all this nonsense." Yi Ning still didn't understand what was happening and asked, "Who are you people?" Fang Hio quickly rushed to him, showing off his equipment and eagerly introduced himself. "I am Fang Hio, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of Nation H." He continued, still excited, "Yi Ning, you've never met me before. This is Leg Xuan Go, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of Nation 8. And this is Commissioner Hu, General Zhang Meng, whom you've met before." Holding the helmet in his hand, Yi Ning spoke up, "But I want to ask, what is this? It doesn't look like any medical equipment." In this awkward situation, Zhui Bing tactfully said, "Yi Ning, since you're awake, then we have a few questions to ask. What is your talent? Can you open your system panel and let us have a look?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ning merely responded, "Oh, so that's how it is." He thought to himself, "These people don't usually punch me on time. But now, the first thing my father asks is whether I want to torture me. Ridiculous, but it's a pity that my divine sword system cannot be exposed, otherwise I would be erased." Yi Ning immediately retorted, "Commissioner Hu, doesn't the military know about my talent? Why is that? Since when did the military require awakened individuals to reveal their system panel?" Hearing this, the elder immediately fell silent and Zhui Bing stammered. Behind them, someone who had their enjoyment spoiled spoke up angrily, "Yi Ning, we suspect that something is off with the results of your trial. Did you take advantage of a loophole to win in the previous trial? This matter is very important, and I hope you will cooperate. Don't try to hide anything or else." Before Zhang Meng could finish his sentence, Yi Ning thought, "You suspect me? You think I cheated?" This left him at a loss for words. Fang Hio anxiously said, "Yi Ning, it's not like that. Please listen to our explanation." But he was immediately interrupted by the elder. "Hao Zi couldn't be casual about it. Yes, apologies, we just thought that you used the loophole. After all, your results were simply too astonishing." Facing Yi Ning, Zhuanggu politely said, "First of all, we are all very pleased that you have managed to bring this honor to Nation H. Secondly, I hope you understand that even if you have indeed used the loophole, this loophole is extremely valuable to Nation H. Here, in the name of the Commander-in-Chief, I assure you that as long as you admit it, you will still be the leader." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng anxiously said, "Commander-in-Chief, Yi Ning cannot easily let go. Once the awakening net from the outside makes contact with him, the effect will be very harmful." But the Commander-in-Chief only snarled, "Enough. Zhang Meng, you talk too much. Can't you retract your tail? Make him too afraid to speak." Zhang Meng clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, Yi Ning didn't dare to reveal the information system, which was clearly a sign of guilt, very suspicious. But even so, the Commander-in-Chief still wanted to prevent him from being number one. Didn't that make all of his efforts seem pointless? Yi Ning realized that, although the issue clearly lay with Zhang Meng, from another perspective, it was understandable why those in power would act this way. However, he still felt deeply disappointed by this person. This time, he suspected the inherent loophole. But what about next time? He couldn't let another tragedy happen again, like it did in his previous life. I accept. All right, I will tell you right now. What is this loophole? Mr. Fang, please help me find a piece of crystal to check the celestial anomaly. The highest rank. Hearing that, he immediately volunteered. All right, I'll go right away. At that moment, he was secretly pleased, thinking that it would only take a few seconds to open the system panel, and yet he was still looking for the crystal ball. Was this person trying to prove that they were omnipotent? Even if he was at the SS level, he couldn't display abilities as incredible as this. Even if the result of this test proves something, it can't show that you didn't exploit a loophole without knowing that Yi Ning had already accounted for everything. Suddenly, with a sharp gaze, he turned and struck up a conversation. Zhang Meng, Commander Zhang, right? After I finish the test, if you still have any questions, feel free to talk to me. At that moment, Fang Hio pushed a cart with a massive crystal block toward them. He introduced it. This is the highest level testing crystal. Standing before the crystal, Yi Ning said, "Didn't you want to know about the loopholes? Well, pay close attention." Touching the crystal, he immediately condensed his power. In the face of this enormous destructive energy, everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim. This is the crystal under Yi Ning's power, gradually cracking as his energy infiltrates inside. In the blink of an eye, the crystal was completely destroyed. A notification sounded. Ding, test results. Currently, SSS level talent in the willpower system. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. SS level? Yi Ning immediately asked, "Have you all been satisfied with this loophole?" Witnessing the performance just now, Zhuan Go sighed, "Well done." On the side, Fang Hio cheerfully added, "I told you there wasn't any." Ji Bing, also surprised, exclaimed, "SSS level? Does such a level really exist in this world? Didn't we never hear about it before?" Du Bing couldn't hide his astonishment and said, "The fluctuations at the divine level." As for him, Zhang Meng's face turned pale as he thought, "It's over, this time, I've lost completely." He then said, "It's fine, I can understand. But I heard that the first choice, aside from the experiment, also needs to be cross-referenced with the chemical factors to assess combat potential." He believed, "Yi Ning, you don't need to worry. You've already performed excellently. Didn't the Commander-in-Chief say that you were ranked first? You can be completely at ease about this." Yi Ning approached where Zhang Meng was standing and suggested, "Commander Zhang, I heard that your young master Zhang Yang was the one ranked first before. I'm someone who values fairness and doesn't like to rely on privileges. Zhang Yang is outstanding, but if it's not a real battle, it wouldn't be fair to him at all." Upon hearing this, he could only exclaim. He respectfully addressed all the leaders, saying, "Commander-in-Chief, according to the regulations, a lower-ranked person has the right to challenge a higher rank. I don't want to take the number one spot. I want to register to take part in a life-or-death duel against the number one." When Zhang Yang heard that, Zhang Meng immediately flustered and said, "Yi Ning, what do you mean by that?" Although his expression was somewhat pensive, after hearing this remark he commented, "Well done. Ruthless enough. I told you to my face that I wanted to compensate you, yet you set me on fire behind my back." Even if Zhang Meng went a bit too far, killing his son is excessive. He's been backed into a corner. Now he can only force himself to endure, reminding himself to hold back. He can't afford to lose his temper. Otherwise, he'll become the Commander-in-Chief who abandoned his child. Right now, the only option is to yield to the Commander-in-Chief and step down before this bloody wretch. Then Zhang Meng forced a smile and cleared his throat. "Yi Ning, the number one position belongs to you. Your talent far surpasses Yang Er's, so on behalf of Zhang Yang, I am willing to relinquish the top spot. I apologize for what just happened. I say this out of concern for your safety. It's all a misunderstanding." Facing his hypocritical expression, Yi Ning answered coldly, "Commander Zhang flatters me, but let us act according to the rules. After all, I do not want anyone saying that I, Yi Ning, am arrogant and tyrannically breaking the rules. You claim Zhang Yang is so outstanding. Must we fight to see who is stronger or weaker? Tell me, is that not so?" By now Zhang Meng's face had gone deathly pale. Ji Bing also spoke up in support. "Honorable Commander-in-Chief, if Yi Ning wishes to follow the rules, then let us follow the rules. However, Yi Ning was only just promoted to third rank and needs time to adapt to his abilities. 3 days after the battle results are in, shall we announce the rankings and the rewards? Zhuan Gu suddenly realized that Old Hu truly was Old Hu, always cautious. Hao Zhe hadn't said a word, yet he stood up to show his stance. Thinking it over, he must have a reason for doing this. Fortunately, there are still 3 days. Then he made his decision. Very well, do as Old Hu says. At this, he could not contain his anger. He ground his teeth. Are my son and I being abandoned? No, Yi Ning, I will absolutely not allow you to lay a hand on my son. If you kill my son, I will see you dead first. By contrast, he now remained calm, a faint smile on his lips. A gentleman waits 10 years to avenge. It is never too late. No, to be 1 day late would be to show disrespect to one's enemy. John Meng, there is no need for haste. It will not be long before you and your son are reunited. On the rooftop, 2 figures were talking. Suan Go, hands clasped behind his back, spoke thoughtfully. Old Hu, now that it's just the 2 of us, speak plainly. Why should we agree with Yi Ning? Jai Bing stood beside him and quietly added, Marshal, have you forgotten that the transcontinental instance is 10 days from now? The old man stared off into the distance and continued, Our previous failures have severely depleted our strategic reserves, so this time is crucial for us. If we cannot secure enough spirit energy units for distribution this time, a large number of our fighter aircraft will soon be reduced to scrap. He turned to Ji Bing and asked, Do you want Yi Ning to participate? The old man replied matter-of-factly, yes. Besides dealing with the aberrations, the intercontinental instance will also have to contend with third-rank awakeners coming from other nations. He went on to analyze, then we should go through this match to see whether Yi Ning has the courage to kill. After all, killing a person and killing an aberration are 2 completely different things. Zhuan Gu asked anxiously, But Old Hu, if Zhang Yang dies, I'm afraid John Meng will go mad. I'm only worried that internal chaos will break out then. Jai Bing frowned, his face thoughtful, and replied to him, That's why I propose 3 days. Once Zhang Meng arrives, he will absolutely make full preparations for his son. Secondly, we'll also have time to plan the 2 schemes in advance and respond flexibly according to the situation. Hearing this, Zhuan Gu happily placed his hand on Old Huli's shoulder and praised Old Huli. Whatever you say, you always think things through very carefully. The old man, hearing the compliment, anxiously said, Commander-in-Chief, aside from this matter, it would be better to announce to the outside world that Ning is S-ranked. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will face mortal danger. Suan Gu reassured Ji Bing and continued, Just follow what he says. And make sure all other information is sealed off. The scene shifted to a room where a young man was sitting, curled up on the floor. Suddenly, the door opened, and a figure entered behind him. Zhang Yang turned around to look at the person behind him, his haggard face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, Dad, you're back. Did you find out about that kid's talent? Is he cheating? Zhang Meng stood motionless, like a statue, silent even as his son continued to ask, Dad, do you think that kid found a loophole? He must have been locked up, right? I'm still number 1, aren't I? Zhang Meng remained silent, letting him ask relentlessly, as though he might collapse. Finally, he spoke. What's going on? Dad, please tell me. At last, Zhang Meng spoke in a deep voice. I checked. That Yi Ning kid has no issues. On the contrary, he's preparing for a life-and-death battle with you in 3 days. Zhang Yang was horrified upon hearing this and stammered, What? How can he have no problems? Are you sure about this? He suddenly recalled something important and nervously asked, Wait, did you just say life-and-death battle? With me and him? No, I'm not going. Didn't I already give up my spot as number 1? No, I'm not going. He wants the top spot. I'll give it to him. Zhang Meng looked at his son helplessly and said, I've already told you this, but that kid is determined to challenge you. Zhang Yang asked back in surprise, It doesn't want to. It wants to kill you. Hearing that, he grew angry and said bitterly, Dad, kill it. Kill it before the fight. It wants me dead, so please, Dad, go kill it now. He heard his son and replied in a low voice, I want that too. But killing it now is as hard as reaching the sky. There is a team of third-rank masters accompanying him. Hearing that, he queried in confusion, Who are those people? Zhang Meng, his expression dangerous, said, Intimidate them. Zhang Yang seemed utterly shocked when he heard that name. His face tightened. The army has already sent troops to protect them. There's no more time. He continued to reassure his son. Zhang Meng said, "So I'm certainly going to die. Yang you are Zhang Meng's son. I will not let you die. I have already contacted several third-rank experts. When the time comes, they will step in to help." He heard his father say that, and, as if he'd struck gold, hurriedly asked, "Father has served the country for so many years. No matter how much his superiors favor Yi Ning, they would simply turn a blind eye to this sort of thing. So father, is there any way I can win? For example, props or equipment?" Although he comforted his son, he wore a sinister look and said, "Those things are useless, because they are not permitted in death matches. While you can't rely on outside forces, it doesn't mean there isn't a way." Zhang Yang glanced at his father, understanding his meaning, and said confidently, "Yi Ning keeps harping on the rules, so of course we can use the rules against him." Zhang Meng shot a crafty glance and said, "By then we won't be limited to that. We still have the Death Warriors." He chuckled softly with a sly expression and sneered, "Yi Ning, are you as strong as you say? Mighty Dragon finds it hard to contend with local tyrant. Let me see how you'll fight me." 3 days later, at the capital military district's one-on-one arena, spectators pressed in so tightly the stands were full. Above the arena where the match was held, Zhe Bing respectfully said to Xuan Gu, "Commander-in-Chief, everything has been arranged. The 3 third-rank referees have assumed their positions to guard the death arena and can begin the match at any time." On hearing this, he called out, "Good. Then go," announced the start. A towering figure in silvery white stepped out onto the field, and a buzz of comment rose from the crowd. "Is this the Yi Ning who's been causing an uproar recently? They say he's vicious. But why does he look like a weak little chick? He looks so skinny, I could stab him dead. With a single finger. Unbelievable. He looks only 17 or 18. Yi Ning strode out and stood before the 3 referees. Facing him was the chief referee, Lu Yuanzhou. He handed Yi Ning a list and said, "Yi Ning, this is the combat roster for this deathmatch. Take a look. If there are no objections, you may prepare for the fight." Yi Ning found it strange and asked, "Oh, why isn't I supposed to fight Zhang Yang? Why is there a list?" He took the roster, skimmed it, and replied, "Besides Zhang Yang, 9 others who have just reached 3rd rank have challenged me, and Zhang Yang is placed last." Yuan Zhou heard that and hurried to explain, "Yi Ning, all the names on that list have already been seen. According to the rules, you may challenge Zhang Yang, so the other seeds can challenge you as well." He went on, "The first 9 rounds will wear you out terribly if you can't hold your ground." Before Yuan Zhou had finished explaining, Yi Ning merely curled his lip and said, "I know. Begin." Before anyone could make sense of what was happening, he raised the list high and called out, "Those whose names are on the list, step forward together. I want to fight all 10 of you." A considerable murmur rose around them. What? Did I hear that wrong? No matter how strong one's talent, it can't be that overwhelmingly powerful. Fighting everyone at once? Is he looking for death? If each person lands a blow, even a mid-level 3rd rank couldn't withstand it. Hearing such insanity, people were astonished and assumed the superiors had agreed to make the list to save Zhang Yang. They hadn't accounted for this possibility, which made anything happening to Zhang Yang impossible. Yi Ning even less so. "What should we do now?" Gu Bing panicked, rushed over to stop him, shouting. Yi Ning stayed calm. "If you don't agree to fight, you can refuse. And this death match won't affect your top ranking." Yi Ning gripped his 2 swords and spoke with confidence, to the surprise of everyone. "Is there any rule forbidding challenging everyone? If not, then start. After all, no matter how many worthless fighters there are, they're still just worthless." On the organizer's grandstand, Fang Hio, wearing a cheerful, excited expression, said, "The brat is arrogant, but I like him." The old man beside him complained, "You only see the excitement and refuse to look at the bigger problem, don't you?" At that moment, Xuan Gu also ordered, "If Yi Ning has asked, then follow his wish. Referees will always pay attention to propriety during the match." But in his head, he was secretly thinking that this rotten kid had the exact same temper he did when he was young. Although the old man himself liked him, he attracted too many barbs, and that wasn't a good thing. He had suffered more than his share back then. So given this incident, it would be best to teach the boy a lesson first. Below, Yuanju quietly reflected on the commander-in-chief's final words. It was obvious he wanted us to protect Yi Ning. Then he gave the order and the match began. If the commander-in-chief had issued the command, then let the 10 seated players, including Zhang Yang, step onto the stage together. Hearing this nearby, Zhang Yang could not contain his fury. Seizing his weapon, he was about to storm forward and roar. "He's humiliating me. Kill him. I have to kill him." Zhang Meng beside him, both trying to dissuade and secretly scheming for his son, said, "Yanger, this is a good thing. The crazier he gets, the greater your chance of victory. Let others strike first. After it has exhausted its spirit energy, you can rush in and add another slash." Facing Yi Ning was an opponent, weapon in hand, glaring at him aggressively. Then, the announcement sound on the battlefield began to echo. The life and death challenge is about to begin. Everyone, please be ready. No one is allowed to use props to cancel all the enchantments on any equipment. The countdown started. Below the stands, people began to discuss excitedly. Such a situation had never been seen in Nation H before. Someone asked, "How many seconds do you think it will take for the battle to end?" The other person answered, 3 or 5 seconds, or maybe even 2 seconds. Another voice spoke up, "I bet 10 seconds. After all, Yi Ming is the top in agility and stamina, so I guess he can last a little longer."